is Team Liquid's double point today. But hey, if you're that determined, I mean, I can't underestimate Inco.
You can't. And Tiff, I mean, their stats were incredible. Gary was the big talking point yesterday.
Yeah, it's so fun because I came into the production, I was like, apparently Gary has changed the entire course of action for Inco Gaming, and I was looking up some of their stats in particular, and granted, it was less than one average elimination per game, but sometimes they don't need to be that top fragger. They just need to be someone that can support the rest of the players on your team, and to already have 177 points in week number 3, banking off one of the best, if not the best, double points day in existence for our 3 weeks so far. It's really astronomical because you can see 165 bonus points in general throughout the entire PMSL America Spring, and that's only obviously going to be that benchmark. Team Liquid, like you guys said from Group B, historically, yeah, it's theirs today, but they haven't necessarily performed the best when it comes to their bonus points day.
That's right, and you know, something to take note of, Inco Gaming was the most consistent bonus points team. Team Liquid going for double points today. We'll see how well they do. Let's take a look at 9 through 16. This is where the real job begins. Dave, we have 3 teams from Group B on this page. Be Bold, All Glory Gaming, Super Lazy Reflex. Now, for some of those teams, let's not kid ourselves, it's mathematically impossible at this point, pretty much anyways, albeit a miracle, to come all the way up the top 4. However, the closest would be Bold, and maybe even throw AGG in there. Do they have a chance?
I think if Be Bold can kind of pull off something like we saw from yesterday from Inco, yeah, I think Be Bold could pull out the clutch. I believe they're 128 points right now behind the Death Wolves in that 4th place spot. So it will take a miracle, but they have been slowly treading upwards when it comes to just every single day and just constantly improving. So yeah, hey, I'll jump on the Be Bold hype train today. Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
You always got to own a team. I know Death Wolves is still in your heart, right? But
they're qualifying for sure, so I'm not worried about them.
And that Cinderella run, Cameron was coining that yesterday. Death Wolves, just incredible team, right? And their story is just wonderful. Be Bold, right? The pressure's on them. Maybe even AGG. We'll see how well they do. By the way, In Hyper also moved up a bit, trying to make that front page. In Hyper was just absolutely stellar yesterday. But we talked about Inco quite a bit, and we actually have an interview with Sarpatch and Nunez from Inco Gaming. Let's hear what he had to say.
About to start, I'm here with Nunez from Inco Gaming. They had a fabulous day yesterday, double days, did a lot of points. Congratulations for yesterday, first off. How are you guys feeling after that day? Parabéns ao dia de ontem, foi muito bom para vocês. Como vocês estão se sentindo depois desse dia?
Cara, foi um dia que a gente esperava ir bem, né? Era muita expectativa. Sabia que era um dia importante pra gente voltar pro topo da tabela, quem sabe até disputar o top 1 nos próximos dias. Então a gente tá bem feliz com isso, mas né, não tem nada resolvido ainda, tem mais 3 dias pra gente dar o sangue.
They were very expectant of that day. That day had to be good for them because they wanted to be able to be fighting for the spots for quali, and who knows, maybe still fighting for the top of the table. They're very happy for it, but there's still 3 days to go, so they're still fighting for it. Garrix entered yesterday, and I mean, it was a spectacular day for you guys. How do you think that impacted the game for you? O Garrix entrou ontem e deu tudo certo com ele. E como você acha que isso foi importante para vocês?
Então, antes do campeonato, a gente já vinha treinando a rotatividade de line, né? Tipo, todos os dias alguém jogava ou o outro ficava fora. Então, tipo, pra gente foi tranquilo fazer a mudança. Não foi algo que afetaria nosso desempenho, até porque o Garrix também é muito bom. E ele estava pronto para isso. Ele nos ajudou muito com a comunicação, ele tem uma comunicação bem ativa, então acho que isso ajudou muito a trazer mais confiança para a equipe e foi importante.
He says that they've had some rotations throughout the tournament, so it wasn't something too new. He says that Garrix helped a lot with the communication yesterday as well, but they're all in all very happy with everything today. 3 more days, and you are almost done, qualified, if not maybe even fighting for something up there, so congratulations, parabéns, mano, vocês foi muito bem ontem, estão muito perto já, mínimo ficar aquele 4º lugar, sim, ou pelear por algo mais lá em cima, né, então parabéns.
Obrigado, vamos brigar aí, tem mais 3 dias, não dá pra achar que tá tudo ganho, então vamos pra cima, buscar essa vaga, quem sabe brigar pelo título nos últimos dias.
Maybe we can fight for the title as well. Bro, good luck. All right, let's go.
Hey, thank you for that interview, Sarpatch. Nunes, right, saying, communication with Gary, it was there, and it did make a big difference. Communication is key to operate as a full force, and Inco was that full force yesterday. I'm curious if Gary will be playing today. But from Inco Gaming now over towards Team Liquid, a team trying to separate or distance themselves from Alpha 7. Dave, they've got double points today. Team Liquid has been absolutely stellar. Their positioning is some of the best in the game. Can they do it today? Double points day usually doesn't go all that well for them.
Yeah, today is the day, right? Because Group D, Alpha 7, they'll have the last laugh on the final day of this tournament with their double points. So really today is the day for Team Liquid to strengthen their gap. Right now, I believe they're 35 points ahead of Alpha 7. And I am, talking to Mafioso, I am worried about Alpha 7 because they are planning on farming the lobby. So if I'm like one of these bottom teams, I'm being a little concerned. At least that's what Mafioso said. But yeah, with that in mind, Team Liquid, they need to 1,000% take advantage of today's double points.
Taking a look at that head-to-head, right? Alpha 7 is just behind that of Team Liquid, Tiff, but mainly because of the winner-winner chicken dinners, where I believe Team Liquid has at least, 3 or 4 more of them. Yesterday, Tiff, pay attention to this. Yesterday, SLR was in a 1v1 against Chief, or 2v1 against Chief, and Chief worked the both of them. I have no idea what SLR was thinking that moment.
Chief just going crazy. Sometimes it's just taking different fights and maybe just being patient and outsmarting it. Regardless, whatever worked there for Chief, that's what we love to see. But for Team Liquid, they are going to have to be on par today. A lot of what Dave was saying, right? Especially when it was 3 winner-winner chicken dinners separated. It's 35 points, right? So clearly 5 eliminations, 3 10-point winner-winner chicken dinners. That's not a lot, especially if Mafioso is already saying, like, A7 coming in swinging today. Yeah. That has to be scary. That you really have to. I mean, we were just about to celebrate Rebo's 100th elimination the last time we were on the broadcast, and I was like,
yes.
Yo, will we see 200 from him? He's sitting at like 135, so we've got, 3 more days to make that happen? Let's do it.
And it can absolutely happen. I know we'll be kind of comparing and contrasting, Revo compared to Mythic in just a bit, but I want to talk about bonus points specifically from last week, Dave. When it comes to Team Liquid and their bonus points, again, they don't necessarily do the best. However, they did get 2 winner-winner chicken dinners on their double points day, managed to get 86 total points, and those elims, the average elims is very impressive compared to the other rosters.
It's the curse of the bonus day, right? And we were kind of making jokes about it, but now it is the last week, and I think Team Liquid, they just have it all together at this point in the stage. They're a team that prioritizes the early game and securing a power position, locking it down and then allowing these eliminations to come towards them when it comes to the late game to secure the winner chicken dinner. So Team Liquid, I don't think they have any pressure on them. They are currently in first place right now, so I think it's just sticking to the game plan and, making that gap even further between them and Alpha 7.
Create that gap. That's it. First place. It's important. Alpha 7 farming the lobby. I hope they do. And the reason why is Alpha 7 has got second place before in front of their home crowd. They want first place, right? The return to glory is here and now for Alpha 7. But Team Liquid is looking to shut them down today. Although a scary prospect for everybody. Alpha 7 does have double points when it comes to Sunday, right? So they're going to have the last lap technically. It's always scary to think of. But as far as double points go, hey, we've got 3 incredible teams. We've got AGG, B-Bold, SLR, of course, Team Liquid, all going for it. What can we expect from double points today? Because I'm personally curious about it, Tiff.
I mean, now that I think about it, I want something really spectacular. We always talk about underdogs or maybe some teams that are just fighting to get higher up in the leaderboard, because at the end of the day, if you don't find yourself near the top 8 or with striking distance to qualify and move on, or even to the survival stage in 4th place, but also you have to think about every time you tick up that leaderboard, you're getting more money for your team, your squad, your organization. So when you think about these bonus points for Group B, this is your last chance to make that ditch effort to really bolster up on the leaderboard. I'm looking at squads like B-Bold in particular. If I'm not mistaken, they were struggling to find their very first win. They got that last week, and they were able to win the last game yesterday on Erangel. So if you're already coming into that with that kind of momentum, just let it happen. Let it fly on the opening map.
Well, we do have a special content piece, actually. We get a chance to hear from the different players going for double points today and what is going to be going through their minds. So let's hear it from the teams going for double points today.
Here's a SR Dragon K, and we got double point today, and we got to finish today. We are strong. We are really strong.
Hola a todos, soy Fran, jugador de Pubg, y hoy tenemos puntos dobrados y vamos a intentar hacer las mejores partidas para sumar lo más que se pueda este día, que es nuestro último día de puntos dobrados de todo el torneo. Go Pubg, go Latam.
E aí, rapaziada, aqui é o Chief da Team Liquid e hoje tem ponto dobrado, só bora.
Hola, soy Guapo de AGG y hoy tenemos puntos dobles y vamos a darlo todo.
Very strong, right? That's kind of like the amazing point of that for SLR, Dave. So clearly feeling very strong today. I hope they are, man, because SLR yesterday were actually not too bad. Granted, they made some very silly mistakes. Again, I go back to that 2v1 against Mythic. They just shouldn't have lost. If you go back and rewatch, they shouldn't have lost that or even pushed in the open like that, but I digress. SLR, Dave, they're strong today.
Hey, that's all you want to hear. Feeling confident, feeling strong. And I think now that we are in the last week and it is their last double points day, talking to a couple of these players on the second page, like their game plan shifted a little bit. It went from being top 4 qualifying to just being on that first page and not being on the last page, right? So I have to assume SLR kind of shifting their goals here as well, setting like a realistic mark, and they're just looking to finish strong here and show up for the region in this tournament. Considering they didn't have kindness here as well, I think that'll be an accomplishment.
I think so. SLR, can they be the best North American team? That is the question, and Hyper currently owns that spot. Now, Tiff, I want to focus the conversation towards Dave's favorite team, at least maybe not today. B-Bold takes that spot. But Death Wolves, okay? Death Wolves yesterday were lights out. In fact, on Miramar, map number 5, they picked up the most eliminations we have seen in the entirety of America's spring season. I'm talking 20 eliminations. A 50-plus point game. It was absolutely nutty, buddy. And I loved every bit of it, Tiff. Death Wolves, they are looking to go big today, even though they're not getting double points.
Yeah, it's just pretty crazy. And I love that we're starting out here with Rataboy on the screen, because you look to it, we are just outside the heavy hitters of Revo, Mythic, Chief, Ayala in terms of your eliminations per game average. So being able to really step into that front and be supported by a lot of your squads and hold down that 4th place. Now, granted, I want to see them unseat Eco Gaming. I do want to see them lock straight into the top 3 and let it fly. Live up to that name, Death Wolves.
Live up to the name, Death Wolves. Well, let's find out if they are going to be bringing Death today, or is Mafioso and his crew from Alpha 7, like Dave said, going to run and farm the lobby. 2 distinct things, but either way, it comes down to eliminations and the winner chicken dinner, and both teams are going for gold. It's a big day today for Group B. Once again, Team Liquid. Let's see how far they can distance themselves from Alpha 7 for HG people to SLR. How far can they go up in the standings? Let's get game 1 started. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Hey, let's go. Thank you so much. But here we go, Dave, in the plane line. We can go ahead and check that out. You can see, basically, we're going to be kicking things off.
Today is definitely a big day for all floor gaming, B-Bold, SLR, and Team Liquid. Team Liquid, as we heard from them on that little interview, they're feeling strong, they're confident, they're looking to solidify their first place spot in the tournament here on their double points day to make that last day for Alpha 7 that much more challenging. So we can see right here, though, Death Wolves up there in their Sarky spot, their secondary position, A7 right beneath them in North Georgia pool. But I'm looking at SLR, right? SLR, another team, feeling good, looking to maximize their double points day. I want to see them get involved early here, too.
I think that's a smart thing for them to do, but honestly, when I was looking back at their performance yesterday, it is some of the best SLR we've seen. So the fact that they were like, we're feeling strong. Yeah, well, you had 3 top 3 finishes, 2 second places. all of them with north of 5 eliminations. Now, granted, we did get a sneak peek of where that zone was headed to, but we're going to go ahead and bring it on back, remake that up, and run back the drop, because honestly, I just wasn't a fan of the plane line, so we got to change it up.
So you didn't like the plane pass? You're like, hey, listen, remake, all right? Remake.
Yeah.
SLR, they might be regretting that one a little bit because the zone did favor their drop spot. We did have another military-based island, but we'll have to see what the remake will bless us with here, Reflections.
I'm sad, honestly, because I love that zone. Well, first off, we get military, which means we're going to have those 2 choke points on the bridge, which is always fun because it's always just a discombobulated mess, at least for some teams. For some, it's very controlled, right? They control the bridge fights very well. But Death Wolves typically runs military, and when the zone goes military, like Death Wolves has a pop-off game. So I'm thinking, like, we just spun this narrative up, right, Dave, for Death Wolves, and, like, here they are. They've already got zone. Things are looking nice. Like you mentioned, SLR, we spun up that narrative, but it is what it is. Maybe we'll get it once again. But I do like that zone. Hopefully we get it for at least a remake.
No, without a doubt, we'll get it again. And, Group C, those interviews were great, though, because even though some of these teams are on that second page, we're still seeing just their all-around vibes are positive. And that's what you want to see to kind of kickstart your double points day. Looks like all the players on the same page, giving each other high fives, just feeling good, and they're ready to play some PUBG Mobile competitive here today.
PUBG Mobile competitive. I've really been enjoying it. I have, like, this America Spring season has just been phenomenal. But let's talk, since we're getting towards the end, and we're waiting for, obviously, the remake to go through, let's talk about the world stage, right? So, Tiff, top 4, that brings you to the world stage. Now, top 3 brings you to the group stage, right? You still have to go through groups. And then the 4th place brings you to this qualifier, which Hot Stukes and Dave has been saying, like, you do not want to go to that qualifier because it's going to be incredibly difficult. The world stage hits a lot different, okay? Especially land. Now, the good thing, Tiff, right, they've been playing on land. So they've got that, maybe the jitters out of the way. They've got that experience. For Alpha 7 Team Liquid, I don't doubt them by any stretch of the imagination. But what do you think it's going to be like, right, on the international stage, playing for a bulk of the prize pool, which is $3 million? Tiff, that hits different.
I mean, that's massive. That is just money that you do not scoff at in any way, shape, or form. Now, granted, we're looking at $220K just for the PMSL America Spring right now that you're competing for. So if you lock it up in the top 3, maybe you win the entire thing. You lock in first place, you go home with 44 grand, and you're advancing onto those group stages where you can start playing with the international. You bring in all those other teams, and you have to realize that just because you won this PMSL America Spring, it does not mean that you're going to be able to take that to the international stage, because all of those different kind of regions that you're going to be going up against internationally are going to play so different. So I feel like, but you bring in the confidence from playing on stage already, you kind of let it all breathe and figure it out just on day number 1, and then you just keep moving forward. Just play the game that you know, stick together. The communication that you've worked on for the past 3 weeks in person, that's the whole thing that you're going to have to do. And if you're not in the top 3 right now, you better do everything that you can to get there, because, like you guys said, that survival stage is something that I wouldn't want to go through at all.
Not whatsoever. Dave, what is the international stage like, though? How different is it, right, from, like, your regional, tournaments like we currently have just with Brazil, Latin America, North America? What is it like to play on the international stage?
I mean, you said it. There's $220,000 on the line for the Americas, but $3 million on the line for the world stage. And not only that, like, you want to be crowned the best player in the world if you get the MVP role, and the best team in the world. I mean, that just has its own, like, prestige to it, right? But kind of going back to, like, the qualifiers, I've always been a fan of getting more games underneath your belt, right? So, like, if you're going to the survival stage, I look at it as, like, a good thing. Obviously, the RNG is a little more, against you because you have to qualify again. But you get, like, the practice in, right, for that next stage. You're going to be a little more warmed up, right? Because after this week, I believe the main stage starts on July 26th through the 28th. So you are going to have a little bit of time off to maybe chill. And if you're a couple of these players in Brazil, go on vacation, finally relax a little bit before the world stage happens. But regardless, both lobbies, they're going to be exciting here.
I think so. Whether it's America's, whether it's international stage, it's going to be nutty, and I cannot wait to see it. But let's focus our conversation back to the MVP race, which is also taking place. We've been following this from week 1 to week 2. Revo took it, and then Mythic all of a sudden came out of nowhere, and they take it. Tiff, Revo still leads the way with 135, but Mythic is not far behind at 124. So he can absolutely catch up, depending if Alpha 7 looks to farm the lobby, though.
I mean, you guys said it. Dave was like, they're about to put on the farming hats and just go to town out there in the fields, taking up eliminations if they can. But if I'm Mythic, well, first off, we have 3 members of Team Liquid out here in the top 5, which is just a crazy difference when you think of the rest of the teams in the lobby that have been playing. But if I'm Revo, knowing that Mythic is on my heels by 9 eliminations, I'm going to do anything and everything that I can. Now, granted, we think back to the last time Dave and I were both here together last week, vying for that 100th elimination took him multiple games, which was very uncharacteristic of what we had seen from Revo in the past. And now that we've already got that behind us, let's go ahead and focus forward on breaking 150, 160 today. But if I'm Mythic, I'm straight going for it.
I think so. You go for it. But who's number 5 at this point, Dave? Is that a Death Wolves member? Guazao?
Yes, sir. And right behind him as well is Rataboy, number 6. So we got 2 Death Wolves hot on the trail when it comes to being up there on the MVP race. Now, it is going to be a challenge. Obviously, Revo is going to continue to slay, and Mythic as well with Chief as the 3rd best slayer in the lobby. But hey, Death Wolves, they're showing up, baby.
They're showing up, baby, and Death Wolves, man, my favorite team. Again, there's
your favorite team now. Hold on. What happened? Week 1, I thought it was Furia. Week 2, I think. Well, I don't know who you said. I've been saying
When did you leave the bandwagon?
I've been saying Death Wolves since day 1. I was on this cast. All right. Well, now it's your favorite team. Hey, I respect it though. Welcome to the squad, man.
I'll give credit to Dave, Tiff. Like, he has Death because he likes animals. That's the only reason why. It had nothing to do with the players. It had nothing. Okay, it had nothing to do with the players, Tiff. It had nothing to do with anything like that. He just likes making animal sounds and supporting animals. Which, hey, animals are cool, Tiff.
What kind of animal sounds does he make?
So
I just need clarification. Oh, okay. That's very typical.
For reflections, that's the test. Are you really a Death Wolves fan? We need to hear it, man. We need to hear it. That's how you get in.
Oh, the full screen on me? Come on.
Are you about to howl?
Man. Prove yourself.
Are you about to howl?
Okay, he's in it. He's in the Death Wolves Club.
If I step outside right now, all the dogs and wolves, coyotes maybe, they're going to be right outside, ready to wait and hand on foot on me.
I respect
it. Like DoorDash orders, okay?
I respect
They're going to be right there, dude. Death Wolves, they got to be my team now. They got to be my... But hey, their Cinderella story is actually pretty miraculous, right? They come out of qualifiers to qualify for this, and now to potentially be on the stage, not only winning the bulk of this $220,000 prize pool, but also an opportunity at $3 million is just...
Yeah. So the Death Wolves, though, the qualifiers, they're kind of similar to the North America Titan Gaming, right? Where Titan Gaming had like 100+ points gap between them and second place. Death Wolves did the same thing in their qualifiers, except for the difference here is Death Wolves are continuing to show up while Titan Gaming kind of slipping down there, not really popping off at land. So I think Death Wolves have been putting in a lot of work, and it's paying off now in this lobby.
So, back at you, though, for Death Wolves, they're a team, though, that's relatively new, correct? As far as the roster goes, they did at least come together for the qualifiers, right? At least as far as I know, because there's only certain teams. I think Alpha 7 stayed together. I know Team Liquid stayed together because they were that old Loops roster, right? So they kind of just, adopted them and picked them up and clearly working out. They're number 1 at this point in time. But Death Wolves, they did form for the qualifiers, right?
I believe they got their last player in there right at the end, right? But a couple of these players have been in the space for some time. But of course, it takes time to find like the perfect fit, to see the vibes and this synergy going. But yeah, they came together really recent for sure, without a doubt.
Okay, so coming together really recent, potentially going to the world stage, and also potentially getting a little bit of that $220,000 prize point. You can't argue with that. That's actually pretty miraculous. Love it. I do. And like you said, you kind of made that parallel between Titan Gaming as well as Death Wolves. Titan Gaming dominated the qualifiers, but they haven't had the biggest impact here, although they do want to be the best team on the second page. They have said that, Tiff, which I do respect. Titan Gaming is one of those rosters that they're exciting to see on the battlefield. More specifically, Redox has actually been on fire. Redox is a guy that knows how to slay out, be in intense situations, and come out on the other end. So Titan Gaming, another team that I'm looking out for. In fact, Titan Gaming does have their double points tomorrow, Tiff.
That's going to be really nice. So, yeah, it's just been tough, right? They've had strokes of brilliance in their fighting capabilities and their prowess throughout the map. It's just, at the end of the day, they've struggled to really go the distance and capitalize on maybe some of the average placement, because right now they're sitting at that 10.19 average placement throughout our week. So knowing that this is great, you're kind of ironing things out. You know, they came in, they didn't have one of their players, and they've just kind of been running ever since, doing what they can, which I think is very bold, brave. That it's a learning experience. So for them to do as well as they've done, I'm quite impressed with it. However, I love that you guys were already talking about kind of Death Wolves, and I just want to pony back on some things, because I know that they're trying to get into that top 3 right now, and their average placement is about 7.93, and Inco Gaming holds it just above them. Their average placement is just ahead of them by like 0.5. So it's not even that much of a difference. It's more about the fragging potential. So now that we're already seeing Death Wolves like Rataboy, and then there's another member of Death Wolves right underneath them, it's like, okay, look, they have definitely woken up. So we just need to kind of keep going into the final 3 days and get ourselves solidified. It's a bit of a points jump, but I think it's necessary and it's very doable.
That's a great comparison, and Dave, let's discuss that, because Tim brings up a lot of good points. The comparison of stats between Inco and Death Wolves, which they're not far apart, right? Which should give great faith to Death Wolves and how incredible of a team they are, and they are incredible comparative to obviously the race for top 4. But then again, you look at Inco Gaming and that miraculous day they had yesterday. More so a conversation about Death Wolves, right? Can Death Wolves? Can they be consistent, though? That's the big thing with Death Wolves, because Inco Gaming had that big flash in a pan day, go from 8th place to 3rd place, right? Death Wolves, though, I think more so needs to qualify through consistency. That's going to be my main thing. But anyways, I'll leave you all with that discussion. It looks like we're getting ready to go into map number 1 once again. I'm excited. Let's get that military circle again. Bridge battles, Death Wolves, controlling military. Can it happen? We'll find all that out and more as we go into map number 1. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much. Like, here's the deal. He's hitting us up with so many questions. Consistency. Can we get wins? I'm looking at consistency, and all I see from Inco Gaming is from round 4 to round 12 of week number 3. They've got 3 wins, 2 top 3s, which is crazy because they only have 5 winner chicken dinners throughout our entire PMSL America's spring thus far, and 3 of them have been in this past week. So if you're Death Wolves and you're trying to claw back into it, it has to start today here, Dave.
Yeah, without a doubt, and pretty much like setting them up in a good position to claim that top 3 spot come the final day, right? Because the final day, we're also in the same group as Alpha 7, where we start to see those double points take effect. So as long as they can be within striking distance over today and tomorrow behind Inco, even if they're not in that top 3, the Death Wolves they definitely have like the advantage in my opinion, because they'll know how many points they need to make up to secure themselves that spot.
They're definitely, and we can see that Gary will be in for Inco Gaming here today. The showstopper, the star. It's Gary's world, and we're just living in it. And honestly, I would love to see it just blown up so we can see him hover majestically over Aaron Gale. But regardless, you can see that we're going to get a completely opposite circle here today. It was originally going military base, but as we run it back for a second try, north we go.
Yep, it is what it is, and the Death Wolves are going to be going down there towards Nova, Team Liquid as well, military base Island, that is where they dropped. Not favoring the Zarki anymore because of the new flight plan, and Inco, they're going to be down there in Rozhok School getting their loot on. E-Bold driving towards Yasnaya to share it with Influence Rage. So the typical Erangel looting spots for at least game number 1. So everybody kind of breathing a sigh of relief, right, when it comes to no hot drops, nothing too crazy, nothing too spicy to kickstart their evening.
No knives? I'm a little bummed. I'm a little bummed, but we'll see you guys on Miramar for that, hopefully. Regardless, kicking things off. And look, if you see where this zone is heading and you already find loot that's you're quite comfortable with right off the rip, are we just kind of popping in a vehicle and heading as far north as humanly possible?
It really depends, right? If you're one of these teams on the second page, it might be better to kind of play the edge and anticipate your opponent's rotations, right? Just so you kind of get these eliminations early game. And for a fact, you know where people like to drop too, so you can have a nice indicator on like who is coming from this direction, who might be looting this spot, because this is week 3, right? So if you are one of these bottom teams and you really want to be proactive, like you said, get this loot like we're looking at Tank Gamer right now. And then go push out there towards the west, towards Milta, because AGG are going to be there for the reverse, right? Because today, I believe, is AGG's double point day. So if they want to take full advantage of it, get the loot as quickly as possible, and then go push, because you have to guarantee yourself, like, the third-party potential will be low this early on.
It definitely will, and honestly, another name that's really keeping my eyes out is specifically because you were talking to Mafioso, right, from Alpha 7, and you're like, okay, well, they're about to straight up farm the lobby, so I immediately set my sights onto where they are, and, they're out there towards the east, just on that outer edge of Circle, which, granted, think of all of the gatekeeping potential that you will have and to drive up those eliminations where Team Liquid has already found themselves still down in military base and will be one of those squads potentially gate-capped.
Yeah, Mafioso said God's on their side, so going to look for them to finish here in first place at the end of this tournament here. I mean, that's the goal for a lot of these teams, of course, but I think if you're Team Liquid today, you just got to make sure not to get taken out on your early game rotates and just stick with the plan, go for those power positions, hold it down, and show up in the late game with the whole squad and let the eliminations come towards you, right? Because Team Liquid, this is their last day for double points, right? So even though we still got 2 more days of games to be had, they're probably still going to be consistent, right? They're going to be getting those points on the board, but really, today's their day to strengthen their lead above Alpha 7, who have already told us multiple times, like, we're going to farm, all right? We know where the bottom teams are. We know they're not doing so hot, so we know we could probably win our fights here. So with that in mind, it's a big day for Team Liquid.
Truly is, and honestly, especially if you're Mythic and you're trying to unseat for the player with the most eliminations. Now, granted, it's been a rather slow start here on Erangel for some of our squads as they're making their way up towards the north. We're on board here with Curly Low going northbound just past Influence Rage, but we had just seen our first player leave the lobby. We lose a member of Titan Gaming. That's going to be Doran at the hands of All Glory Gaming, and granted, they were able to just pick one off and hit that rotate and just disengage straight from there. So we'll keep in mind, stay tuned with those squads as they hit the rotate north. But for Influence Rage, 3 deep on your screen, squadding out with the vehicles, and honestly, trying to put yourself up into the north central area of the zone. A lot of our teams are really going for the coastline, that we can tell.
Yeah, and we saw right there, Influence Rage already taking some pot shots downrange for, I think, E-Bold, who are going to be down here looking for their double points, right? AGG, like you mentioned, got that elimination here. They are on their double points, and after getting that Elam, I would have loved to have seen them just full-on commit, right, to the Titan Gaming push, because you already know you have the numbers advantage, and it is your double points day. But yeah, we'll have to see. They are going to have to be making their approach into Circle 1 here shortly. And I guess the same could be said with Be Bold. You're getting shot at across the way. There's a team over there. Do a little scout action. You can see no one's around for the time being. Get involved. You want to get involved here on your double points day if you're one of these bottom teams, because you got such a climb. For Be Bold to be in that 4th place, the survival stage slot, you need 128 points as of right now, and that's not taken into consideration like all the other teams and how they're getting points as well, right? So if I'm Be Bold, I am not being passive here.
Yeah, you gotta be bold, right? Live up to the namesake. You cannot be passive. There's a reason the name is not that, but that is tough when you start speaking about 120 or so eliminations, that you're assuming that no one ahead of you will be going up as much as you are. So you have to do triple the work to even try to move up some of those positions to get into that 4th spot. And honestly, Deathwolves, Inco Gaming, and even Furia, who kind of fell outside that after a lackluster day yesterday, it'll be tough for them to kind of answer back and make up that gap. Regardless, Team Liquid from military base with love, basically, heading straight up towards Pochinki. That's the rotation, and honestly, they should be uncontested throughout their journey forward. Entity 7, though, they had some shots that were going underway from SLR, and they've decided to kind of hit back towards the east, away from any kind of real contention. But so far, a lot of our team's almost allergic from each other right now.
Doing the cheese touch strat, right? Not wanting to get near anybody, which is a little bit surprising for me, just because this is the last week and it's do or die, right? Like, that's just the mentality. And I know for a fact, talking to some of these players on the second page, like Star from N-Hyper, for example, their mentality is just play like you have nothing to lose, you know? So with that in mind, there's one thing to say it, but then there's another thing to actually show it, right?
True.
So, about to see.
That is true. As we see, Blue is about to complete here on stage 1, and then we'll be moving on potentially further north. Team Liquid has not made it in just yet, and even Deathwolves very far out still on the island. NRG kind of controlling a large majority of that outline there. But as you see the pull come through towards the northeast, I'm just looking at Alpha 7. If they keep the north clear of this circle, man, they're in for a field day.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be in their vehicles, sending it a little further down south here. I'm really trying to see like who is opting to just full on commit to Yasnaya. Looks like SLR, they're going to be on the west side, E7 on the east side, then Be Bold pulling right down to the north side. So we already got 3 squads committing to Yasnaya, and well, we'll see if we get that urban combat finish here. A couple of these teams hoping and praying that these circles continue to sit drawn up.
I hope it does, but honestly, I'm seeing Furia hit the widest wrap north, which is terrifying, because you also have Team Queso trying to do the same thing. And like I'm saying, if Alpha 7 can keep their northern area clear and not let someone just kind of descend on them from that ultimate high ground, because you can already see Alpha 7 on the right, Observer's doing a really great job to kind of lay out their control of this compound here. And I think it is going to be solid, because anyone that decides to come in from that north, they are going to be caught out in the open. And honestly, Revo is just going to be chomping at it, just trying to take angles. You know they're ready. But for now, we just kind of have to wait it out. This doesn't look like farming to me, though.
Yeah, they're planting the crops, all right? They're planting it, and they're waiting for it to be a rainy season. But yeah, I mean, Furia, love the play from them, because they're in a position, they're only 7 points behind 4th place, the Deathwolves, right? So playing it a little slower is the strat, in my opinion, you know, for Furia. You don't want to go for those over-aggressive plays. You don't want to go for those risky rotates, because you would hate to lose 1 or 2 squad mates in the process. So Furia playing this one nice and slow, and I'm all for it.
Slow and steady wins the race, so I am told, but the goal is to be in the top 4. At least 4th gets you to the survival stage. 3 kind of sends you straight to the group stage, as Deathwolves there ticking down on the health, because they are hitting a rotation out through Blue also. Very far out on the west side, will be kind of coming in towards the shooting range. Will they continue on further north? I'm not 100% sure. It's all Deathwolves at this point for their decision making, but in terms of Influence Rage, who have positioned themselves nicely up here, kind of in the north. Now, granted, not the ultimate north per se. We do have N-Hyper split above them, Team Queso, as well as Furia. But for now, let's check in with Royals of War.
Looks like they're going to be on their rotate down here in the south, possibly clashing with AGG and NRG. AGG, double points day, so they would love to have a couple eliminations get fed their way. NRG have slowly been improving here day after day as well. Yesterday they were having some solid games and solid performances, but let's get to this fight here. NRG trying to take out AGG.
Pops right back into the whip. Fate has to hit that reposition. I love that you were about to say something nice about them, and next thing you know, they just get annihilated by a vehicle. Fate going there for the full thirst. See what they can do. Pop bomb back in. Doesn't necessarily make that through. Spec still down. Smokes come through, try to hit the res. J7 back up on their feet. But for now, you can see Melgar out in the distance, and Fate is probably going to go straight hunting.
Yeah, huge loss right here for game one for AGG. Hopefully they can kind of like just wipe this one from the memory banks and not let it affect them for the rest of the 5 matches here today, right? Because they are in the double points and only 1 elimination point so far. Not the way you want to start, so now they're just going to be trying to survive as long as possible. So we do have some water in play. Might be able to get some good placements, but big fight right here. Team Liquid and A7.
That's actually crazy. The two titans of our lobby have found each other already. An opening knock straight on to Mafioso. They said, you want to farm the lobby? All right, we'll take you down first. Revo there on the screen, chucking all the nades out, blocking line of sights, doing what they can, maybe wanting to smoke out Mafioso. You can see there, the full comes through. Cardozo and able to just clean that up, change the numbers here in a 4v3. McGrellin and Revo are going to have to find an angle. This is one of those really tough things here, Dave, when you split hold a compound and someone full sends it and you've got distance between where you and your teammates have been positioned. It makes things difficult.
Definitely a tough spot. Team Liquid using the hillside right now to kind of pop behind it, heal back up, and they're also taking into consideration like influence rage. They're not too far away that if they did decide to third party this one, they might close the gap and try to get some points. And we saw right there Furia on the high ground. So definitely need to be mindful of this push from both sides because some of these angles might be exposed here.
Deathwolves finally making their approach. They full wrapped all the way north onto Furia. Just above, you can see them in the distance here. And I love that we're just going to look to play angles on the hill for now, not necessarily committing towards that positioning, but looking for something that's a more controllable and a better approach. For now, you can see it's going to be NRG. Galaxy starting things off with 5 eliminations as they've rotated on to Entity 7. We'll just see how Furia decides to maybe fend off here for this potential push.
Next circle pops too, so all these squads up here no longer in the play zone. Furia and both Deathwolves and Hyper will need to make a play here eventually. Deathwolves, we already see them in a couple vehicles. They might be opting to avoid this fight. We see some smokes out there, but looks like Obscure, one of their squad mates, actually getting caught off guard from in Hyper. Going to be flushed in the process as well.
Well, that's not a good start if I'm Deathwolves. Already down to a 3, and Ayala not done from Team Liquid. Sets their sights back onto Team Queso, but hits the fall. And, oh, good. I was going to say, how are our ankles feeling after that one? How far was that? We're okay for now. Still, 2 eliminations on par. Chief out here getting rogue, driving up the hill, straight back to it. But as you can see, that circle pop that you mentioned, man, NRG here on the very southwest. But Jobs October still going to be firing straight into Deathwolves now.
The Deathwolves here just straight up sending it, trying to get within the new play zone and avoiding the sightlines from Alpha 7. And we can see the collapse here. 2 members of Team Liquid are going to be bleeding on out. Now is your chance, Alpha 7, to push out, get the grenades, get the Molotovs, get the flushes, and wipe them out here. Team Liquid down to just 2. It looks like McGrellin is trying to get an off angle from Alpha 7. Oh, and here comes the grenades.
This is wild. 2 members. We just did a split, right? We pushed straight on to Deathwolves. We pushed on to Alpha 7. We're just like, okay, no, Alpha 7, I heard you, but we're going to go ahead and raise the bar here. And with Cardozo once again falling down the mountain, still being okay, taking that chow to the Deathwolves, who are down to 1 player left in the lobby and have only taken 2 eliminations, but just a stroke of brilliance. Team Liquid has found themselves 5 eliminations, looking to hit that res. If they don't get that back up, they're down to just 1 player, so we're looking to get them at least a duo for endgame.
Yeah, I feel like Alpha 7 definitely could have pushed out, got a little more riskier. Obviously, you don't want to get taken out. They lost 1 in that push, but Team Liquid being on double points there would have prioritized trying to flush them out a lot more, put a lot more stock in that one. But NRG now going to be showing up here, taking shots up range to Furia. You got 1 squad made of Inco and then a Band-Aid driving around here as well. So we just have a bunch of players all jammed on top of each other here because the zone in the south is very difficult right now to make your approach in. And
Looking
and
to
Hyper
approach
got
in.
to just one, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, but they're out of blue now and into a clear, looking for maybe a rather stealth approach. Furia, though, back on it here. NRG on the other side. You can see Becker falls there at the hands of J7 Archers and just trying to hold angles and see what they can do. Malaz, maybe 5 HP on the other side, and the tree is not going to be enough cover. We love angles like that. Talk about cheeky there for NRG Galaxy to eliminate Furia, which is honestly, if you're Death Wolves, everything that you need.
NRG are actually popping off 13 eliminations, so over 2,000 damage done right here.
That's crazy.
And they still have the whole team alive. Next circle does go up. They're going to have to move just a little bit, but they're going to be right behind A7 Team Liquid, so they can backfill that one, third party that one, and then just use their position pretty much because they have the numbers advantage.
I mean, Fate's already on 5.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Like, it is
GG's.
I mean, look, you're going to take the words out of my mouth straight up because it is a strong start. Checking in just briefly there with the last player from Death Wolves and Inco Gaming. Ninevete on the screen. It's Team Liquid on the other side, just being the dynamic duo left in the lobby. Inco Gaming eliminated. Okay, here's where the difference maker starts to occur. Death Wolves is still up, down to a solo, and that's okay because you've wrapped up 2 eliminations. My question is, how far can you get in the placement points? I'm looking for a top 3, so you have to hit the ratting strat.
Yeah, and they are going to be in the play zone as well, so just kind of hide and hope and pray that NRG don't spot you and flush you out and allow NRG to kind of be like your bodyguards, essentially. It looks like NRG did spot out Gorillo down range in that tower. Looks like they're going to be doing a little bit of scout action too from Fate, who's in the play zone. Might have had an indicator of Team Liquid's position, but this is NRG's game to play right now and game to win. They are just feeling it. They got the high ground, they got the vehicles, they got the utility here.
But SLR, they've got strength and they've got angles, and we are just looking for them here for B Bold on the opposing building. What?
Bold double points day too.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Same with SLR here on your screen. Both teams could benefit from this, but if you start attacking your own, just make sure that the other teams that are on double points can't get any well needed. But for SLR, they're only on 1 elimination. It's down to a duo. Be bold. They've got 3 up, 1 elimination. So we're kind of in the same boat here, not up to full force. But this is tough because you're just kind of holding down buildings right now. Granted, it all depends on where that next circle is going to pull towards, because we kind of have this culmination of teams in the north that are more spread out, but then you've got about 4 teams that are still in the south. SLR, B-Bold, Titan, Team Queso. So those squads, depending on where it pulls, are all just going to collapse upon one another.
We'll see. Next circle is going to pop here very shortly. B-Bold just holding it down, trying to take some shots down range. We'll love to see B-Bold looking to clear out DS9, I guess, eliminations in the pocket. But talking about getting eliminations, NRG looking to clear out the north here. A little bit of spray down action, a little speed bump in the road. Spec trying to group back up with J7 here.
Stop.
No. Unlucky. Unlucky. What? No. Was that intentional, or was that just like, hey, there was a player here, I just got another point?
You know,
wow.
I don't know if maybe that was the initial intention, but maybe we saw an ankle or something. We see the prone, we just spot an ankle, and you're like, I think I see something, so we're just going to drive over it. But regardless, no more placement points in the potential pocket for Death Wolves. They have fallen, and now we see that circle pull come through. I like actually where Team Liquid is positioned, because you have to think about it this way. Where is Alpha 7 going to head towards? And NRG is going to have to rotate at some point. There's a crate just south of them. I wouldn't be surprised, but for now, 9Z, Influence, Rage here, getting Mixie. Connor has already fallen. Law, still positioned just up at the top also. And the player advantage is going straight from Influence, Rage. They've got the angles. You can call him Obi-Wan all you want. The swing has to come through straight on the shoot. Better out, taking it to him.
Yeah, simple down range, just holding it down. They like a 3-1 split, and Influence, Rage with the high ground. They had that one all day. So Connor is still going to be alive. Tossing some smokes, no grenades, one Molotov here, so Connor's probably dead to rights. And look at the elimination feed. I believe NRG took out Alpha 7 as well, so NRG are just popping off 16 eliminations here in game number 1, and they might be able to backstab Influence Rage now, who are focusing on taking out 9Z.
And that team is 201 points back from 4th place. So if I'm NRG and you're already sitting on 17 eliminations, you've taken down the self-proclaimed farmers of day 13 Alpha 7. You're leaving them with only 288 damage. And then NRG is just shy of 3,000. I'm talking we could see a north of 20 elimination game out of them. And their job isn't done. We've already set our sights straight on to the members of Team Liquid. But down in the south, we knew this compound was going to get mixy here.
And shout out to NRG, like you said, like they know their job is just starting, but they're playing like they got nothing to lose, and it's working, right? They recognize, hey, we need to do our best to maximize our points output every single match, and maybe we'll have a shot here compared to like B-Bold just big chilling on their double point stay down there in the south.
I mean, NRG already found one player from Team Liquid, so it's just Ayala in the play zone, vibing by themselves, trying to channel their inner Death Wolves, and we'll see how it works from them because there's plenty of vehicles left to be said. You can see it right here. Thanks, observers. Just kind of, this time we're going to use a boulder to maybe fend off any vehicles that are going to be driving nearby, but Fate, you know, we saw what happened last time you were driving vehicles, and they're just ahead of Ayala.
Solid boulder, 10 out of 10. So let's see what B-Bold can do here. I believe a duo from SLR. No, just one more member of SLR here in the attic trying to survive a little longer. By LG trying to get the pickup, saying I'm safe, but I do see some third-party grenades getting tossed from Red Ox from Titan Gaming, I believe, as well. So everybody just trying to flush out SLR here.
Gotta do what you gotta do. We knew this was gonna happen here. I mean, we're in the play zone, but we're just not done. Woshan is the only one up from SLR, and yep, goodbye is right. Titan Gaming are gonna go ahead and take out SLR on their bonus points day with 2 eliminations, and you said Red Ox was kind of just opening things up, starting to really find that flow. Well, picks up another on 4 eliminations so far, but B-Bold kind of chilling here on 3. It's also their double points day, so they'd like to maybe wrap up some more, but not if NRG Galaxy is 4 up, still in the lobby, getting wild, looking for 20.
Red Ox 1v3s this with the MG3. I believe Red Ox. You got this, but Ayala still behind the boulder. He's like, yeah, there's a whole squad right there, fellas. I'm just gonna chill for a little bit and hope and pray the NRG push in the north and fight with Influence Rage, and then maybe a third party. But this is still big. Team Liquid, right, still alive. Double points day, so they're looking for placement points.
I just love how active Ayala is prone, and every time we see NRG Galaxy just kind of moving to side with their vehicles, we're just kind of crawling further over, and there connects the nade. Maybe they don't get 20, and Influence Rage is going to challenge them straight through. We're already going to open things up with that, making it a 3v3. We'll just have to see. Be ashamed to see them get cut short of 20. But for now, this is going to be the biggest threat to their game. Fate answering back with some frags of their own, and it connects straight onto Milovan.
Big nade, and Ayala can totally third-party Fate right now, but deciding to just be passive. So Fate, 3 more grenades to go, trying to flush out Influence Rage and allow the revives on their side here for NRG.
Still looking for more. I mean, we got nades for days. Still 3 more to go. We just need to go ahead and hit the goals. There goes straight to Law. And well, let's see. Only 1 more player left of Influence Rage. It's going to be Federal on your screen on the low ground here. Smoke and some parkour. Mountain goat status, but we'll see what we can answer back. Trying to hit the angles up north, but it's only a matter of time before NRG Galaxy just full sends back on to. Now, looks like we got 2 up, so that's great for them, but still a 3v2. Team Liquid still up. 9Z still in play. Only 1 member in each of those squads.
Here comes the backstab from Ayala behind the boulder, getting that revenge for their teammate getting flushed a little earlier on. Here goes J7, the off angle. Taken out right there.
That's dirty, but you know what? That elimination is worth 2 points because Team Liquid is on their double points day. So we're getting further into the placement points and racking up eliminations. Because any time that he can grab one, like honestly, if we pick up Federal here, yes, NRG Galaxy will probably clean up the rest of it. But at the end of the day, we're getting 2 points for every elimination.
Yeah, and y'all are going to be taking shots at Influence Rage as well. But now here comes NRG from the high ground. DBS is locked and loaded. They tried to press over the hill, but just in a couple shots here, Malaz forced to heal up. For the time being, the reset. Next circle's going to pop here in just about 6 seconds to go. And the center's up.
I love that we're looking for that angle, but that boulder is the MVP of this lobby, but it's not going to do enough. Fate able to grab the angle and just looking for the last one straight onto Federal, but honestly, the angle's looking better for them, but Malaz wants to peek. 9Z, the solo, has been found out. Ayala picking up more, third-partying straight on to Influence Rage. Fate also down. Does Ayala clutch this up?
Yes.
This is a 1v1 for the century here. Fate already down. You've just got to get close enough to Malaz.
5 eliminations right now in Ayala. Can we get the pickup behind the tree? That'll be crucial. But
Don't let the reset come through. Don't let it.
I think we're too far for the nade. Too far for the nade.
Yeah. All right, we need a 1v2 here. Malaz is going to be able to hit the res straight onto Fate. And now, we don't have any nades in the hand of Malaz now.
1 more for Yala and 2 Molotovs here. Yala already making the push.
Grabbing more cover, still rotating out. We have 1 more molly, 1 more frag. These need to be the best nades you have ever thrown out. Let it cook straight into Fate's line of sight. Does it work? No, it doesn't. And they are just biding their time with this heal. Mind you, if we grab they get the 20. But if Ayala wins this 1v2, it is a clutch up on their bonus points day.
Malaz sneaking it right now, trying to get the off angle, surprise attack, but Yala keeps picking up utility here. Another Molotov, and now the MG3, the squad wiper. Let's see, 1v2, Tiff.
Oh, there it goes, Molly. Straight onto Malaz, though. And we grab the knock. It's a 1v1. Ayala versus Fate. Fate looking for angles, but this crate is providing so much cover. We already start positioning around. Can we connect? Oh, come on. Just a few more HP left on Fate. We're taking the shell, but Fate wanted that. Sat there with the DBS and says, no, you don't get this. 20 eliminations for NRG Galaxy in a magnificent winner chicken dinner.
Holy, talk about clutch right there. The DBS, the slugs to put a stop to Ayala with the MG3, the squad wiper. 10 eliminations for Team Liquid. Over 2,000 damage done, plus the second place finish. I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy with their results. But NRG, all right, 3,600 damage done. 20 eliminations to start their Friday night.
That's insane. I mean, come on. 13 eliminations by stage 5. It's like, what is going on? Where's this energy been from NRG Galaxy? I love it. I really do. NA on top. That's just all I got to say, at least as of right now. That matches the record that we witnessed yesterday. So from Deathwolves, right? And funny enough, like, it's just back-to-back days. That just simply doesn't happen. I was hoping they would get more than 20, but hey, we'll take 20 anyways. Tiff, I was getting a bit worried, though, in that 1v2, because Mythic yesterday against SLR, he clutched up in a 1v2, and I'm getting kind of flashbacks. I'm like, NRG, don't make the same mistake, right? Do not let another Team Liquid member, in this case Ayala, make a big play on you and clutch up the 1v2. Luckily, Fate, he holds it down.
Yeah, I guess Team Liquid just has this insane clutch factor that they were trying to channel in from yesterday as well, this time with Ayala. And honestly, what are the odds that you push that tree and they're just sitting there with the DBS just like waiting? Because at the end of the day, you already do so much damage. You're like, oh yeah, I can take this straight to them, right? It's NRG Fate versus Team Liquid Ayala. And Ayala gets close and Fate's just like, you've activated my trap card. Boom, done and dusted. Got my 20th elimination. Look, that's a win right there.
It's a big win. It's a tremendous win, in fact. I do ask, Dave, though, NRG, is there an improvement to be made on that final 1v2? Could NRG have played that differently, maybe pushed a little bit earlier instead of sitting where they were and waiting for Team Liquid to make the push?
I don't think so. Because remember, they were trying to take out Influence Rage as well, who was really like the thorn. And while they were taking the fight to Influence, that's when Ayala started to creep up, close that gap from the tree to the boulder to the crate. And Ayala was just, using his timing and taking advantage of it, right? When we saw NRG busy taking the backstab fight, right? So I think NRG clutching it out. I was getting a little nervous, right? The DPS, then you had Ayala with the MG3. I think if Ayala would have pumped the brakes a little bit, because remember, it was the final zone, so it centers up, right? So the blue zone, it would have touched Fate first, so that damage would have played a key factor. Plus, with the MG3, you got the range. But I think Ayala just feeling it, wanting to close this one out, kind of pushing towards Fate with that shotgun. But no, I think they played it perfectly well.
Well, I think they got the victory. That's what matters, right? And I love that they're getting the Dave Stanton approval. Tim, this gives my approval, though. 32 points from NRG, 32 matching that of Team Liquid. Now, Team Liquid's on double points. NRG's not, but either way, they both get 32. It just took a little bit more work for one team to get 32 over the other.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, the 20 eliminations were crazy, but for Team Liquid to start off strong and grab 32 points on their first match of the day there on Erangel, we always talk about them not having the best bonus points days, and they knew what they needed to do to really have that gap over Alpha 7, right? And Alpha 7 fell in 9th place with 0 points. So you don't even see Alpha 7 here on this top 8 from the match. And for someone that needs to answer back ahead of their double points day later in this week, kind of think it's actually on the final day. You don't want to leave anything to the final day. Team Liquid's like, nah, we're stepping up to the occasion. We're starting off strong. We're going to keep moving. We got this.
We do. Gotta keep moving. By the way, I do believe it was 20 eliminations. If it's 22, I'll get clarification, because Dave, that means that it was a record. So that would be huge. I do believe it's at 20, though. We'll make sure that we find out. Now, Alpha 7, they walked away with 0 eliminations, 0 points. And a large reason for that is actually NRG, who ended up putting them into the grave. Confirming, by the way, NRG did get 20. So tying the record yesterday of Death Wolves. Big improvements needing to be made from Alpha 7, but also from our Group B, HGB Bold SLR, right? How well can they continue to do today? HG only gets 2.
Yeah, I feel like Alpha 7, they could have gotten a little more aggressive when we saw the Team Liquid get chunked out from the grenades, right? Just knowing that it's Team Liquid because they knocked out one of your squad mates earlier on, and knowing that they're on double points today, I feel like it would have been worth the aggression, right? And the risk that goes with that, just in case they were to get third party. Because if they take out Team Liquid, that's essentially denying them their double points, and that's going to allow them to be in a better position come their double points today. But it is what it is. But here's the beautiful play from Ayala and Fate, using all his M4 with the pre-fire swap, the DBS right in time, peeking the corner, and then boom, right there. Taking out Ayala. That has to feel so good, especially at LAN, taking out Team Liquid, one of the top teams in the lobby, and not only that, having the 20 eliminations. Like NRG, I can only imagine. Like they're just flying right now.
They're incredible. They got to be feeling good. Malaz, 6 eliminations. Fate with 6. J7 with 5. Spec there with 3, but still had a considerable amount of damage. Everybody did their part. So it's a massive opening game from NRG. A big opening game from Team Liquid, though, to separate themselves from Alpha 7. Hopefully they'll keep this energy up. Tip. After all, this is the best start Team Liquid's ever had on their double points. So maybe the final week, right, it's hitting different for the rosters. They understand this is their final chance to make an impact.
Yeah, it's the final chance to secure the top spot on the leaderboard from the PMSL America's Spring, and you can really already know that you've done your job throughout the past 3 weeks to really make it into that top 3 and solidify yourself. Now, barring anything could still happen. We could see something crazy for the last 3 days, but honestly, I'm not betting on it. The way they have been looking, it's been magnificent, and honestly, at the end of the day, after I watch back those replays, if NRG Galaxy doesn't hit that res and come into that final fight as a duo, Ayala takes it all day.
Without question, Ayala has that 1v1. I would trust Ayala in a 1v1 over almost anyone here, minus maybe Mythic and Revo and just Alpha 7.
Sure, the list goes on right there.
And the list goes on, right? Just including the same rosters. Great game one, though, and an excellent start for two rosters. Will we also break the elimination total counts, right? 20 is at least seems like the ceiling at the moment. I'm sure it can go a little bit higher, but that's game one done. Aaron Go out of the way. We'll return to it in map 3. Map 2, though, we head into Miramar. I'm excited to see what the standings are going to look like once map 2 has concluded. When we come back, map 2 Miramar coming your way.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman Set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, from the break for the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 13. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. We're about to head into game number 2. It's on Miramar, but already we've had 2 stellar teams and highlight performances. NRG Galaxy being one with 20 eliminations, picking up 30-plus points, but matched by Team Liquid in second place with 30-plus points themselves. So both teams going up the leaderboard or maintaining what they got. Team Liquid obviously still in first place over Alpha 7. So Dave, we head into game number 2. I'm excited to see how the rosters are going to do, especially for NRG, if they can keep that energy up. I know you talked to Mafioso from Alpha 7, who was going to be farming the lobby, but apparently something got lost in translation because the message went to NRG instead.
All right, let me see. So I was reading the DMs. First of all, I said, what are the game plans? What are we looking like here? I said, God's on our side. We're getting number 1 in the lobby. So I said, okay, check. Love it. And then I said, when should we expect Alpha 7 to start the farm, the bottom team? So I kind of indicated, like you should. And then he said, watch and find out. Like, watch and find out. So I guess maybe I interpreted it that it's going to start in game number 1. But watch and find out can mean anything, right? It could mean today, it could mean tomorrow, it could mean on our double points day, right? So I'm going to watch and find out, and it will happen eventually, all right? So eventually.
I have a sneaking suspicion that we're going to be casting over Alpha 7 in like 2 years, and they're just going to farm the lobby, and you're going to bring that up again.
I found out!
It's like it finally happened.
I have like white hair. It's like I finally found out, I love it.
Right. I love it, dude. It's Alpha 7. Let's see if they can continue to, hopefully farm the lobby. I do want to say, though, Tiff, for North America, though, there was 2 great stat lines. Actually, as far as the elimination leaders from day number 12 and day number 11, it was all North America. So yesterday was Inhyper's baton. They were just tearing it up. Inhyper went on an absolute tear and were able to go up the standings quite a bit. Day 11 was Titan Gaming's Doran. So North America, at least on the tail end, has stepped it up a lot. I don't know why they waited so long, but they're finally doing it.
Look, if your back is against the wall and you have nothing left to lose but just move up that leaderboard, you are going to get mixy, you are going to take challenges, you are going to do everything that you can to just chow anyone and everything.
All right, well, here it is. Map number 2. We're heading into Miramar. Let's see if NRG can keep that energy up. We'll find out shortly. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Oh, let's do it. Give us Miramar. I'm so excited because if we are kicking things off with the energy that we just witnessed in drop number 1 on Erangel, if it comes through to drop 2 here in Miramar, and honestly, just looking at the plane pathing already, things are about to get spicy, Dave.
Yeah, without a doubt, then Miramar is the place to get spicy, right? NRG, 20 eliminations, and the whole team kind of putting in work, right? Spec with 3, G7 with 5, 8 with 6, and Malaz with 6. So everybody having their fair share of a taste, of eliminations here today. Titan Gaming as well. Getting some good elims on the board, right? And it looks like Juancho, the coach, is going to be on the sideline here today so far. We'll see if we sub him in. But talking to Juancho, the coach, they kind of were telling me a couple of things. Like, they recognize that they have been extremely ambitious. Oh, we'll get back to that because we're talking about ambition here. SLR looking for some double points eliminations. It's going to be 9Z across the way.
Give us a hot drop. Give it up. Let's go. White LG on your screen there with the hay bale already looking to lay siege on the building here to 9Z. You can see they're cooking a nade up. And, well, the last time I saw SLR in a building try to chow this, man, things got wild. They took control of the stairway, just really held it, but White LG goes there for the push, immediately repositions, and we take it straight back to him. Goodbye, Connor. No, there's still one more lurking amongst.
Dude, out a pistol. Looks like the other 2 squad mates are in a vehicle. It looked like they were coming. I saw a VSS, but then they're going to be turning it around, and that's a mistake. If I'm 9Z,
turning around, or
turning around's a mistake. I'm 9Z. I'm in 15th position. You guarantee I'm coming for that revenge. All right. I mean, they had some guns, they had some weapons. You might as well at that point because you already lost 2 early on. What's the best that can happen, right? I think you go for it, Tiff. You could disagree with me, all right? But I'm in 15, all right? I'm going for it.
At the end of the day, I'm going to agree with you, and here's why. The placement points really aren't anything that much that's going to do a world of a difference when I'm outside the 12th place mark here. Like, it's just not going to be enough. For N-Hyper, we're looking to get Mixie on the bike there, and we're going to run into some boulders, and, you know, it's fine. I used to race dirt bikes. I know what that's like. If I hit a boulder on my bike, let me just tell you, I'm going over the bars. So the fact that we're staying on the two wheels, perfect. Very much like a video game. I love it.
So yeah, 9Z. We'll see. They're going for placements. They're going to be centering on up. Hopefully they don't stumble across the EGG, who have their double points day. But,
J7. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I just saw in the Elim feed my man J7 took a fall.
Oh no.
Are we back up? Are we living? Are we cursed after game one?
We should be back up. We should be back up. Yeah, that's going to be down there towards the south, where they like to drop Los Higos, those two islands. The island boys.
True. They split it. They leave Fate up in the north, the man beyond the bridge. But as long as we are up and on our feet, so we can continue on the domination from last game, I was just a little worried, right? But it's fine. J7 back in the vehicle here, leaving. And we'll just go ahead and see. Heal on up, get your things moving, join up with the crew. It's scary, though.
It is.
Scary.
I was saying something. Yes, yeah. Titan Gaming. I was saying something about Titan Gaming, talking to Coach Wancho. He was telling me that they finally kind of recognized their ambitious playstyle, right? And they've been following the Red Ox and Doran here as the co-IGLs, but they've just been getting too aggressive, and it just hasn't been working out, right? So coming into this week, Titan Gaming, they're looking to slow it down a little bit. You know, they came into week number 3 with a new game plan, and I'll bring this up because I love to hear it, by the way, changing up, adapting on what works for you and what doesn't work for you. But they're going to slow it down, right? They're going to try to avoid, in Wancho's words, dumb fights, which they've been getting involved in a lot here over the last 2 weeks, right? So now the new focus of Titan Gaming is third parties, which I believe they accomplished in game 1 with their eliminations, and just playing for those late game positions and let the eliminations come to you. Kind of similar to Simple, almost coming to one of them for a early game elimination. Missed opportunity right there. But I love talking to players and just kind of seeing how they evolve over the course of a tournament and the different play styles and play tactics, right? So, new plan. Buddhist. Let's see what Titan Gaming can do here this week.
That's pretty strong point you make there, because, I mean, you got to think about it this way. You're on land for 3 weeks down there in Brazil. You're surrounded by all of these teams, all of these players from all over North America, and it is one of the biggest learning experiences that you can get. Now, granted, I'm talking for teams that are outside the top 3, outside the top 4. You know, even if you're in 4th place and you're looking to, like, lock in the survival stage, you just learn so much from all of the experiences and just kind of locking in the hours on land. And it was a lot of the main talking points that we saw back there in week 1 when, like, Hot Jukes and them were just kind of opening it up. You had some great moments on it. It's like you learn and you just keep learning, and you come back next year, you come back next season, you just keep on swinging.
Always that next season, without a doubt. And now I think the goals for some of these teams on the second page is just to not end on the second page. So, hey, with the M249, ton of bullets. We'll be missing a couple shots on M2M. Was able to get over that bridge line. Should be grouping up with their squad mates here shortly. But yeah, I mean, shout out to Titan Gaming. Great game 1. They had a new game plan, trying to focus on the third party. Let's see what they can accomplish here. Game number 2 on Miramar.
Okay, so there on your screen, taking some pop shots there just forward. But at the end of the day, you're sitting in 7th place overall. There is room to maybe break into the top 5 if maybe Influence, Rage, and Furia kind of run some back-to-back less than stellar games. I mean, it's a big difference, and that would be a strong move up into it. But I think these are the things that you have to start looking for. If maybe you're outside the top 5, it's breaking into that, or just moving up even 1 position, because that prize pool, that earnings, is just going to keep increasing once you kind of get to that point. But for teams like N-Hyper, right? Inside that 10th place, but wanting to be on the first page, like you were saying, that threshold, 17 points, 100% doable.
Yeah, and the only bad thing about it, for Hyper at least, was that they already used up their double points day yesterday, right? So you won't have that going for you, but regardless, you got the new goal, and it's just about accomplishing that here. So we'll see what they can do. It looks like SLR, another team in the double points here today. They're going to be right across the way, setting up a little bit of a trap action core on the outskirts right now, providing a safe passage for his teammate to group up. So going to be some North America action here shortly.
Speaking of action, I know I'm whispering, but I'm so excited because Furia was on that eastern side. Blue was coming in. They had to rotate into zone straight into Death Wolves. And if we're already getting wild, Death Wolves picks off one member of Furia, making it into that 4v3. SLR finally taking some shots there over on the left. They already have 2 eliminations. Pretty strong start for them, and we just keep on pulling far away.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alpha 7 are like, okay, I'll take this. Thank you very much.
That's what they did in Drop 1 on Erangel, right?
Very much.
Just wait till they get out-rotated on. Just wait. Furia is going to do the same thing that they did last time.
They did, but they lost a couple members in the process, so we'll see what they can accomplish here on map number 2 of Friday night. As Team Liquid, they're going to be having a nice little lead ahead of them. Team Liquid, second place, bunch of points, double points today. Alpha 7 really trying to put a stop to that here. But yeah, Furia and Death Wolves, those 2 teams fighting for that 4th place survival slot right now. I believe like 9 points apart from each other, so very risky. Yeah, that's close. Very risky. Looks like Furia, they were able to leapfrog around Death Wolves. Death Wolves will be opting to rotate into this new circle. A little slower than them, but both teams going to be healthy and alive. That's what counts. But again, back to this fight. And Hyper, El Pozo versus SLR. Both these teams no longer in play zone.
Breeze here with the angles. We lose out on Stars just on the outskirts of the building. Dragon here gets a little bit of HP regain. It's going to be really interesting. Pops through the window for the reposition here. And, well, honestly, if I'm SLR, knowing that Blue's coming in, maybe we just try to get ahead of that rotation. Woshan does go down. It's going to be unfortunate because you don't really want to leave anyone behind, but the full comes through and we just pop in the vehicles and focus on those rotations. Speaking of rotations, NRG finally trying to get out of the blue straight towards that rotation, but they're going to hit Inco Gaming. Now, we talk about those kind of fights. If you're going to be fighting that 3rd place squad and Inco Gaming falls, as you can see, Royals of War also looking to get into some action here as well. This is going to be a wild Miramar.
Yeah, EGG, double points team. Royals of War looking to flush them out here. Royals of War had the position to defend, but they were a little bit separated, not set up for most optimal defend, and it looks like they're going to be getting pushed out of their buildings here, trying to retreat actually back to the boulders here. Papo cooking a grenade, look at the miracle grenade, but Royals of War able to overtake them on their compound they were holding down. So AGG getting bullied here.
Sometimes you just gotta jockey for position, and if that's what you gotta do, you gotta do. Death Wolves back at it again against some Furia members. Kind of scary there, and Death Wolves needed to have a strong, consistent day, but have been finding their makers early on. 2 members of Furia left standing. Artruzen looking for some more Death Wolves. Wazo grabs another, and that nade straight through the window onto Artruzen. Ratto Boy able to hit the knock and go for the res there. Death Wolves, though, turning this around quite nicely.
And 1,000% intentional. They knew who they were up against. They chased them down. We saw both these teams rotating in their vehicles all the way out there in the west. So Death Wolves trying to hunt down Furia, because remember, Furia are going to be right behind them, trying to close the gap to overthrow them on the 4th place overall for the survival stage position. So now Kowski, the last one alive, just kind of trying to survive and thrive out here. But the Death Wolves, I love this heads-up play from them, targeting their opponents here on game number 2.
Well, you gotta see.
And opponents that matter, too, when it comes to leaderboard. Not just anybody.
Exactly. That is a very smart engagement to take. And after the past, 12 prior match days, you really start to learn where everyone's rotations looks like, their fighting style, and kind of how that looks. So if you're already capable of taking out the team that threatens you the most on the overall leaderboard, you've got to do it. But for Inko, Gary opens things up. The nice elimination. Got to give it to Gary. I honestly want a brilliant play from Inko Gaming so we can just all start chanting Gary.
Gary said, watch me, all right? Gary's putting the team on his back, realistically here. So we'll see what Gary can accomplish here. Gary doing Gary things with the UMP. They lost 7, but no problem for Gary because Gary's got 2 grenades, 1 Molotov, and Gary's looking for a squad wipe on to N-Hyper. Oh! Okay, Nunez losing a tire. But yeah, Gary looking to put the squad, looking to represent here. You love to hear it.
I'm just laughing in my brain. Gary, he's our man. He can't do it. No one can. I'm never doing that again. You're welcome.
Flip it and ship it.
There's a nice show that I watched one time.
Motivation, by the way.
Quoting a show. Oh no, he died.
He was listening to the soundbite.
No, it's fine. Everything's good. Let's go, Nunez. Gary's fooled. I'm done.
Gary's got some fans without a doubt here. Phenomenal day yesterday. Hopefully we'll be able to see another day here of Gary popping off more Inko. Inko, 3rd place overall. Doing a great job here for this tournament, looking to strengthen their lead for the Death Wolves who are on the hunt here tonight.
Good look at that next zone where NRG has finally taken towards the end, and David gonna go ahead and finish out Furia right there. Man, really tough for them. But for now, be bold. All 4 members up, 1 elimination. Team Liquid already starting to get into some mixy here with the Death Wolves, who have just been on the fighting trajectory for Miramar here today.
Yeah, all 4 of these teams, People, Death Wolves, Team Liquid, and Influence, no longer in the play zone. So it looks like Death Wolves trying to wait it out, take out People before repositioning. They're going to be popping some tires, taking that utility out. David is going to be stranded, but be bold. Verozen up in the front lines. Molly. That's one way to flush him out here. Now here comes Be Bold knocking at your door.
Nades be flying. At least Death Wolves are still able to retain 3 of their members. Fran over there throwing the nades, but granted, Death Wolves is already backed up into that farthest building away. We'll have to see the angles that we are looking for. If I'm Be Bold on my double points day trying to make things occur, and if it's just not necessarily working, it's time to disengage. Elsewhere, Alpha 7, the object of a lot of players' eyes here. Rivo! Trying to answer back. Going deep.
Oh, Mafioso with a grenade. So they're just trying to throw some grenades, create a mini red zone. Right now, it looks like Revo repositioning, trying to take out Influence Rage. But yeah, very heads-up play from Be Bold because that was one heck of a push with Team Liquid on the high ground overlooking you. But yeah, back into this one, Revo looking for an elimination onto Diego, who's currently burning in the corner. Can't make it out. That broken wall going to be blocking him right there. And there you go. Done and dusted.
Definition of burned alive there. They are fallen. So Furia, Influence Rage, the first 2 teams out of our Miramar match. And Caprice has to focus on that healing, but not going to do it just yet. We were looking for the commit because honestly, 1 or 2 bullets will be enough. But Baton there had some striking moments yesterday, already putting the pressure straight on to Be Bold. David down and some nades to follow. Can it connect? There goes the full. Branson on your screen, answering back with one of their own, and it's just chaos over here.
Yeah, I believe Heat from E7 was also trying to take some shots and apply some pressure from the high ground behind N-Hyper, forcing N-Hyper into this shack to heal up, and Rosen pushing it with the AKM is anticipating the revive here. Also getting third party, but here comes some shots here. The pre-fire through the doorway. There goes one knock. Go for the swap. 16 bullets to go. Are we going to push it? No, we're going to go for the heal. A free-fire jump shot right there. Both these players trading positions. Now LaRosen in the shack. Getting that confirmed. Reloading the Scar.
Ooh, if that angle came through, that would be crazy. But this flip of the position is allowing Stars to overlook Baton. And where are you going to go from the nade? It's only a matter of time. Straight outside, still at 50 HP. And here comes the push. Baton able to finish it on out. Be Bold eliminated. Just before this, though, Death Wolves have fallen. Only 4 eliminations. So Inco Gaming that have that third place kind of locked in, just 66 points ahead of Death Wolves, will be able to start really ticking up that leaderboard and increasing that gap even further.
Very sketch fight right there from Hyper, but they are going to continue to survive with the duo and 7 eliminations. Very sketch fight. But yeah, listen, Furia getting taken out early on, so Death Wolves right behind them, so Death Wolves won't have to worry about a team overtaking them on the overall leaderboard. So that's the bright side, I guess you could say, of Miramar getting taken out here. But looking at the current play zone, AGG double points team going to be over there on that east side. But once again, Team Liquid, Alpha 7. I mean, these two teams are just magnets. Going to be right on top of each other.
Ooh, okay. See what
About to keep tabs on that.
Yeah, because that picture-in-picture really starts laying the trajectory of what this end game for us is going to look like, with 12 squads still up 34 total players. And, well, for now, I really like the position that Royals of War are holding, because at this point in time, we have the space that AGG clearly wants. I did see NRG start going rogue with some nades, do some damage on the board. Head on over to them because, well, you've got to take space, and we want all of it from Team Queso.
Doing some intel gathering right there, almost getting taken out. Malaz, 2 grenades, trying to throw it in the dip, trying to get the pickups, but the third party from Colgo, Worlds of War, across the way, forcing NRG to toss some smokes, block those sight lines, but NRG are thirsty for these eliminations on Miramar.
Ooh, nice. Unfortunately, at the demise of Spec there, and now things are getting crazy. J7 is going to need to come in clutch here because Malaz falls to Milos, and J7 last standing. We don't want to allow anyone to get fooled, and from the distance with that 4x, just applying the pressure, but Redox from Narnia has the craziest angle and is going to stifle any run that NRG Galaxy was looking to make here.
Crazy. Team Queso still alive, but here's the battle that we've been looking at, anticipating for some time. Royals of War now looking to take out AGG on their double point stay. AGG, a couple DBSs, lock and loaded. Gonna make the breach here.
That knock onto Cole is going to bring them just to 3 standing, 2 up for All Glory Gaming. Numbers advantage still on ROW's favor here. But you can just see from the roof, the push is about to come through. We got the DBS in hand, but we're on fire, and this is not good for us. Tonka grabs that knock straight onto Guapo. All is left standing on Padrino, drops Aragod. DBS here looking for angles. We do not have any health, really. We just have to play any kind of angle that we can make, bide some time, maybe open things up, stun, but push on in, grab a full. At least we have an elimination there.
A 1v1 right now. Petrino, you look at him, he's done. A little flashbang, but Tonka up there, picking up Colgo.
Can't let this go through, but it's gonna happen.
Wow. Pedrino got a little bandage off, but still going to be really low in the health department. Anticipating the push in the stairs with the DBS, picking up a med kit here. Going to be retreating back, trying to get this one off here.
5 seconds.
1v2 happens.
Think he gets it. All right, here comes Cole. Nade of their own, it connects, and then push them right into the line of fire there for Royals of War. Just like that, AGG eliminated on their double points day with 1 elimination. Now, Royals of War down to a duo. And you can just see Team Liquid in the distance cleaning out Royals of War, able to hit that third party despite them leaving with 5 eliminations. Oh, man.
Back-to-back games for AGG where they only get 1 elimination point on their double points day. A couple more games to go. Capitalize those double points. Team Liquid in the north looking to sweep the edge of play zone. Cardozo proning Scar. Waiting for the pull-up from AGG to stop. And here comes the cover fire from the whole squad. Just mowing them down here. Team Liquid, 8 eliminations, taking out Alpha 7.
Falling with 2 eliminations. Remember when we said we were just going to watch and find out? I did not find out.
Oh, no, not like
I'll
that.
tune into drop 3. It's totally chill. I mean, at the end of the day, Alpha 7, crazy. Pretty much locked into the top 3, but Team Liquid is looking to assert themselves as that staple at the top of the leaderboard, now extending that lead to 81 points.
Crazy. Yeah, Alpha 7, they need to come up with some type of strat to put a stop to Team Liquid right now. Team Liquid, they're just widening that gap on the overall leaderboards, and they're just feeling it, the momentum definitely going their way. So hopefully if you're Alpha 7, you're trying to come up with something to put a stop to that momentum. Moving on to Sandhawk and Aaron Gold coming up next. But Inco still alive, trying to widen their gap for the 3rd and 4th place position here, especially with Death Wolves and Furia already being eliminated here. Here comes Team Liquid now. They're the ones farming. Maybe that's what Mafioso meant. Like, hey, Team Liquid are going to be farming today. Watch out for Team Liquid.
Well, look, Team Liquid has broken 800 points. Milos has fallen. Mythic is trying very tough to overtake Revo in terms of overall eliminations. But you said it earlier. We were talking about it at the top of the show. Team Liquid just usually doesn't have the best double points days. And to kick things off and drop 1 on Erangel with 32 points, we're already sitting on double-digit eliminations. And now, granted, I would love to see them break that threshold of 20 to maybe mask and kind of equal out from what we've seen, or even maybe bolster that in some further drops, because I'm looking at how many players are total left. That would be 10 potential eliminations left for them to try and get in the lobby, and they would have to be perfect and take out everyone to match 20. Don't see that happening, considering Doran has just grabbed a knock on Koi.
But they're definitely winning this chicken, so that'll be double points chickens too. Yeah, and with 10 eliminations, that matches their game 1 eliminations too. So they're doing just fine, and well, now they got the zone. These other 3 teams not in the next play zone.
Okay, Nunez, Anko, 1 elimination on the board. A duo still up. Now, granted, top 3, right? Any points we get, knowing that Death Wolves and Furia are both down and out, as well as Influence Rage, we just keep on ticking up that scoreline. We know where Team Liquid is, but if there's a 4 stack on top, just towards my east, I really don't want to mess with them. But showing presence is great, keeping them from rotating down on you. You can maybe start to take some angles. But speaking of this, Titan Gaming rolling up in the whip. Just on the outskirts, but Mythic falls straight to inactive. Doran, we're going to go ahead and push, looking for the full, and we lose out on that. Okay, Titan Gaming, we see you. We see this duo.
6 eliminations going their way, but now can they defend up against Team Liquid? The trio looking for their revenge, inactive with a grenade, a flash, and a Molotov. But look at this, the opposite end. 2 grenades getting chucked right on top of Doran behind that boulder. Inactive, looking to make a play. UMP pushing up the hill, running out of bullets right there, getting some damage on the board. There they go, eliminated in 4th place.
I mean, they're sitting at 13 eliminations here for Team Liquid after that. And honestly, they take down Mythic, who is on 7. Now it's Cardozo and Chief and Ayala. And you got to think Ayala was that solo in Erangel that was able to keep picking up eliminations with their third parties. Now that we're down to the final 3, it's Team Liquid, trio, 9Z duo, Inco Gaming duo, and we see the spread. It's going to be open, but Team Liquid has essentially built this wall of not only angles from the high ground, but the vehicles.
Yeah, a little car fort right there. Cardozo going to be holding down the east side. And it's so funny, it's like King of the Hill, 9Z looking to push uphill. Then Inco on the opposite end here. So Team Liquid, and they be dethroned here. Liquid looking to get the winner double points chicken dinner in match number 2.
Be a crazy scoreline considering they're at 26 points alone just from the eliminations. It would be strong, and they definitely have the ability to convert this into a win. Cardozo back there cooking a nade. Likely that it's going to start flying straight onto him. It's going to be Nunez here, looking for the opening. Dodges that nade, starts snaking to the left, but Chief catches him off guard. Ayala pretty low on that health, so keep your eyes out. Nunez, though, with the bullet. Then Abete takes down Chief. A little bit of a revenge arc there. Can we stay alive, though?
Ayala looking to clutch this one out once again. Molotov will put a stop to Nenabete's uphill battle with Cardozo on the other side, trying to take out 9Z. So both Rico and 9Z making the push uphill at the same exact time, forcing Team Liquid to take 2 separate battles here. But both these players doing a phenomenal job at just keeping their opponents at bay.
Coming through, Chuko, 9Z, the solo, has to make a crazy uphill push straight onto Team Liquid, which might be one of the scariest mid to long range fighting squads that we have. Trying to work with whatever off angle we can do to hide our presence. Damage going straight on Ayala and turns it into the 1v1. Takes it straight, hits the clutch. 9Z, the winner chicken dinner from the low ground. Wow.
Wow is right. 9Z. Remember, they lost 2 earlier on. Wasn't 9Z the team that I was like, yeah, maybe we should go for that revenge play early on, but instead they're going to be clutching out as duo. 2 eliminations, so they definitely had like all the odds against them. Team Liquid, though, once again, back-to-back second place wins, or second place finishes, that is. They're just so close to getting the winner double point chicken dinner. But not able to seal the deal. But regardless, 16 eliminations for Team Liquid, and the second place is another massive game. But so close, back-to-back games here. Reflections again, that win.
Yeah, very close. Right, I'm actually shocked 9Z takes that because I was looking up 0 eliminations, their positioning. Nah, there's no way, right? But now they get it. That's great on them. But the big talking point is Team Liquid, and also Eco Gaming too. Is a secondary talking point. Keeping relatively consistent, and I think as long as they stay ahead of Death Wolves right today, and they stay ahead of just all those who are trying to catch up, then they're doing their part. But Team Liquid, 16 elims. We go from to 20 in the first game for NRG, and 16 for Team Liquid. Today is hitting very hard when it comes to eliminations. Not for all of the teams, but Team Liquid NRG currently leading the way, which is incredibly impressive. How did Team Liquid get to that point to have such a massive number of elims by the end?
It's just all about the rotation and just taking their fights as they worked their way into zones. And it was just smart engagements, really focusing on their positioning as they approach them, which is why I'm so shocked that final engagement in that 2v1 turned out the way it did, because they just find themselves in power advantage situations. But what they do in those fights, as we kind of watch that fight back with B-Bolt there as they swapped into the shack, they constantly will split off and focus 2 teams at once, which is very similar to what they had done in that final zone. We kind of get to see it back as Cardozo starts looking at taking out 9Z, and you've got the other members focusing on Inko, and things start to get messy. And you able to take down Nenabete, but by that time you'd already been whittled down in numbers. You can see right here, Nenabete takes down Chief, hits the full crazy, and then Chuko, Dave, this is where he's like, all right, I got it out.
All right, yeah.
I understand what's going through.
Yeah, Nenabete was the player who won 9Z that game, let's be real, because Nenabete put in so much work on the opposite end and giving 9Z that perfect window to push up and take the 2v1 up against Cardozo, right? So 9Z definitely needs to send some flowers to Nenabete, maybe a little across the land event right there, because that was Team Liquid's game all day, in my opinion. But both squads just pushing at the same time and just forcing Team Liquid to take 2 separate battles at the same time, which is difficult.
It is difficult, but it's impressive that they continually put themselves in spots like that and can make it out of it. It just comes to show the slaying power, but also just the power of, I mean, come on, they're the old Loops roster. Remember how many times Loops would be at 2 players, right? Like off the start, they would lose 2 players, then only have 2 for the remainder of the game and still finish top 3 with several eliminations. It's no surprise Team Liquid is still able to do that, obviously, as a Team Liquid banner. 44 points. I mean, come on. Already besting their performance from game number 1, where we were on Arigel, second place, 10 eliminations. So Team Liquid is trying to pull what Eco Gaming did yesterday, Tiff, right, when it comes to double points, and I don't know, reach 160 plus. We almost saw a record earlier. Maybe we get a record when it comes to overall points. But second page on Eventful, right, other than, Be Bold, who has the highest on their double points day, but none of our other teams outside of Team Liquid making the most out of their double points, Tiff.
It's tough, right? A lot of our teams try to have those moments. At NRG Galaxy, they picked up 3 eliminations, and they were trying. Now, granted, they're not on double points either. They just went crazy and dropped number 1. And I was like, okay, this is going to be really smart for them. They look like they're going to get some good positions in the early game. But through that mid-map, everyone was just getting crazy. And I think that's what happened with some of our teams that were on double points. And a lot of them were almost cannibalizing against each other, which is fine because you want more eliminations. It doesn't matter where they're coming from, such as like Be Bold, AGG. That's where things are starting to get mixy.
Let's take a look at our overall standings. Obviously, Team Liquid's going to be at first. My lord, 829. I cannot believe that they take a 109-point lead over Alpha 7. That's actually nutty to me. And I wonder how high they can go. The standard now, or the new goal, I should say, not the standard, because it was a standard. That would just be, this would be a ridiculous tournament. Dave, I want to see Team Liquid hit 1,000 at this point. Can we get 1,000 by day 15?
I hope so.
1,000? 1,000, bro.
I think so. I mean, look, was it 171? Yeah, it's doable.
It's a long run to get to that point. It's a long climb, but like, I want to see it. Why not? Set the standard. Team Liquid 1,000 points. I don't know if we've ever hit 1,000 points when it comes to something. Well, obviously, we also haven't done double points.
Yeah,
right. Double points is still very new.
Definitely helps. Listen, some people believe in momentum. Some people don't believe in momentum. I'm on the side of believing in momentum. Team Liquid, they got the momentum without a doubt. They're so close, back-to-back games to get that winner chicken dinner. And I think now, if I'm out in the 7, you see a 109 is the spread. I'm starting to kind of think, like, how do we stop that momentum? They have 67 points ahead of Inco. So if I'm out in the 7, I think a hot drop might be in the books just to kind of put a stop to the Team Liquid momentum. And if it doesn't work out in your favor, you still got this 67-point kind of breathing room to work with when it comes to not getting knocked out of that top 3. So if I'm out for 7, that's my game plan. Will they do it? Probably not. But somebody needs to put a stop to the Team Liquid momentum.
I've got a point about that. And we had that conversation actually yesterday with Hodjukes and Cameron about hot dropping on a team and trying to stop them, which I think is very intelligent, but something we don't see in PUBG Mobile. Tiff, obviously you transcend multiple BRs along with myself. Obviously, Dave, your knowledge is great across multiple BRs. So we're going to have that discussion when we come back. But first, I want to hear from Sarpatch. He's on site. We're going to talk to NRG after their massive game number 1, 20 eliminations. Let's hear what went down and how they got that many elims.
Let's go NA, let's go NRG. Fate, bro. Congratulations, 20 kills, bro. And the first place, and against that monster is right there, Ayala. What an ending, congratulations, guys.
Some light. Yeah, I did it up having to be a 1v1, which really shouldn't have been, but I stayed calm and composed after the win. I was like, you know what? It is what it is, bro. You get it.
It was fake.
Easy win. Easy win, yes, sir.
It was fake good. Man, that was a tough match, but a nice match by you guys. You were able to clean up on the mountains, calm down, hard fights because you had AIM, you had Alpha 7, you had a bunch of teams, Brazilian teams, but you fought through and got 20 kills. Have you asked, maybe we can change the double points day for today for you guys?
Honestly, like talking about change, we did change something. I'm not jailing anymore. I wanted to step down so that I could be more productive around the map, and I was able to drive around, do things that I wanted to do without having to worry about leading my team. And honestly, it worked out pretty well, especially during that first engagement with ROW. I was able to do what I wanted to do. I didn't have to worry about my team. I just let them do their thing, and I just got 3 knocks for us, and boom, just like that. And the rest of the match just went on.
And it worked out.
Yeah, it definitely worked out. Yeah.
Bro, congrats. Congrats. Really happy for you guys. Let's go in 8.
Let's go in 8. Let's go, baby. Yes, sir.
The 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. We're about to head into map number 3, where we return to Erringale after we witnessed NRG with the 20 elimination game. It was spectacular to see. We'll see if they do return to that form. Obviously, Team Liquid also, will they get second place again or even top 3? That consistency is paying off as they take a 107-point lead over second place Alpha 7. Now, let's go into the conversation that we left off with before we headed into, but actually before we do, more pertinent information, Tiff. We learned NRG Fate stepped down as the IGL, allowing him to be more free on the battlefield, which had already instant results, right, in that game number 1, especially against Royals of War, picking up 3. So, no longer IGLing, less he has to worry about, and now the chains are off. He can go out and slay out.
I think that's a really smart change to kind of make. It's unfortunate that it's this late that it took them to realize that may be the change that they wanted to see, but it's clearly paying off. And honestly, with 3 more match days to go after this, it's only going to be up from there. I look back to match number 1. I mean, Fate able to pick up 6 eliminations. If you already understand your role and you're like, I would rather be able to roam free, be this roaming Reaper across the map and just pick up eliminations, great. Let someone else call the shots, because then you don't have to focus. You can almost kind of turn your brain off and just listen and focus on the engagements at hand. And it's already looking good. You saw him in the interview, right? Just brushing off the shoulders. I was calm. And that just speaks volumes.
He's got confidence. Dave, what do you know about NRG Fate, right? I mean, Fate, he steps down as the IGL. Is that a role that he typically is in? Is this something new that he's no longer IGLing, or was this like an experimental phase for the America Spring season?
He's, by the way, real quick, I got an issue. How come you guys both got plants? And where was my memo of the plants? I think Spider Tip, you got a new setup this week. Where was the plant memo? Yes. All right, I'm feeling left out here. Not gonna lie. But moving on.
I'll go pick a flower from my neighbor's yard. How about
right
that?
There. Yeah, put it right there. Boom, right there. Plant.
And I'll send it right to you. Just keep it alive. Mine stays alive. Mine's still green, and I've had it for 4 years, I think.
What? Is it fake?
No, that's a real plant? I thought that's fake.
No, it's 100% fake, but it's still green.
This is real.
After 4 years.
This is real, bro. Hear me out. I know nothing about plants. Okay, yeah, good. Thank you, production, for kind of bringing
that
us
aloe
on this.
plant? What is that?
It's not aloe. It's a corn plant, and I specifically don't touch grass. I don't see the light of day, and I walked into the plant store. No, it's just called a corn plant. I lied. It's a snake plant. Corn plants do require light. Snake plant, they do not require any light. That is why it's in my dungeon. That's what I'm saying. We don't need to touch grass, baby. Get yourself a snake plant. You're welcome. Corn plant requires light.
Okay. I love the insights there. I'll definitely look into it. I didn't know that, but going back to the question, all right, because you asked me Fate. What about Fate? Something about Fate. Fate, since the longest since I've known Fate, has been the IGL. On all of the teams, all the squads that he's been a part of. So I think it is a big shift, and I think it is right in time, too, because if you're NRG, you're on that second page, you might as well do whatever you got to do to be on that first page just so you can go back home with your head held up high and, feeling a sense of accomplishment, right? And I think right now the goal for a lot of our teams on the second page, especially from North America, finishing on that first page, just so you're feeling good, confident, and looking forward to next season, right? So I love the fact that Fate is kind of just like letting go of the wheel, essentially, and going with the flow now, and it's working. It's working. So love to see it.
Yeah, I've seen this adjustment made throughout esports and multiple titles, and it does make a difference. Again, having less to worry about, because when you're IGLing, right, there's just so many factors that go into like where you got to guide your teammates, where you have to guide yourself, what's taking place, and it really does distract and take away from your natural ability to be able to gun your opponents, right? And Fate, his confidence is apparent in the interview, and Tim pointed that out, right? Brushing off the shoulders, like I love that type of energy. That's the type of confidence you need as a competitor. You need to have an ego as a competitor. I fully believe in that, right? At least as long as you have that ego that stays on the battlefield and, it doesn't extend outwards. But to be a dominant player, to be a dominant competitor, representative of Fate's interview, like that's perfect for me. I love seeing that I did. And making that adjustment speaks volumes about him and gives me great faith that NRG Galaxy moving forward, even after this tournament, could potentially have a long and great run. A 20 elimination game for game number 1 was really the chef's kiss. If they can continue to do something like that, who knows how far NRG Galaxy can go. After all, that's a great organization to represent, right? Very happy with how they're doing. We're going to save that conversation about hot dropping on teams for another time. I thought NRG Fate was a bit more important, but chat, to let you know, the PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass events and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, we're returning to Arigale map number 3. Let's see if Team Liquid can continue to dominate as they have been, or I don't know, maybe 9Z will sneak in and get a win. With only 2 eliminations, all this is possible and more. Mustache Dave, Spider Tim, take it away for game number 3.
Oh, let's do it. I want a military base zone, Dave. We did get a look at it early on. Unfortunately, it did not manifest through. We went hard north in drop number 1. But with our plane pathing here, you can already see that we are going to be cutting from that area in the southwest up to Severny. So for those zones, I need some predictions.
Yeah, I feel like this would have been like the prime time for Alpha 7 to drop Team Liquid. They know Team Liquid are going to Team Liquid go to military base. Like that's their spot. The plane allows them to easily float over there. I feel like this would have been the prime time, but Yeah, looks like they're going to be dropping over there. Death Wolves going to their secondary drop spot, if I'm not mistaken, in Alpha 7, North George. So everything kind of just according to plan, essentially. I'm a fan of chaos. I don't know. It's not even just chaos. It's just about putting a stop to Team Liquid, who are just strengthening their gap here so far tonight. And if I'm Alpha 7 and you want to beat number 1, yeah, we still got 2 more days to go. But just the fact that Team Liquid are popping off here today, really feeling it, has me worried, right, when it comes to Alpha 7 and trying to be that number 1 in the lobby.
Yeah, I love the chaos that you're mentioning and kind of wanting to see happen. However, just given the past 2 drops that we've witnessed from Alpha 7, maybe they're not feeling hyper confident in terms of taking that hot drop straight to them on military base. Now, granted, Hyper starting to really amp up their performance. The past drop on Miramar, now I'd love to see them kind of bring that back to Erangel. And as we got a look at where that next circle will be pulling to, the large majority of our teams are still on that western side of Erangel thanks to that plane path. So for Team Liquid, yes, they've got military base. They'll be able to start from the northwestern side of military and kind of anchor all the way through. Now for teams that maybe take a weird rotation down towards Island, I don't think that would make sense for them, but if you want to run that coast and not necessarily cross over the bridge, so be it. But you're going to have to deal with Team Liquid, who is just inching ever so closer to breaking a match result elimination record.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and Reflections looking for that 1,000 points at the end of this tournament. Definitely doable if they continue to just slay out and get these massive points on their double points day, right? So, talking about double points day, AGG, SLR in their double points. They're going to be in the zone next to each other for the time being. Be Bold, once again, and Yesnaya with Influence Rage, another squad that, I've been harping on a little bit here because I want to see Be Bold make some plays, make some bold plays. And I think knowing that Influence dropped Yesnaya almost every single time, you share that city with them. Their rotations when they like to move out of that city. Maybe set up some type of camp, maybe look to be proactive, look to get these double point eliminations. It is so crucial, especially if you're Be Bold. You're a mid-pack team, so any kind of moving up the leaderboard you could try to accomplish here, that's going to be securing yourself a little more money at the end of the day.
That's very true. And while we're on board here with Be Bold, one of the teams that is in the double points for Group B here, I'm looking at the stats as they get updated throughout our kind of day 13 here. And something to note is over the past few rounds that we've been witnessing here in week 3, Team Liquid has finally unseated Alpha 7 in terms of their average placement. They've broken under a 6th place. So we're sitting at 5.99 average placement. They've bested them in eliminations per game in terms of average by 0.43. Even their damage per game is now higher than Alpha 7. Now, that's still on improving, knowing that they have 3 more winner chicken dinners than Alpha 7. So with 4, kind of coming into that drop number 3, it's like time is of the essence to really start clawing back on that. Because you think of the difference in terms of, prize pool earnings. It is almost like $3,200, I think, difference between first and second place. And honestly, it's bigger than that. My bad. It's
first place
13.
is 44K.
It's 13.
And second place is 30.
Caster math is hard, guys. It's really tough. 13K-ish.
And more money, though, to also take into consideration is Revo and Mythic, the battle for MVP, right? Last game, Mythic, if I'm not mistaken, had 7 eliminations. And coming in today, I believe they were 9 eliminations apart from each other, right? So all these little things definitely add up. And today has been Team Liquid's day when it comes to dethroning Alpha 7 in that first place for the $44,000, and even the MVP money, that's $2,600, and then you have other rewards as well, like the Gunslinger, that gets you $880. So there's a bunch of little cash prizes here and there as well. But Team Liquid, they're starting to secure all the slots when it comes to the money.
It's true. And at the end of the day, when you think of weeks 1, weeks 2, it was Alpha 7 that was just across the board at the very top. But was tough. Mythic was 9 eliminations behind Revo at the start of the day. So, things are changing because they haven't really been able to catch a lot of eliminations throughout this. But we have Alpha 7 on your screen, hitting that rotation out of the northwestern side, looking to rotate straight towards the center of Aaron Gale. And Mafioso, man, I'm watching. I'm wanting to find out what Alpha 7 is up to today, and I'm ready to see the farmage.
Gotta see something. And looks like Alpha 7, they're going to be in their vehicles right now, looking to reposition up in the north. Wrapping behind Naya with the bold influence. They might actually clash with the Death Wolves here once again. Death Wolves not going to Zarki, actually going to Severny. So with that in mind, Alpha 7, they might be caught off guard. We'll have to stay tuned as a lot of these teams right now just trying to center on up. Furia going to be dead center and shelter. I believe we saw them play this position a couple times here so far over the last 3 weeks. They're going to be comfortable. Be bold, still like in a little Clown Fiesta mosh pit with influence rage. They might be sending it towards prison. That Hyper currently locking down. But one team not stressing. Circle number 1, circle number 2. This Team Liquid. Military base all to themselves. That bridge right now free and clear. They are big chilling. Big chilling.
Ooh, and the shots in the distance here. But I love that you call that out, right? Military base, they've got 2 options, right? Whether if they're going to go up the bridge on the western side or the eastern side. You hit that bridge on the eastern side, it's very atypical to one of the first games that we had ever witnessed from All Glory Gaming, kind of on their double points day, taking a win on Erangel back in week number 1. They were able to just isolate themselves on that eastern side of the circle. Now, granted, this is more of a circle that's pushed over towards the eastern side to still include power and such, so they're not necessarily holding the ultimate east. There are teams that can still wrap behind them, such as Hyper, but for Alpha 7, who is on your screen, and they have really just anchored down in that northeast, I'm nervous to see, because it's very strong with what we've witnessed them on drop number 1, drop number 2, but being able to hold on to that now that we've seen that circle pull just even kind of a centered up, that is tough, because you've got Death Wolves. They're scary to fight against. Furia, they're mixy. You never know what they're going to bring to an engagement. And All Glory Gaming really holding kind of that coastal bridge side. But look at Team Queso.
Yeah, definitely going to be difficult for that rotate over there through prison and lumber mill, especially with Hyper repositioning, trying to get a power position actually now. We'll have to stay tuned with that one, because SLR looking to make a push here. Taking out Royals of War. Wow. I believe there's no team within that third-party radius, so both these teams can really play this one out.
There we go. Titan Gaming elsewhere. Focusing on an NRG Galaxy and Koi Dragon here. Focusing on the inside, Elegy on the fence line, and just really trying to throw the opening damage with a lot of these nades. Can they connect through the windows? And we'll jump on over with Fate and Titan Gaming 2 are already down, and well, there we go. Doran with the jump. Doran was having some moments, but we jump straight into Fate, into your demise.
Fate,
wow.
Fate just taking them out right there. So 2 pretty solid fights happening at the same time. That last one going to be cleaned up now. It's up to SLR. Can they clean up this engagement like we saw right there from NRG?
Ooh. Around the door we go. Shuts it straight on and be like, no, just
nope.
We'll deal with this in a second, but I just need to focus. But Koi falls down to a rogue nade from Tonka. Are we just going to keep opening and closing this door? Because that's the real battle that I'm concerned with.
I think the plan is to open the door at the same time, have his teammate throw in a grenade, right, to get that damage. But Koi getting knocked out right there is going to set SLR back big time. Koi being one of the clutch players when it comes to gun skills. Be concerned, but Hyper pushing Alpha 7. Okay.
Revo is down. FS, the last standing, just trying to hold control of the doorway, and look who comes straight on in. Do we get the full reset, or are we going to be third-partied here by AGG?
Come on, AGG. AGG, come on. You need to push this. Third-party this. You heard the shots. AGG, not like this, but shout out to N-Hyper though, right? N-Hyper, Stars telling us they're playing like they got nothing to lose. Stars said, hey, if a team wants to fight us, come at us, bro. That's Stars' words exactly, and to see them take the fight with Alpha 7, you love to see that from N-Hyper.
The full reset occurs there for Alpha 7.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, they're going to watch the bottom like, oh, we should have pushed that probably.
It's hard to know, right? You got to think about it. You hear the shots, and then you start inching closer towards that. You're like, well, it's done. Do we take this advancement onto them? Because we've already left some of our players out looking towards where Team Liquid is, Guapo in the south. But for now, Revo focusing, getting back up to full health, grabbing the loot, resupplying on nades galore, and sitting with 4 eliminations. And now you can see that they've really isolated themselves on that eastern side. There's no one that's on their total opposite now. Someone could hit a wrap. We could see that from Team Liquid. We could see it from AGG. But granted, Team Liquid still needs to rotate through AGG, who was relatively spread out. They're going to focus on grouping on up, and Influence Rage is trying to control the north.
Yeah, to kind of answer your question, like, I'm AGG, I'm double points day, I'm in 11th position. Like, yeah, I take that fight without a doubt. So we'll see, though. Can they redeem themselves? Looks like Team Liquid are going to be trying to push their little building here. Cardozo driving off into the sunset. So AGG will be getting one confirmation on Team Liquid right there, as Team Liquid just trying to find a spot to call home. Did have that circle shift a little further up towards the north, and Team Liquid a little separated for the time being. We can see them driving off there, all their own little separate vehicles. Porphyria trying to survive the solo. Yeah, Becker moving at D7.
This is that emote. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, we've got Inco Gaming out on the fence line here for the third party. Nades going back and forth, and Becker's just like, this is my room. Come in here if you want. DPS in hand, but at the end of the day, Fury is going to fall with 0 eliminations, and Nenebete, they got third and drop number 2, and they want more eliminations and chaos here. E7 down to a solo, so a perfectly timed third party for them.
Yeah, looks like Hate will be taking up Becker's position right there. So same room, trying to avoid the grenades from multiple angles. Inco and Influence Rage just tossing one after another, trying to get these easy eliminations here right ahead of them. Looks like Inco are pulling off though. Not wanting that smoke.
I thought
the
that was
juice
going
not
to take
worth
him.
the squeeze, so
I thought Federal was going down right there. And they're just going to keep that pressure straight onto Hate. And you can see the nades are doing a lot of the work for them, as Milovan and Federal are still inching closer. And Diego pulls the vehicle up close. Know that we've got kind of this death ball grouped up together. There goes initial damage. We've already pushed back to the shack and go with the SMGs, just trying to take angles. But every time we peek, we just get too much damage. There's too much going on. But we grab Diego, set our sights straight onto Federal. Here comes the jump. The push comes through, and well, I don't even know how Hate is still alive. The brilliance of defending this.
the death shack right there. But he was getting a lot of damage on the board, putting in some work without a doubt. Trying to vault out that window to get the confirm, at least get one elimination, but not able to do so. Next zone does go up. Be bold, still just bam, right smack in the middle in their southern shelter position. Alpha 7 on the east side. The whole squad alive, so this could be Alpha 7's match to really make that comeback push. Already 4 eliminations going their way. Remember, Team Liquid, they lost one early on their rotate, so they're going to be down a member. But Death Wolves, making a pit stop out here. Not where you want to be. It's like AGG getting one knock. Probably the confirm. Yep, there goes another Death Wolf. Taken out here.
A singular Death Wolf has been found.
On their rotates. Once again, the rotates tonight, the Death Wolves just not been going their way. So, need to readjust, play at the edge a little more, or not prioritize center, circle 3, circle 4, which they've been doing all night long and losing in the process. But let's see. They're not done yet. We still see them in the elimination feed. Looks like they're going to be third party and one member from Inco. Go in that shelter position. The Tomb right here. Some of these squads looking to seal it.
Say David, and here comes Royals of War. Straight on up. Obscure takes out Tonka. Brunzing grabs another. There goes Coal Goat. And Royals of War are in shambles, and they have fallen with 4 eliminations into the top 10 squads. Job's not done, but I love that we're taking angles here from Be Bold. We have so much information of the teams that are surrounding us. Team Liquid kind of holding that center zone alongside Alpha 7, who did a really solid job of cleaning out that eastern side. Now, Mafioso is going to be up towards the north trying to find out information if teams are looking to wrap them. But it's tough if you've got a good spot in a building here for center zone and you're kind of controlling 2, but trying to split hold can get tough.
Without a doubt, and we see right now Be Bold trying to figure out what exactly just happened, because Royals of War, they crashed Be Bold's compound, but the Death Wolves on the high ground from the tower, that was the team that actually took out Royals of War. So Be Bold losing some elimination points right there, which is crucial because they are on double points day. So it looks like the Death Wolves will be yoinking a couple for themselves, but for the time being, both these squads can play nice neighbors in the zone. No need to make the push, but if you are going to be overextending, peeking a little bit too hard, you are going to get your head tapped, but probably not confirmed. So just need to avoid those sight lines and keep that armor good and healthy for the late game here between these two teams.
So far, so good in terms of helmet and armor. And for Obscure, plenty of nades left, and well, when I say plenty, it's 2, which we've seen people hold 6, 7. Across the board, smokes, mollies. I'm feeling okay with what we've got to work with while we kind of hold down this area. But as we look towards the north, Influence, Rage over there, Inco Gaming at their back, and then you've got Mafioso elsewhere, just really out in Narnia, which is, it's fine, right? We want to prevent that wrap, and if we have to disengage in the vehicle, at least you can relay that back to the squad. But for now, we turn our attention straight to the south.
AGG. Once again, AGG, they had like a little 2-2 split. Next circle does pop. Both of their positions no longer in the play zone, so they're going to be looking to find a new spot to call home in the new circle instead of taking the fight with Team Liquid. And in turn, they're going to be getting backstabbed by Team Liquid right now, who's the one in the process. And, well, the play to prioritize the circle is going to force them to go right between Alpha 7 here. If it plays in their favor, but yeah, I mean, missed opportunity once again for AGG here on this third game of the evening. Double points day for them.
Well, they're looking for that wrap straight towards the east, which is where Alpha 7 has been maintaining a chokehold. And honestly, anytime someone tries to make a play for their space, Alpha 7 is denying them any chance. Now, granted, Padrino is down, likely not going to be able to hit that res on them, but we'll keep our eyes out because we keep seeing the pressure come through. Melgar and Guapo, the only 2 up for AGG, and here comes Mafioso, looking for angles, looking to hit it. You said it, drive by, and hey, we see the damage come through, but not too much. Have to disengage, pop into blue. We're last standing here, and we just want to make some use of our double points.
Yeah, another missed opportunity for AGG. We saw them earlier on. They could have made the fight, the push, take out Alpha 7 when they were hurting after their last engagement. And right here, instead of taking the fight with Team Queso, prioritizing the zone and pretty much allowing Team Queso to have free shots on your backside while you rotated into the circle. So I think when it comes to AGG, they just need to kind of crank that dial, the aggression dial a little more, and prioritize their fights over positioning and see what happens. But popping back over to Team Queso, trying to take this tower from Team Liquid.
Oh, the chow. I mean, look, a lot of teams looking down the barrel at Team Queso, being whittled down by not only Alpha 7, but also Team Liquid here. They have fallen with 4 eliminations, but we still have the Death Wolves, a neighboring team, and everyone's just kind of pointing at each other, trying to find any angle that we can make work. For now, Diego in the north, alongside here with Inco Gaming. 7 in the sights, but elsewhere, you've got, yeah, this is tough for 7. You're just trying to tank it down, and look at the underneath. Oh, but Team Liquid down and out at the hands of Alpha 7 and Death Wolves.
You're looking to make some insane Gary plays here. Looks like 7 was taken out with the blue and the shack. Influence that. Gary popping up, getting surprised from behind. And Abente, it is up to you. Can we get the 1v3? Influence Rage looking to make the push, looking to flush you out. And Diego with the SK12 doing just that. So now Influence Rage, 4-person squad up in the north. They're going to have it all to themselves.
That's crazy. Alpha 7, they take out Team Liquid with some help from Deathwolves, secured their position. They're on that southeast. That was brilliant from Influence Rage. 9 eliminations so far. Alpha 7 currently sitting on 7 with 4 up. So you have 3 full squads left in the top 5. Influence Rage, Be Bold, and Alpha 7. One member of NRG Galaxy is still up, standing somewhere.
Fate, yep, Fate unleashing the beast is what we were told. So Fate with 1 elimination, no, 2 of the 4 total here. Let's see if Fate go for some crazy surprise attack from behind, maybe on Be Bold, while they make the push across the way to the Deathwolves eventually. Maybe get a couple more eliminations in the pipe. Gas them up.
Caster Curse be real today. Caster Curse is living. No
trying
Caster
to build
Mask.
the storyline for Fate, you know, and no.
They're like the shackles have come off. He's somewhere living his best free life.
They said no.
Yeah,
Dave,
no.
Dave, no.
Alpha 7 here, vehicles, and honestly, Revo's still trying to hold tight on the overall eliminations board. Now that we know Mythic and Team Liquid are no longer left in the lobby, we can sit on 2 eliminations and really try to kind of extend that. But as that circle continuously centers up, we look on where we're going to start our journey. Deathwolves are going to have to worry about Be Bold, that number advantage that they have just by 1, because Deathwolves will be the only trio left in the lobby.
Yeah, they can definitely squad wipe Be Bold as long as there's not like a third party. So we'll see. Alpha 7 playing this one nice and slow over here on the east side, trying to stay alive, trying to secure the chicken. They know it's crucial for them to get this win to start to close the gap. You know, with Team Liquid here getting taken out in 7th with only 3 eliminations, this could be Alpha 7's game to get at least 20 points on the board. Maybe 15 to 20 around there. Influence, though, this is their opportunity as well to start to close the gap between Deathwolves. So we got 2 storylines cooking right now when it comes to closing that gap.
In terms of teams that have found themselves, outside the top 8, outside the top 9, Be Bold on their double points day with 4 eliminations, looking for more. But Alpha 7, maybe this is the time that we're finding out about the farmage. They just need to harvest the crops from all that they have sowed here in match day number 13.
You know a lot about plants.
No, I honestly don't. I do not have a green thumb. I have killed so many plants in my life, and I've tried really hard to keep the one that I have in my office alive.
I'm getting a snake one, by the way.
You should.
Shout out right there. Yeah.
You should. This is Pickles number 2 behind me, and it's number 2 because the first Pickles did not last long.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Tough report.
I tried.
But I believe Be Bold, can survive a little longer here. Next circle does pop. If I'm Be Bold, you gotta clear out the tower that the Deathwolves hold down. You just have to. Just like Influence Rage now repositioning, they're also gonna have sight lines at both Deathwolves and Be Bold. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 on the high ground, just soaking it up. The only team in the play zone right now.
Such a good game from Influence Rage here. I'm quite impressed. Now, mind you, this is a team that needs to overtake Deathwolves for 4th, right? That survival stage slot. And Deathwolves, they're having a strong performance to try and hold on to that. And granted, not keeping pace with Influence Rage in terms of eliminations just yet, but Alpha 7 has already fully tried to take some eliminations from Be Bold as they make the play straight onto Deathwolves. Looking for angles here, but Alpha 7 is going to provide them with some assistance. DBS in hand, Radoboy has fallen. Can we find an angle over here from Guazao?
Both both these teams really know where to go. We see the smokes out here, and that's to block the sight lines from the third-party potential from Influence and Alpha 7, who both have clear sight lines on both the Death Wolves and Be Bold. Who are the Death Wolves? They're going to be holding it down in the building, not overextending, and they're going to be surviving a little longer than Be Bold right there, who just got shredded, picked apart. But fourth place when it comes to double points, so I guess some on the board here. I'll be 8 placement points, not counting their eliminations.
Ooh, and look who owns all of the space in the zone. It's Alpha 7. Death Wolves have to come in. They just have to. They have to move. Yes, they're trying to reset as a duo and maybe smoke them out and try to like cut off any kind of angles, lines of sights. And McGrellin is like, I'm going to use every tree that I can to get closer. But at the end of the day, Influence Rage, they've got a vehicle. They've got 2 vehicles. And I'm curious to see who they decide to full send on first. Because coming in from the north, you have your choice. Do we just go take out the duo and focus on eliminations? Because one is actually one. And you can see right there, Revo going for it, grabs one. I'm not sure if we're going to do the full from here, but it's enough to really put it on in.
Grenade. Yeah, it looks like both teams just prioritizing getting these 2 easy points, especially with the next play circle popping. The Death Wolves no longer favored, so they're going to have to push out of there regardless. So Influence, though, going to be using this moment. Toss out some smoke, sending 2 over here. Okay, so Obscure might be able to survive a little longer because Diego knocking out your Death Shack here. Oh, but 2 of them, the front line. Pushers from Influence immediately traded out.
Are we actually finding out what Mafioso was saying? Is it the time? Influence Rage down to a duo, chucking nades over to Mafioso with the angles here. Being able to stay out of sight. McGrellin picks up another nade, and honestly, at the end of the day, Death Wolves has fallen courtesy of the being outside the play zone. Corello picks one up from the vehicle, and okay, is that how we're putting the finishing touch on Influence Rage? Alpha 7 has come to play finally here and drop number 3 on Erangel.
Beep, beep, they said beep, beep right there at the end. 16 eliminations, 2,200 damage done, 15 grenade toss, chuck that game. Influence, though, second place. I'll take that all day. 10 eliminations going their way. So both those teams are doing a great job at kind of yo-yoing off each other and just using their advantage to get these eliminations on the west side. End of the day, solid performance for both of them. And with Team Liquid going out early this game, this is like the best possible case for Alpha 7, right? To try to start to close that gap between that first and second place here, Reflections.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great job from Alpha 7, getting blessed by zone. 3 zones in a row from stage 6 all the way to stage number 8, and I believe ultimately 9 too. It's like Tiff, the zone just continually collapsed onto them, which was massive, and I really think that's what dictated the winner. I mean, you had a great number of players still left for Death Wolves. Influence Rage was also in a power position. If any of those other teams, like for example, Alpha 7 wasn't blessed with zone and they had to rotate up, I think they win it. So really, that is one from zone. Alpha 7 getting blessed, but ultimately slaying out the most, right? So it was a give and take. Mafioso, like you said, coming true with his prediction.
Yeah, definitely did work. Mafioso himself, 5 eliminations. Revo picks up 5. You got Carrillo on 4 and McGrellin with 2. Now, granted, you mentioned it, right? You're like, zone kept centering up on them. And now, a lot of what they did in the early to early mid game really just set the stage for the course of action that we were about to witness. Anyone that was challenging them for space or trying to wrap behind them, Alpha 7 maintained control of the entirety of the eastern side every stage that we witnessed on the back half of this game, and that just allowed them to take space and keep denying it from people. And then you have moments like this from Mafioso working around that shack, and towards the end game getting crazy in the vehicles. I need that. Those more moments, more chaos.
Well, chaos is what you you guys started with. The chaos is what we did get towards the end, right? Which is always great to have that premonition early on. 26 total points for Alpha 7. That's going to close that gap just a little bit. Granted, it was 107, right? So Team Liquid still sitting pretty comfortable in first. Influence Rage, though, that is a big win. Dave, you mentioned it best. Influence Rage trying to close that gap between them and Deathwolves. Now, granted, they only get 6 points profit from this game alone, but they'll take it. Influence Rage is a team that we very much are going to be looking out for tomorrow for Group C.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think if you're Influence Rage, just trying to improve game after game and set yourself up in a nice position on the overall leaderboards to really capitalize on the double points day. Can't say the same for B-Bold. I mean, we're talking about a squad double points day. Really fumbling the bag right there. I mean, they're going to watch the bot. They're going to recognize they could have made the push, taken out Alpha 7 early, 4 eliminations. I'll take that. Thank you. And also, go back to your compound. Be set up to defend against the Deathwolves who casually just kind of rolled past you. And then on top of that, the Deathwolves stole your eliminations because with Worlds of War, they crashed the B-Bold compound, right? So B-Bold, double points day, they're just losing so many points left and right. And I think it goes back to them just kind of being a little too passive, in my opinion, when on your double points day, it's the last week, right? You're in place. You gotta spice it up, right? We gotta go for these aggressive plays and not stick to the game plan that got us here in the first place for the last 2 weeks.
Well, that insult to injury, too. They were also in 9th place, and they had the biggest gap out of the entirety of Group B outside of Team Liquid to try and catch up right to the top 4. This was their day to make that happen, and only 3 games left. Maybe they can close it a bit, but it's looking a bit unlikely at this point in time. Influence Rage, though, from their game will move up past Furia. So disappointed to see Furia's performance yesterday on double points. They could have done so much better, but unfortunately, they just simply did not. I think we're going to see a trend where they continually drop down, but it did open up the door for Influence Rage to move up, which is exciting. I mean, Tiff, again, Group C, they go double points tomorrow. The big goal is to reach and to obviously achieve top 4. Influence Rage is very close to at least catching up to the 4th place spot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting 15 points back out of 4th place, Deathwolves have to do everything that they can to maintain 4th. And when you're coming so close to the end of our series, sitting here day 13 of 15, time is not on your side. And when you start running down to just mere, double-digit drops, it's scary. It's scary out there. But as we move to the back half of this B-Bowl, getting so close to being able to be on that first page. I'm talking just 13 points separating them and Royals of War.
Well, something, right? Being on first page, I think, is a big accomplishment. And I've been kind of praising that for, the likes of Hyper, NRG, Titan Gaming, SLR. I want to see an NA team on the front page, but I'd be perfectly happy with B-Bold being there as well. It takes a lot of effort to reach the top 8. So, hey, Dave, I know.
Get out of here, man. Hyper doing that, right? Did you see Hyper make the push on Alpha 7 that last game, right? Hyper, they're trying it. They are trying to be first page. B-Bold, they're sleeping, man. It's like they don't care about the first page.
That is true. This is the thing, man. It's like there's so much I want to talk about there in these segments, but I only have so little time because we're so quick to getting into the games. But that was definitely a note that I took. I was like, Hyper pushes Alpha 7. Yes, they get eliminated. But, I appreciated that so much because I'm like, they're making an effort where teams, sometimes they don't make an effort, right? And you see that so often, but Hyper was going for it. You got to respect the cojones to make that push onto Alpha 7 of all people, who ended up finishing with 16 eliminations. I love it. I have more points to bring up, but before I do, we're going to take a quick break. We have Sarpatch, though, who had a chance to sit down with 9Z's Choco after their Map 2 win against Team Liquid. Let's hear what Choco had to say.
Tell me about the ending. Habla un poco del final de esa partida, ¿cómo fue?
La verdad fue mucha paciencia. Es una de las virtudes, yo creo que se ocupa para ser jugador profesional. Paciencia y controlar las situaciones, controlar los sentimientos y controlar todo lo que se va sintiendo en partida para poder ganar una partida en individual o en dúo, más que nada.
Yeah, he says that patience is a virtue. He had patience there. He needed it to not get nervous because he was in a 1v2. But especially when you're alone or during a duel, you need to have patience. Bro, important points, right? Not many points. You didn't get that many kills, but for the situation you are now, points are very important. No fueron muchos puntos, pero igual son puntos importantes, ¿no? Ahorita.
Sí, claro, era una partida que comenzó mal, se esperaba rascar puntos, como todo, pero salió la victoria y claro que son muy buenos 13 puntos.
Yeah, they were trying to be careful. They started with only losing 2 players, so getting the victory there, of course, is very important. Choco, gracias, hermano. Let's go.
The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and the link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 Pubg Mobile Super League America Spring Season Day number 13. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. We've reached our halfway point, about to hop into map number 4. We're going into Sandhawk. It's only played once a day, but just as impactful as the rest. Dave, I will say, let's say this, right? Be bold, right?
Bold. Be bold. Big chillin'.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Something changed.
What? Nothing changed, man. What are you talking about?
Nothing changed, really.
Nothing changed, man. Be bold, be big, chillin'.
What's going on?
What's going on? What's happening?
Where are you at right now?
A rainforest?
I'm where I've been
He's got
the
the
whole time.
monsteras?
And I've been here the whole time. I gotta water see this right here is a caterpillar plant, and I gotta water it like twice a day. This over here, that's Significus, and they're ultra rare. No water necessary. So these are just plants that I've been growing for some time now, and I can't believe you guys are just now noticing it. That's crazy to me. That's insane. What the heck?
You know, actually, funny enough, when it comes to plants, I looked up a corn plant. I was like, what is a corn plant? Because the only thing I know about corn is a corn. Popcorn, growing corn, like fructose. And I looked it up, but it's like 7 good things about a corn plant. And it was like, oh, it brings good luck, good energy. I was like, sweet. Let me look up a snake plant. The first article that I see is the 7 disadvantages to owning a snake plant. And I was like, okay, let's read this.
What's number one? What's number one?
God, I don't remember what number 1 was, but down the list was brings bad energy.
Oh,
you're lying, dude. You're lying.
I swear to you.
Bad energy?
So it was like corn plant, good energy. Snake plant, bad energy. Who has a snake plant?
I'm feeling it. Looking at its reflections. Look at it. It has a bad energy aura now that I look at it. It looks evil.
Look it up.
What's it looking at? What's going on, Spider Tiff? Why you got the bad vibe plant right behind you? What's happening?
It's the only thing that's going to survive in here. The corn plant was Pickles number 1. Pickles did not survive. There's not enough light for the corn plant to live here. So it sits in my living room aside my money tree, which also is a nice plant to have in case you guys
money
chat.
Tree?
Yeah, you're welcome.
What's a money tree?
That explains my setup.
Look it up.
I want a money tree. I actually need a money tree. So money doesn't grow on trees. But Tiff, you've clearly broke that system. Money does grow on trees. Now the snakes grow on the snake plant. I don't know. Bad vibes though.
I get better trees. Be bold.
Hey, Be Bold. So let's talk about Be Bold, right? Be Bold is a team that on day number 10 on Sandhawk, 10 eliminations. It should be 13 eliminations. So now they're going on to Sandhawk. We talked about them being 13 points away. Coincidence? I think not. Dave, I believe Sandhawk could be a strong map for Be Bold, but where are their downsides, right? Where is Be Bold faltering and need to clean up their act?
I think they're just overthinking it, honestly. With it being double points day, it's the last week. We're starting to hear from these players, from other squads on the second page, like it's do or die. It's all or nothing. We want to do our best so we can leave, like we said last desk, with our heads held up high. It's just not overthinking things. I think that last game was a prime example of Be Bold overthinking every single decision. We saw them in their vehicles. They were looking to take the fight. They changed their mind, made a U-turn. They're not taking the fight. They're going from this compound to that compound. Just play some Pubg Mobile, get some eliminations, third party, get involved, and take advantage of your double points. I think that's all it is. They're just overthinking it here today.
But it's so hard not to overthink it, right?
It is, but it's the last week. It's the last week, and you're already on the second page. You just gotta let it loose. Pull a fate, man. Take the hands off the wheel and just let the Pubg Mobile guys do what they gotta do.
Well, you know what? You do bring up a good point, Tiff, right? I mean, it is day 13, final week. You're on the second page. You need to throw a Hail Mary pass at this point in order to get on the first page. And then even more so, right? You need to score a touchdown to get into the top 4. So for Be Bold, I mean, I think take a page out of Mafioso's playbook, right? From Alpha 7, just full send. Or even in Hyper, who challenged Alpha 7. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You're in the same position you were before, right, Tiff?
Or take a page out of Team Liquid's book and be really consistent today for your double points. I mean, at the end of the day, you're talking Sandhawk. Things can get mixy on this one map that we witness only once a day. And you look towards what happened yesterday, and that was Team Liquid taking a win on Sandhawk with 19 total points. Now, granted, they haven't found that winner chicken dinner yet again on their double points day since that back-to-back in week 1. Can they start here?
They need to. I mean, this is game number 4. You've got 3 more games to make an impact for your group if you're in Group B. Obviously, we're talking about Team Liquid, who's already made the most of it so far. They can stop now and still be happy. AGG, Be Bold, SLR, right? All 3 of those teams need to make an impact, but can they? We're going to find out right here, right now on Sandhawk. Map number 4, Mustache Dave, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Oh, let's do it. Look, at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure it's Team Liquid that has the money tree that is in their hotel rooms. They go back after a day at land. They're just like, I'm manifesting all the good vibes. That's what we know. And honestly, your green screen with the plants was crazy. I loved that so much, Dave.
Team Liquid, they book an extra seat on the plane for the money tree. They bring it with them. That thing is definitely working. So we'll see. Team Liquid looking to get that money, $44K for that first place position here, and then make it to that next lobby. That's $3 million. But talking about making that money, we got N-Hyper and E7 in the rooms. Let's go.
I see a knife. I see a weapon. I see E7 kind of opening things up there. The trades going back and forth, and Deblim on the high ground. Stars with the climb up. Looking for some of those angles, and there it goes. Franco takes some damage. Caprice grabs the full onto Joaco. Hate is the only one down. Joaco fully limbed. Deblim and co. Have to stand things up. Stars goes down. Look at Caprice on the high ground. Deblim just kind of snaking their way along the building side. There we go. The full push come through. It does through the angle. The DBS goes hard.
Oh, okay. We're not done yet. We still got Hate. We still got Hate and Franco trying to put in some work right here, trying to take out N-Hyper. How many times have we had this rematch, though, when it comes to these 3 weeks? I feel like at least 4 times, just the back and forth. And honestly, who is going to be the victor of Ruins? Obviously, N-Hyper might be sealing that here with their numbers advantage, 3v2.
At the end of the day, E7 wins this. And I say that because N-Hyper is in 10th place, and if they fall here, they really cannot make a run on Sandhawk to get into, that front page, similar to what we want from Be Bold. So at the end of the day, I don't know if any of these teams are winning anything. It's just the battle as the days go on, as the weeks go in, and we got the player cam coming through here.
Super focused here.
Gotta be.
Focused. Look at this, Franco, barely any health here. So unfortunate. As the DBS and the Tommy gun. Franco, if you want to take out Franco, you need to push down here to their... Oh, actually, you can throw a grenade. Well, yeah.
That would be the easiest way. But honestly, some other teams are going to be lurking on a horizon. Now, you think of maybe potential third parties that come through knowing that this is occurring in Ruins. But do you even get anything from that? And honestly...
One team that needs to do that is Be Bold. But yeah, I know I'm kind of harping on them here tonight, but they are south of the Ruins, and knowing that these two teams fight here often, they could capitalize on that.
See, here with Franco, though, you kind of have to bait at the end of the day. You've got the shoddy in hand, and so does Stars, so we have to be very weary of close-range engagements from that, but there's a lot of sharks that are circling in these waters. You can see 9Z in the vehicles just in the distance now. Granted, still a bit away from this actual thing here, but they're going to roll up pretty kitted out compared to what we're witnessing from N-Hyper and E7.
Yeah, I'm surprised Franco even made it out of there alive. I felt like Franco just had their back against the wall, and 3 N-Hyper players had them pinned down. But Franco now on the outskirts right here. Still no health, so he's going to be low in the health department. And now we see downrange 9Z on the hilltop trying to third-party the Ruins engagements here. Joko on the front lines. Look at them. Yep, just eagles in the sky trying to pick apart the scraps.
Us the way. That's so interesting. You start to really think, considering where that circle has positioned themselves, that's not going to help this standoff that we're witnessing here in Ruins either. It's centering up kind of towards this. Be Bold has already moved into a neighboring POI, and well, it looked like it was good, but it's just going to miss by a few inches. Ooh.
Just kind of listening into the footsteps here. Oh, there goes the third party from 9Z. Yep, we were calling that one out.
All right, Stars. Dancing around, looking for the angle if we could make that work. But at the end of the day, 9Z really helping out E7.
Now inside the Ruins in the temple, sees the smokes, anticipating the revive here. Franco was able to find a bandage. DBS locked and loaded. There goes Caprice across the way. The standout players for N-Hyper. UMP in hand. Fate. Pitching out FSS.
Okay. On the inside, we roll. What's Caprice going to do? Reaches their way a little bit closer, trying to play along the doorway. All right, so let's see if we get the angle. We've got the DBS now in hand. It's just a matter of time before the chow. We're just trying to be cheesy with it, but it doesn't matter. It's mere HP throughout, and this is a challenge here.
We're shooting all types of directions here. Players from E7 really low. There goes another nice trade over here. It is crumbling for Hyper. It's up to Capri to seal the deal, save the day for the Ruins battle. Franco, DBS trying to hunt him down right here.
Okay. Here we go. Stars has been fooled. Capri's last standing. And honestly, it's tough because Stars was the one that had the shotgun that would have been able to hold those tighter angles. And now Capri's is just trying to distance themselves, make it more challenging that they have to filter through to give him some time. But with Franco and that DBS, it's going to be such a big threat. And if I'm Capri's, I need to find just an angle to Furia rotating in across the bridge from the north. Seals the deal. Now for Entity 7, it's going to be so tough because yes, you hold the inside here in the temple, but you have to deal with, do we are able to find resources without getting picked apart on the outskirts from a mid-range fight?
Yeah, E7, they're done as well. You know, you got Furia in the north looking at that entrance. You got 9Z in the south looking at the opposite entrance, and then Be Bold on the west. So pretty much 3 focal points for trying to evacuate the ruins are already going to be covered. So you did what you had to do, and that was to take the fight and get your 3 eliminations onto Hyper. A nice little skirmish, without a doubt. Next circle goes up. So if the circles continue to favor the Ruins, E7, they might be able to snake it out, get some additional placement points. But all in all, like that's their Sandhawk game, right? It's done, in my opinion.
Imagine if we didn't. Like, we split land, maybe that POI across where Be Bold is currently sitting, similar to what we had seen in some maybe prior weeks as opposed to like an actual hot drop. This would have been the game for them here on Sandhawk. But for Alpha 7, getting peppered from afar, Revo has to drop down into the water, channel the best swimmer that we've ever seen, and is now resurfacing. SLR, you can see White LG and Dragon just kind of setting up shop there, looking for angles, holding crosses. And McGrellin is just like, no, I'm going further back. Maybe it's time we just disengage completely.
Koi can really play spoiler too. Koi's going to be on the opposite island in the blue here. So E7, they did pump the brakes a little bit, doing some more scouting here, not to get caught off guard again on their rotate across that bridge. But if they don't recognize Koi's position, Koi can really have a surprise factor in this fight.
I love that we're like not necessarily wanting to commit the frag until we get more information, but we're ready to cook when needed. Elsewhere, Titan Gaming playing spoiler here on Sandhawk to Death Wolves. That's going to be really unfortunate for them, knowing that they were working to jump over Inco Gaming after a massive game day yesterday. Still 66 points, and now Death Wolves only has 1 left here. Titan Gaming, oh my gosh. Just like that. A clean fight against Death Wolves.
Yeah, and I did like that we saw the player cam. They weren't looking too disappointed, kind of, clapping, getting a little more hyped up. And that fight was going to be all the way up there in the north. So Titan Gaming coming out on top of that one. They should be able to rotate into the play zone now. Death Wolves, though, they are going to have to watch out for Influence Rage, who are still alive, a team that is hot on their trail when it comes to overtaking them on the leaderboards. But getting back to this battle, SLR, we're talking about confidence plays. Taking out Alpha 7, that's confidence all day. I believe Koi trying to make the push now. The alternate angle. Alpha 7 fully committing to this fight now. They need to.
Honestly, SLR has to move. We have in the blue. We're being held out. We have 2 total bandages here. There goes 1. And at the end of the day, Alpha 7 is backing up, taking control of the space of the bridge, knowing that SLR will eventually have to rotate through. And Carrillo, Koi, you called it. You said Koi is going to be the hero of this play. Hits the flank, takes the knock, gets the full, turns the number advantage straight towards SLR.
Yeah, that was the play right there. Mafioso, McGrellin, they might just opt to just go to the play zone now, leave Revo here to fend for themselves potentially. But Dragon popping in the vehicle here on the roof, getting traded across the way from the M4 McGrellin. Dragon's going to be done for sure. So it's all kind of falling apart now for both these teams committing to this blue zone engagement. Meanwhile, Nexical pops. Team Queso, big kill in near Camp Alpha. This is going to be a good game for Influence Rage as well when it comes to closing that gap behind the Death Wolves, who were already eliminated.
That's actually a really good point. Influence Rage had a strong performance in the prior drop, and if we can keep up that momentum, which you said, big fan of, right? I don't remember.
Some people believe it. Some people don't.
Some people don't, but for me, I would love to see them be able to do so, especially if we're already on that eastern side. You've got a couple of warning teams that are going to maybe look to make a play for your position. Could be Royals of War, could be AGG. We'll just have to see where they all decide to make their entrance in. And for now, NRG Galaxy started off with a 20 elimination, drop one in Arendelle. Have already lost out on Fate, Malaz, and J7 and Spec going to have to turn this one around.
Yeah, just really unfortunate for NRG. They were trying to go for the safer rotate, actually rotating through the blue on that bridge south of Pine Ann to make it towards the Ruins area. That was probably their target. Unfortunate for them, Alpha 7 have been in this area for some time, locked in their own engagement. So pretty much just getting caught off guard for free right there. Could be able to pick up Spec. But just unlucky losing the vehicle and losing Fate in the process.
Said he wanted to be free on the map, and well, I didn't know he was going to be free elo for another team here. With Spec, doubles down, gets back up, a couple HP to go, but is able to grab a knock, will fall to blue, but SLR is going to use the time that NRG Galaxy is taking away from Alpha 7 to hit a full rotate around this.
Yeah, it looks like SLR, they hear the shots on the shoreline here. I'm really trying to see, are they going to stop to make the third-party push, or are they going to prioritize the circle? And you know what? Their meds probably not the best. They've been dipping into the meds for some time now, so it does look like they're going to continue to go into the circle. Only thing is, Team Liquid are going to be waiting right there. So both these squads still locked in this battle in the blue for the time being, and it's like just one more player alive for NRG.
Ooh. Now, here comes the chow, and it's going to be Revo to deal the finishing blow, but we're still only up for 2 on Alpha 7, and SLR found Cardozo, finds Ayala. And this is tough because Team Liquid currently on 3 eliminations, wanting more, wanting to solidify themselves. You heard reflections earlier. He wants to see a team hit 1,000 before week 3 is over. And if we're getting closer to 850, getting closer to that number, I love that.
Getting close, and talking about getting close, Influence Rage getting close to ramping up their eliminations here on this Sandhawk map. Nice little spot there on the shoreline because we start to see a couple swimmers in the water, possibly Royals of War, depending on where this next circle takes us. We already see AGG and their double points on the shoreline as well. So Influence Rage in a nice little power position, holding down the east side, in my opinion.
Oh no.
But honestly, this fight, yeah, Alpha 7, I'll say they came out on top just because they had some eliminations. They were able to take advantage of it. But at the end of the day, like all those teams, SLR, Alpha 7, pretty much just a throwaway Sandhawk map, in my opinion.
At least you're grabbing some eliminations, like you mentioned, sitting on 4 currently for Alpha 7, and just like that, Titan Gaming fall with 5 AGG. Well, this is going to be a tough one for them. Guapo goes down, Federal. Now, if you're going to chow for the position that Influence Rage was able to grab for themselves, if we clean out the eastern side, survive here. Pedrino, last standing for AGG. Lagos ahead and picks up some fools there. Chucking nades because we've got plenty of them, but a 1v4 for us. Look, you just have to become one with the boulder or become one with back to the lobby. Influence Rage picks up AGG.
Yeah, another war game for AGG. They had 2 eliminations last game, and then 1 elimination in game 1 and 1 elimination in game 2. And PGG, just as a reminder, they are on their double points day, their final double points of the PUBG Mobile Super League America. So they're trying to take advantage of that. 2 more games to go for them. Hopefully they could pull something out the hat. Revo still alive from Alpha 7, deep in the blue. That's a little Alpha 7 update right there. But coming up here towards the north, Team Queso, Inco Gaming. Fighting for the clips right now.
Gary, not like this. We cannot pop onto a POV with Gary and see him get dropped. Nenabete does go ahead and get some action straight onto Milos, gets the full as well. But Team Queso, every inch that Inco Gaming tries to take, they answer straight on back. And now Nenabete has to clutch this up alongside Nunes, who's just across the way. Few HP and a dream. With across the angles, looking for silence over there. Can we get over to Vitaly? We just need to finish this engagement and hit the res if able.
Silence saying the same thing too. Silence trying to close the gap, get the confirmation there on Vitaly. Wrapped around the edge, is going to be spotted, a little head right there, and there goes Silence. There goes Team Queso. So Inco still surviving out here. Wouldn't say thriving. They did lose one in the process. But Bebo looking to pick some plays out here on the Furia.
Look at that. David trying to anchor down through the hill here. Looking for angles, looking for openings if we can get them. For now, think about Furia up with 2 eliminations so far. Be bold on 1. Would be a really nice addition to be able to pick up 4 eliminations for Be Bold if they could, or vice versa for Furia.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you see David trying to sneak up, get within range to toss a Molotov, toss a grenade. That's all Be Bold needs to do is just toss all their utility here and try to flush out Furia. Or anticipating the push right now. There's a huge knock right there. As well. From Inco trying to third party that engagement.
Okay. Law down.
Okay, yeah, Be Bold. They're getting away, surveying the land, getting the intel here before making their decision. But they definitely have to make one soon.
Okay. There's a lot of people that are going to be fighting over here. Even Royals of War is able to pick off 1 member of Team Liquid. So we'll have to see how this goes. Vitaly, though, not a lot of HP, no meds to work with. Joko down. Would love to see some of these nades connect, but when you just have to keep moving, right? Blue at your back. There goes the full, but we see the angles come through. Inco Gaming has fallen. And with Influence Rage still at the helm, grounding eliminations, and even Furia here, we finally start to see this fight come to fruition.
Knock gets Be Bold, making the push down to just 1. LaRosen on the other side, trying to get the confirmation. Gusta doing the same thing over here. So now it's going to be a 2v1 happening right now. Ooh, 1v1. LaRosen put in some work, but then taken out in the trade right there. So Be Bold, 3 eliminations. Getting a little aggressive here, just not going their way, but look at that, those shots. Yep, everybody here in those shots. 9Z looking over here, Team Liquid looking over here for the third party, so Furia, they're about to be flushed.
Yo, but the nade threads through the window. Chief with the golden arm on him, hitting the crazy angles, now looking for Becker. At this point, I'm a die-hard Team Liquid fan. I'll have to go get my sign to prove it. But now Becker in the sights here of Chief. And they just want more. I told you guys yesterday Sandhawk went the way of Team Liquid. And it's looking promising. The biggest threat for them is going to be Influence Rage. The 4 members of that squad still standing and currently sitting on 7 eliminations. Now, mind you, this is a squad that has been working very hard to break into the top 4.
Yeah. And I love how Team Liquid are leaving Cardozo down in the south to make sure that his 2 squad mates can't get wrapped around a backstab. We're trying to put in work and flush out these opponents in the compound. So, huge heads-up play right there from the trio of Team Liquid.
All right. See what we've got to work with here. No nades. That would be really brilliant to have if we're going to be the last standing member of Furia. Nade goes out. Still have a molly in the pocket. But if we can go ahead and just start cleaning up Furia, that would be great. But you're going to have to contend with Influence Rage here. And you already called it. Cardozan is in that south anchoring for Team Liquid. So their numbers are already at a disadvantage. And DBS up the hill straight towards 9Z. Still, a solo from Furia, a solo from 9Z, 3 from Team Liquid. Influence Rage has the numbers advantage. They can just all push together and completely whittle away the numbers. There goes the last member of 9Z. Another elimination there for Influence Rage.
Yeah, they're doing great. Next play zone does not favor this hilltop, so we'll have to see them make the push. But before they do so, they need to take out the 3 opponents over here in the north side. Looks like Chief popping in their vehicle, prioritizing the circle, trying to group up with Cardozan once again. Influence Rage looking to close the gap between them and the Death Wolves, who were eliminated a little earlier on. It comes to the overall leaderboards here. Influence Rage with 10 eliminations so far, but they need to fight the final boss, the trio of Team Liquid.
This is crazy because Mythic is still up in the north. Now, if Influence Rage can pick off Mythic and then set their sights onto Chief and just take every fight one by one, but Furia was going for the wrap falls to the blue.
Look at
and
this.
now Mythic.
Got him.
Not Diego, not like this, not Federal. Mythic going for the overall Elix. And I'm going to clean it up if I can. And holy Cardozan.
Yeah. Team Liquid, winner, double points, chicken dinner. The Mythic player right there lurking in the blue. Influence Rage had no clue in the world, and then it was all about a 1, 2, 3, and then the trio of Team Liquid just crossfiring up there on top of Influence Rage. Influence Rage, though, still solid game, second place, 10 eliminations, but this is that chicken dinner that Team Liquid have been so close to securing here tonight, finally locking it down here for their double point.
Look, I told you that Team Liquid was very solid when it came to Sandhawk yesterday. A 19-point game, 9 eliminations. And Taylor, look, Reflections, man. 11 eliminations, another winner chicken dinner, and you get bonus points. What more could you ask for?
Not a whole lot, right? Maybe more eliminations, but I mean, honestly, that's getting greedy at that point, right? Especially with the day TL has had. And good shout, Tiff, yesterday, right? You know, Team Liquid did win on Sandhawk. So back-to-back days, winning Sandhawk, incredibly impressive. But what is so cool to me, Dave, is just how Mythic continues to just excel in just about every fight that he gets into as an individual, right? And that's so impressive to me because every member on Team Liquid is individually skilled, right? But Mythic is just, he's so clutch.
He wants the MVP. You know, he's trying to overthrow Revo, who has been the top elimination holder, I believe, since week 1, right? So I think today could be that day. There's been multiple games here tonight that Mythic has just been putting in a lot of work here, Reflections.
He has been, and again, clutching yesterday in that 1v2 against SLR was impressive, and now even here getting 3 members at the very end. We're talking taking down Flaw, Federal, Diego, just sneaking up on him and taking him. It's Team Liquid is on a different level, not because they're in first place, but because of their individualistic skills to be able to clutch up. And they've been doing that ever since they were under the banner of Loops. Now that they're under Team Liquid, I feel it gave them a bit of a bump. Team Liquid is a massive organization to obviously represent. I want to start, though, at the revenge tour for E7 at the beginning, Tiff. If you remember day 1 of this series, Ruins was in hot contention. It was in hot contention between Hyper and E7. And Hyper won that big fight. That's where we saw Stars really come into form at land, talking trash. But E7 finally wins and get revenge. But at what cost, right? They leave with only 2 members left.
They do leave with 2 members left, and at the end of the day, no one is winning the Battle of Ruins because everyone was able to rotate straight on into that, clean up, and honestly, we just had to have a moment of silence for that end game there for Influence Rage because, man, to let that happen to you is so tough, but to have Team Liquid grab a win on their double points day, taking a 42 points, I mean,
I mean, it's like you look at Alpha 7 last game, Dave, and it's like we're praising him, 16 elims and a winner chicken dinner, and granted, a huge come up, right? But it's like Team Liquid shuts him right back down, sends that lead, even more so than 107, right, to take over first place. And 42 points is a huge game for Team Liquid. This is the best double points day they have had yet.
Every time Alpha 7 make a step in the right direction, Team Liquid respond with a leap in the right direction, right? And of course, the double points definitely playing a factor, and Alpha 7, they will be in the double points on the last day. I'm still sticking with my guns here. I want to see Alpha 7 put a stop to the Team Liquid momentum we've been seeing here tonight.
I don't think you can stop it.
I'm sticking with it, all right?
I don't think you can stop it.
All right.
It's not stopping.
It's not
32,
stopping.
game 1. 44, drop 2. 42, drop 4. How are you going to stop that, Dave? How are we stopping that?
Send E7 at him.
Okay. What? Okay. Hey,
More
whatever.
elims for Team Liquid.
Oh, the truth comes out. The truth comes out.
Hey, E7 had their time to shine in week 2, but haven't really shined that bright in week number 3. Second page, not that eventful. I know Titan Gaming had a bit of life for a little bit with the 5 elims, but the placings is what they really needed. That's where they suffered. Team Liquid will continue their lead, 879. 2 more games to go. We won't reach 1,000 today, but I swear I want to reach 1,000 by day number 15. The dream is still alive, especially at the rate Team Liquid is going at. Their lead will extend 129 over that of Alpha 7. Now, as far as the big movers go, Dave, we do see Influence Rage move up, Death Wolves go down.
Oh, man, but they heard your wolf roar earlier on, man.
It motivated them, huh?
Demotivated them, man. They needed more passion, more passion.
That's right,
man.
Well,
At one point, though, they can come back. They can come back.
I hope so, surely so at one point. I mean, well, I don't know. Now, today, though, Influence Rage is on fire. The second page, by the way, just to browse over, Be Bold continues to be on that edge of catching up into first, or not first, but onto the first page. Be Bold does get 6 points from the last game, but it's just not enough. They're going to have to do better in the last 2. I'm fully confident that they can. They just got to reach over or get over that hump. But Influence Rage, though, 29 total eliminations today. They are on fire, and they're doing so not even on their double points, which
back-to-back second places too with eliminations for Influence Rage.
Which is great. Exactly what they needed, and that's why they're moving up. Dave, Influence Rage is a team that is storied, right? I mean, the previous champs from this series, granted a new roster, but they're coming and trying to return to glory. First place is out of reach, but top 4, they'll take it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this is a team, they got a track record, right? So they got what it takes. They got the experience, and now they're fighting for that survival spot, and they just were able to claim it. So there's going to be a lot of ups and downs between them and Death Wolves until the very end here, Reflections, without a doubt.
Without a doubt, the race to top 4 still continues. I'm loving every bit of it, and I hope you are as well. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you're enjoying it. And also, if you're talking on the socials, make sure you're using #PMSL Americas. Well, that's 4 games down, 2 more to go. Miramar coming up after the break. But as we go into the break, we've got Sarpatch on site to talk to Alpha 7's McGrellin. Let's hear what McGrellin had to say.
Alright guys, here we are with Magdalene from Alpha 7. Congratulations on the victory, a very important victory for you guys, especially since Team Liquid is double pointing. They didn't do that many points, but you guys did, so tell me about how important that is for you guys. É importante porque ele não fez muito pontos, eles estão fazendo dobro ponto, então jogo assim para vocês, quão importante é?
Acredito que não vai trabalhar as 3 últimas quedas para tentar uma mini ticket, né? Para conseguir amanhã e no dobro de pontos no domingo ficar tranquilo.
They're going to work to get another victory today, have a good day today, have a good day tomorrow, and on Sunday have double points and get champion points. Esse domingo vai ser muito importante, né? Você acha que vocês vão precisar chegar com mais pontos nesse dia, ou nesse dia vai ser que vai terminar de ganhar? Do you think on Sunday you're gonna be able to have already a lot of points and just take it home with the double points, or what are you looking at?
Acredito que vai ser tranquilo, acredito que não vai trabalhar hoje, mas 3 últimas quedas é amanhã, que amanhã a Team Liquid também não dobra. Chegar no domingo e com esse título na mão, fazer muitos pontos para conquistar esse título.
they want to play tomorrow, and that's not double points. Not double points. They just want to see themselves with the title in hands and being champions. Thank you very much, sir. Best of luck. Let's go back.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 13. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. That's 4 games done. Just got out of Sandhawk, where we saw a big victory coming out from Team Liquid over Influence Rage, who's been absolutely stellar today, moving up to 4th place, knocking Death Wolves down. They have a 1-point lead, but we're about to hop into map 5, which is Miramar. Last time we left off of Miramar, it was 9C, coming out with surprise victory. Despite losing 2 early on, they take the game with 2 against that of Team Liquid. We had an interview with one of the players. It was nice to hear from them. Their mindset, business as usual, they said. They're cruising through. We'll see how far 9Z can continue to go. But Tiff, it's finally time to start the conversation I tried to start a long time ago before NRG Fate's interview took priority, right? Let's talk about how teams can stop other teams. Now, yesterday, Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, we were talking about how can teams rather stop other teams in PUBG Mobile. And Dave's kind of been playing around with this conversation a little bit today, and that's why I want to talk about it. In other BRs, right, you see teams, they'll hot drop on teams. Not grief, but hot drop to stop their momentum, right? That doesn't happen in PUBG Mobile. Teams refuse to change up their landing drops. They refuse to challenge other rosters. Do we feel like PUBG Mobile might be missing a little bit of that spiciness? And do you think it's actually beneficial to give up your landing spot and try and hot drop another team with the intention of stopping their momentum?
I'm just sitting here. I'm like, yeah, no. If I'm going to just throw my game to chance stopping Team Liquid, knowing that they've already broken through 850 points, at the end of the day, it's just giving them more points. Now, that's not going to open the door. Now, granted, if you're vying for maybe that 4th place spot, I think that's where you'll start to see teams maybe start taking risks, and it'll come through maybe tomorrow or even on the final day. And I think that's where we'll see a lot of it, because at the end of the day, these teams on land, they're going to know where the weapon spawns are. They're going to know everything that's going to occur like the back of their hand. And if that plane path lines up with someone they're like, I know for a fact that I can drop this team that's at the bottom of the leaderboard, and I know if I can just get the jump on them for their drop spot, why not? That's going to come through tomorrow and the final day 100%.
And that's where the conversation was yesterday. It wasn't necessarily about Team Liquid or Alpha 7. It was more so about the race to top 4, right, Dave? It's like the conversation of Furia trying to stop Death Wolves or trying to stop Inko, who was on fire yesterday, right? Because Furia needed to maintain their positioning, but they didn't do so, right? So that top 4 race is where teams need to, I think, get a bit more aggressive in trying to stop each other. Now, granted, you do run the risk of cannibalizing each other, and then another team just comes up out of nowhere. But, Dave, I do think there is value in trying to stop a team that's gaining momentum towards top 4.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, the Death Wolves are kind of stopping their own momentum here tonight. Last game, just unfortunate up against Titan Gaming. And if I'm looking at the Death Wolves, I'm gonna get some revenge on Titan Gaming. I love Titan Gaming, but I love the Death Wolves a little more. So I'm gonna be hunting them down on their drop spots for Miramar and shoving their face in the dirt. Like, hey, that's the last time. That's the last time you drop us. All right, Titan Gaming, you stay down there. But Death Wolves, losing their lead by only 1 point. So they could maybe opt to drop on one of the lower teams and get back within that 4th place position. But Influence Rage, they've just been doing so good here tonight. They've been so consistent, and they're heating up as well because tomorrow is their double points day. So I like to joke and meme a lot about these races, between 4th and 1st and whatnot. But in all seriousness, Influence Rage is also another squad kind of similar to Team Liquid, who has just been heating up here all day, and that gets me worried for their double points day when it comes to just strengthening their gap on the overall leaderboard.
Well, there it is. Map number 5, Miramar. We're about to drop in. I'm excited. 9C, Team Liquid Eagle. Those were your top 3. Will they remain top 3 on the second Miramar? Let's find out. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Oh, let's do it. I hope that things keep going, Mixie. I love that we're already seeing things completely change in terms of teams that are looking to unseat for that top 4. But back to Miramar we go. Now, Dave, last time we saw it drop 2. 9Z won with 2 eliminations, but it was Team Liquid that stole the show with 16 elims.
Yeah, this 9Z, they won because they put in a ton of work up against the trio of Team Liquid, all right? Yeah, they got the win, all right? And that's what matters at the end of the day. But they lost 2 really early on, I believe, up against Hyper, and then they kind of just tossed the stone, and they ended up in the final placement when it comes to circles. So, I don't like to say this word lightly, but luck was definitely on their side, in my opinion. But 9Z, hey, take the wins when you can, right?
Very true. Let's go ahead and look. We've got a relatively central zone pulling for stage 1. You love to see that. Alpha 7 will remain up in that northern area. Now, granted, because the plane path is so far on the eastern side, they may not make it all the way over to their favored El Puzo, but they'll kind of anchor off to see where they go through. Furia still in that southeastern side, nearby Death Wolves, who have been trying to do their best, but have not been able to find that momentum that Team Liquid has found here in day 13. And NRG able to stretch it out for their favored drop position.
I think NRG this week have been doing really good, all things considered. Last week, it was Sunday, they were starting to ramp it up, and we really started to see some signs of life from them. And they've been able to carry on into this week, in my opinion. And then to make it even better, they're changing up the strategies, adapting to the lobby. We heard in the interview, Fate will be taking a step back from their role of IGLing that they've been doing here for years now. So that to me is showing that NRG, they're looking for a change and looking to move in the right direction. So shout out to NRG representing North America here tonight and looking to be on that first page.
See if they can do that. And honestly, SLR had a really nice showing just even yesterday in day number 12, and we were hoping to see them have just some massive moves here today on their double points day, the final double points day for Group B.
Yeah.
But for now, it hasn't been, I I wouldn't say it's been bad by any means. It's been quite interesting to see kind of the way that they've been fighting around each other and the growth that SLR has obtained throughout the prior weeks.
I think when we look at teams in our Group B, like double points, the only squad that really stands out to me is Team Liquid. I mean, that's hard to argue. SLR, Be Bold, EGG, those three teams really haven't been taking advantage of the double points potential, right? So they've been getting really sloppy on their early to mid-game rotations, constantly losing one or two on the approach, and honestly just kind of not taking smart third-party fights when the option presents itself. So I think when we start to kind of break down like the double points whole factor of the leaderboards, you kind of gotta play a little more aggressive on these days, just to try to maximize your points output. I think Team Liquid are doing just that, because normally Team Liquid, on their non-double points day, they look for some early game power positions, they lock it down, and show up in the late game with 4 up, healthy, and they look for the winner chicken dinner, and they let the eliminations come towards them. But tonight, they've been being a little more aggressive. They've been getting into fights throughout every single game, and getting involved. Something that I would wish to see from these other teams. So I think now that we are in week 3, a couple of these squads kind of unlocking the code of, hey, double points day. Let's be a little more aggressive than normal. Meanwhile, some of these other teams just still haven't realized that, in my opinion.
And there's a lot of teams that have talked about that, wanting to be more aggressive, amp it up, but then we never see it actually come through, or maybe they try and someone just shuts them down a little bit early. But something that we just kind of saw when we were kind of perusing through some of our feeds there and we were bringing up the player cams is every time we see Team Liquid on the screen, they have the printouts of every map where all of the teams drop. Now, some things to be said about that. Now, I don't see it for everyone, or maybe it's just off screen, but that can help give you that mental picture and provide some clarity around teams that potentially have rotated from certain areas depending on where those zones have pulled, and knowing who you are going up against with that fight can really provide so much information. Or maybe even if it's a humble guess, right? Like right off the rip, you're like, this is who I'm going up against. This is how they like to fight. You have to be on the lookout. Like, let's say someone's going up against Team Liquid, right? You know for a fact that if there's multiple teams in the area, they're anchored off looking at holding both of them. Whether that's Cardozo, whether that's Ayala, and it just makes things a little interesting. Or you just know, I have to be hyper aggressive here because I'm only fighting potentially half of Team Liquid.
Yeah, 100%. If you're making blind fights at this point of stage, week 3, without having a good idea on who you might be versing, you're actually throwing, because you got teams like NRG always drop in Los Egos, you got Dan Hyper always in Bella Del Mar, like there's teams that they're always coming through the same rotational pathways, right? So if you're kind of just throwing it to the wind and guessing who you might be up against, you're already at a disadvantage, in my opinion. So, and we're starting to see teams who, like you said, do have those maps printed out, do the VOD reviews, do the scrims, do the practice. They're just coming out on top here.
Definitely, and a team that really has a strong chance to move up the leaderboard. Now, granted, at least to 7th place, right? Just 2 points behind Team Queso is going to be Royals of War. Now, they've got the compound kind of out here in the center of this field, and there's a couple teams that are in that nearby vicinity, and though Team Liquid is great at opening things up from that mid to long range, I just don't think that's necessarily something that they need to do just yet here. We look for some different space to anchor down on, because this area of Miramar is so open, things can get very tough.
Yeah, Royals of War have such a good compound right now. I mean, we saw those sidelines, the open fields pretty much surrounding the building, that as long as you got eyes on 360 from all angles, you should anticipate any potential push right there. So Royals of War just locking it down, hoping that these circles continue to go their way, of course. But with Royals of War, right, being what are they? Position 8th place?
Yep.
I don't know. I still don't know if that would be the strat I would be going for. In my opinion, I would still be trying to go for the edge play almost and try to take fights throughout the game instead of just hoping that these fights come towards you.
I know Mythic is going to just want to take this compound so bad. It's only a matter of time, and I'd be curious to see like what they do to unleash that. They have plenty of vehicles. Now, granted, they could just elect to rotate out of it and maybe clear the surrounding area and just leave Royals of War kind of isolated in their field.
Well,
for now, you got that circle pull all of these players. Yeah, that makes sense. Be Bold is going to be on that front line of the southeastern side of that next circle. Now, they're still looking to break onto that first page, and this could be the chance to move around it. Speaking of chances, Doran on the outside here picks off White Elegy.
Going back to Be Bold, they were somewhat separated moments ago when we were looking at the map, so hopefully they can group back up, get that high ground, and be able to catch a couple opponents on their rotates now that we did see that circle favor the north. San Martin in play, AGG will be holding that down. All these squads on the west side, so we're looking at N-Hyper, Titan Gaming, SLR, 9Z down there. I believe NRG also looking to use the west side to rotate maybe through Power Grid, maybe up for San Martin. Trying to avoid each other for the time being. Just rushing pedal to the metal right now, but look at that, in the elimination feed. Alpha 7 just getting a knock, probably not going to be getting the confirm, but just letting AGG know, like, hey, you better watch it. You better watch it, or else we're going to take some shots.
Gotta keep your eyes out on that. Looks like that do actually get the confirm onto them, so AGG will be left for a trio.
That's a mistake. Wow.
That's unfortunate for sure. But look at the angles here. Titan Gaming, they know Alpha 7 or their squad, at least one of them is going to be just above them. You can see Mafioso has the vehicle on this angle looking for information for teams rotating throughout. And, well, if you're able to spot one as Titan Gaming, you can kind of relay that to the rest of your squad and be like, maybe we rotate just a little further out, because you can see Redox in the distance.
Yeah, this has me going back to like what Coach Wancho originally told me today. Is like they're going to look for smarter fights and look for the third-party potential. So them kind of out there on their own has me a little concerned. And then you got Dorn and Inactive driving up there towards the north, and Redox still on Power Grid. I feel like the squad's getting a little too separated right now, especially with considering all those teams trying to rotate to the west side. Like they're just not going to be set up for a nice classic gatekeep right now. They're all separated in their own individual angles. So
Ooh, for NRG.
Yeah, and this is what I was just talking about. Like
Everyone's gonna collapse upon each other. So go on your screen though. Putting the pressure straight onto Inactive. Elite joins up alongside him. Now 9Z was the team that had such a good performance there in map number 2 for Miramar. A win with 2 eliminations gives them 12 points. And I say good because I think anything, once you hit the double digits, is going to be great. But for NRG, who started off strong on Erangel, drop number 1, not able to find their flow just yet, out in the blue. And if it's not Team Queso, you can see Alpha 7 is going to be that next threat once they get out of blue.
Yeah, NRG game 1, winner, chicken dinner, and 20 eliminations. Definitely the start you want to have for your evening. But then after that, they had a 12th place with 3 eliminations and a 6th place with 1 elimination. So yeah, NRG is slowly sliding down the slope here. Not keeping pace with their amazing game number 1, unfortunately.
It's crazy. And then I start to think of like what's going to happen when they move back to Erangel for drop number 6. That's going to be like the last hope. And oh no, Alpha 7 on the Team Liquid. Pops straight through Ayala. Joins back up with the crew. That just means Team Liquid down to a trio. You think back to that first initial roll-up on Royals of War in their compound, and you're kind of like, should we have pushed that? We'd be in a completely different position. Royals of War now on that southern edge of circle, and Alpha 7 move into a nice position here for the time being.
Definitely feels good taking out 1 from Team Liquid, trying to set them back a couple pegs here as they are just really one of these teams snowballing here tonight. Really consistent when it comes to getting their double points, eliminations, and of course their winner chicken dinner. So they're going to be down one here, but they're still going to be in the zone. Hacienda del Patron is current position. They're holding down, but they're safe. They don't need to move for the time being.
Every time I say someone's safe, I just let you know they're never safe. They're never safe. They look safe. Everything is good. There's no one in sight. And the next thing you know, everything goes wrong. So, we'll have to see.
Looks like here you're going to be trying to group back up here on the edge, maybe even hunting down E7, who just lost one on their rotate. B-Bold still holding down the crater east of Graveyard, Inco and Graveyard. So a lot of teams just trying to pick a spot and hoping that the next circle continues to favor them and lock it down. Let the eliminations come towards you. And talking about eliminations coming towards you, SLR finally making their breach into the play zone here on the edge, trying to avoid the sidelines of Furia.
Ooh, and there we go. Love that we're able to pull up the map to see. Dragon on your screen, a vehicle for cover, takes so much damage. Forced to disengage, but gets caught by Artruzen. So we'll just have to see. There goes the full. Unfortunate for them. And the pop comes through. We're moving towards the west. Death Wolves are going to win out on that regard and will now be allowed to gatekeep the entire northeastern side of things. So SLR, Furia, and even N-Hyper that is spreading out outside the zone on the north. But for Woshan and Koi, man, sometimes you just gotta get out.
Yeah, just trying to survive right here. They're going to be following suit with E7 doing the same thing. E7 only losing one so far. So SLR, they could get into a nice little skirmish. Get some elimination points. Team Queso will be relocating after that circle shift. It looks like they were setting up a potential push onto AGG, but then the circle popped. So be prioritizing circle here. Do a little bit of blind scouting here. Going to be rolling right up onto Titan Gaming.
Ooh. Okay, Silence. You know, you get traded out, but Redux on the other side of this boulder, trying to take this fight to him. But can we make this come through? Both players incredibly weak, but at the end of the day, we still are going through. Team Queso taking down Titan Gaming for AGG on the opposing side. Grab that onto Milos. We talk about the third parties all the time. And AGG finally converts one.
I think Milos just taking a little too long to rotate with their squad mates who recently got that dip taken away from Titan Gaming and will be caught right there from AGG. But I believe Alpha 7 here, those shots from AGG looking to wrap around AGG and possibly take them out. Get some elimination points. Alpha 7 with the whole squad alive. 2 eliminations going their way, but going back to Be Bold. Still got 4 up. Double points day. They got E7 and Rose of War. Their general area right now.
Okay. Wave comes through. Connects for a bit. Elsewhere, AGG and Alpha 7 are just getting mixy. But for Influence, Rage pops in the car. SLR done and dusted. And Furia starts putting the pressure straight onto E7. Only 2 players up for now. And Royals of War. There goes a third party. And there goes Entity 7.
Yeah, it's all about the third party here on Miramar. Furia are going to be doing just that onto E7. Royals of War still alive, making the potential push onto Be Bold, who are once again kind of letting these eliminations slip through their fingers, sitting on 0 as of right now. That's going to be down there in the south, but going over here to the Death Wolves. Going to be up here north. Oh, we'll get back to that because Royals of War finally making the push here.
Just not done. Be Bold just on top of Cole here. Curious to see what kind of angles they're going to be able to take, but it doesn't matter because David has fallen and Franz just across from them. Victex on the inside, looking through the smoke. The pinch comes in and Fran done and dusted. Now, still 3 up here from Royals of War. It's going to be a nice engagement for them. Pull up the map to see just kind of the onslaught that is to come. Royals of War doing a great job of just using the utility right now, forcing
Bold to hit that retreat, but Be Bold, little do they know they're going to be walking right into the arms of Inco Gaming if they're not careful. And Furia on the opposite end, sandwiching now Worlds of War, who recently just backfilled the Be Bold warehouse.
It's kind of wild because Be Bold trying to inch ever so closer from unseating Royals of War elsewhere. All Glory Gaming has fallen, and if Furia can take down Royals of War and Be Bold can kind of keep putting up eliminations and find themselves with a pretty good game here, it could be a different story in terms of the overall leaderboard.
A lot of smokes out right now. Looks like Furia repositioning their vehicles, keeping those tires alive. But not done yet with the push. Vitex in the smoke popping out of the soft cover with some spray from the M4 and lasered themselves here. Next circle does not favor this warehouse. Got to keep that in mind. So time is not on their side.
Okay, well, Deathwolves, they're going to grab a knock. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's the Influence Rage Deathwolves Furia game. Furia had fallen out. Keeps trickling in that downward trajectory, but they can stop it here and now. There's still 2 more days of gameplay after this. And we are still very close to making it towards that survival stage slot in 4th. That is the true battle. But Influence Rage has been climbing after Inco Games. Strong performance yesterday to put them into top 3. But Royals of War throwing out the nades, looking for angles onto Furia.
Yeah.
It's beneficial.
A lot of indecision coming out right now for Furia. I still see Kowski in the vehicle in the buggy looking to reposition and the intel, but it looks like Royals of War taking full advantage of that. Nice knock with the grenade. Kowski, 1v2 situation. Cole goes though. DBS taking them out. And then you got Vitex on the second story. Guardian Angel roll here, giving Cole plenty of room to work with. But a clutch revive happening behind this boulder.
Ooh, it looked like Victix was trying to make a play, but Cole picks the push, and there it is. Victix grabs Becker, Gary, a Hail Mary nade straight onto Cole Goad, and this is just an all-out brawl between the squads over here. Fury, on the other hand, gets eliminated. They pick up 4 eliminations, but Victix with the angles trying to put the pressure down, and there goes Inco. Vitali down. Push this DBS. We do still need to reload, but we're focusing on healing up for the time being. Gary over there, Minabete from the distance, hanging on out.
3v1, Vitex is in the blue, trying to get this heal off in time. Royals of War, 8 eliminations though, doing a great job up against Furia. And Inco recognizing the fight over here on the edge and trying to take advantage of that. So smart heads up play from Inco. But Vitex, there you go, trying to go for that hero play and was taken out in the process. But 8 eliminations, 1,600 damage done for Royals of War. Still a pretty solid Miramar game here.
That's beautiful, and we're going to see them get closer to jumping up another position. For Deathwolves, though, out there in the northeast, looking for Capri's if they can find them from N-Hyper. Team Liquid, strong showing there in the northwest, kind of isolated by themselves. Just the focus on that rotation. 9Z is likely going to get sandwiched towards the next stage. For Inco Gaming, able to escape from the south. Pretty nice to have all their numbers up.
Yeah, Inco sitting on 2 eliminations, so looking to increase that here. They're going to be in the south right there on the edge. But the Deathwolves in the north, no longer in the play zone, trying to take shots at 9Z. And then behind them, N-Hyper, of course. Team Liquid no longer in play as well. So Deathwolves, they got multiple opponents in their general vicinity. Looks like N-Hyper going to make the push, but a beautiful grenade right there. N-Hyper losing 1 in the process.
It's going to be good. Okay, there goes another frag. Capri's cooking one of their own to answer back.
More.
The onslaught that we are witnessing, just complete chaos. FS has to back down, find some time to heal up if possible. Same with Capri's, but this could be the opening that Deathwolves need. Try and close the distance or maybe take another nade angle. What can we do for Capri's? We're still getting hit. They don't have any more nades.
Nope. A lot of damage. Blue zone closing in as well. But the Deathwolves will need to reposition eventually. So they're trying to clean up these 2 additional eliminations before doing just that.
Okay, Caprice, 1 HP and a dream. FS trying to buy you some time, but Guazao is going to be able to grab that knock.
Wow.
And there goes Caprice, takes down Rataboy, but gets traded. Goodbye for them currently. N-Hyper has fallen, 0 eliminations. We are into the final 8 squads. At the end of the day, Alpha 7 still has all 4 members up. Same with Influence, Rage, and Inco Gaming.
Yeah, beautiful shots from Caprice right there, laser. But let's get into this battle. Alpha 7 on the defend right here, tossing down those smokes to make sure they're not third-partied from Team Liquid downrange. Inco, though, trying to crest over the hill, trying to open this battle up with some grenades using their utility here, and sending Nenebete on the off angle.
Ooh. Just threads between Vitaly and Nunez. Now, if I'm Inco Gaming, I want to pick up as many eliminations as possible because you have to realize Deathwolves in 4th now, toggling between that with Influence Rage. Now, it's like a 70-point difference in that 3rd place, but knowing that you've already burnt through your double points game, okay, it's gonna be tough, and Carrillo is not the squad. Alpha 7 is not where you want to be going up against right now in stage 6 because it's the biggest threat that you've got towards this end game. This fight is inevitable.
Oh no, I see some knocks over there. Grellin was holding a crucial angle to stop any off angle from Nenebete, but forced the group up with their squad mates. Now here comes Nenebete in the vehicle, trying to get some runovers. Look at that, a 360 right there from Revo. It's not done yet. We got Gary on the high ground, trucking down range, but was third-partied from Mythic, and then confirmed right there. And Alpha 7 is still going to be alive.
Okay, Revo here is going to look to hit the double res if possible. It'll be a clean reset. And Liquid elsewhere is kind of preoccupied, but that's because they split. And despite having 3, Grellin has the play here on the rock and the vehicle, knowing that he's going up against 2 members of Team Liquid. Chief and Cardozan are working so in tangent with one another. And we are just fending off against this Cardozan, though. RIC1 has doubled back to go help out Mythic, but Mythic has fallen. Mythic has been fooled. Team Liquid now a duo.
Chief with the P90 was able to get that crate over here. McGrellin, no helmet, M4. Chief anticipating the push. Here comes the spray down. P90 just too strong, and there goes the confirmation.
You can see Alpha 7 just pops in the vehicle, starts focusing on that rotation, or maybe the pull-up comes through straight towards Chief.
Chief's trying it, right?
Last alive.
Yeah, teamwork right there. Cardozan in the back line here. Find the boulder. 1v2 up against Alpha 7. Another good game for Influence, by the way.
They need it. They need it. If they want to try and make a play for the top 3, anything's possible. But Alpha 7, remember, they took out the first member of Team Liquid here on Miramar, and they deal the finishing blow. But at what cost? Revo there. One of the members standing alongside Mafioso on 10 eliminations. Now, granted, drop number 3 on Erangel, they were able to walk away with a win and 16 elims. So, still a decent game here.
INZ trying to make a play out here. INZ looking at grenade. Alpha 7. Revo going to be pressing into the zone, finding a little bowl in the dirt right now. Influence Rage wrapping around the south, trying to clear that out, trying to rack up some eliminations here. Currently sitting on 6, the only team with the whole squad alive. Influence Rage gonna get a winner chicken dinner. Keeping law in the compounds up there in the north, keeping tabs on 9Z. On the high ground, and here comes the push. All relaying that information back to their teammates. And here comes the support right in time.
There goes the nade. Okay, so you see the DBS in Federal's hand. You gotta be weary about that one. But at the end of the day, Law with the cheekiest of angles just catches Chuko completely off guard. Okay.
This should be it for 9Z. At least they're working together, but that doesn't work when you walk into the barrel of a shotgun. They are going to get a confirmation, though.
Honda Law, that's how you start things
play.
up. Team Queso falls elsewhere. If you work in synergy, Milovan, though, is going to be able to grab that opening with a nade, and there we go. You said this should be the end, and 9Z has fallen.
7, they got the pickup, trying to retreat, trying to get back into cover, get the heal off. Have a buggy to work with, but Influence Rage looking to seal the deal. Federal looking at that off angle. Diego doing the same thing over here. Looking to collapse onto Alpha 7, the duo that's still alive. 11 eliminations going their way. But the winner wearing chicken dinner in the fingers right now. Influence Rage.
Revo gets taken out by Milovan. Is that how this is going to be? The cleanup crew is here. Influence Rage take drop number 5 on Miramar. A stellar performance with 11 eliminations.
11 eliminations, and right there we saw the run over and the quick swap to the back seat to get the spray down right there. So that's game sense. And Influence Rage, I gotta say, once again, strengthening their lead up against the Death Wolves, who they went out in 7th position with only 4 eliminations. So Influence Rage looking to end today on a high note. One more match to go, but tomorrow will be Influence's double points day, which if I'm a Death Wolves fan, which I am, I'm getting a little concerned because the Death Wolves really haven't been putting up too many numbers here tonight when it comes to eliminations and placements here, Reflections.
Step it up. Now, the good news is they do have their double points still to come, right? So that is at least a good notion. However, Influence Rage have been on fire. 40 eliminations today. 29 before, plus the 11 today, or plus the 11, in that Miramar, and the win. My goodness. If this was double points for Influence Rage, I mean, they would have 80 bonus points alone just off of eliminations, which is just nutty to think about. Not to mention the 2 back-to-back second places, the 3rd place in area map number 1, and then obviously the 1st place in Miramar. I'm getting Inco Gaming vibes, Tiff, at this point, right? Inco Gaming was like this yesterday. Influence Rage is like it today.
You're not wrong. Influence Rage understood the assignment. They know where they've fallen. They've set the stage for how they want their last 3 days to look here at PMSL America's Spring. And, well, you gotta think about it this way. Influence Rage, they've still got double points tomorrow in Group C. And if we're already opening things up this strong, even if you cut it in half and just have a repeat performance tomorrow, they should be able to do enough to leapfrog, considering Inco Gaming already burned their double point. And I say burned, but I mean, they just used it, right? And they used it impressively well. The best we've seen from any team. And it would just be crazy if they put such a stellar performance on their bonus day to not be able to hold on to it.
It would be impressive and depressing at the same time, right, for Inco, who, like you said, put up some of the biggest points, but the reality is they still had a large gap to climb up, right? So even though they get all those points, it's not like their position is guaranteed, because we knew how tight the race was already from 4th down, or even 3rd place down. So I'm loving this run from Influence Rage without question. Now, 9Z, though, they don't get the victory, Dave, but like they still have a great second Miramar. 1st place Miramar number 2, or number 1, Miramar number 2, they come around and get 3rd place. It seems like 9Z just understand Miramar.
They got heart, all right, Reflections, they got heart. And yeah, like you said, Miramar, that is their map of preference. The only thing is, like, 15th place, 2 more days in Miramar. Hey, you're doing what you gotta do, right? And not to be last, and that's the goal for them. But I'm looking at Inco. Inco have been okay here tonight, right? But Influence Rage is doing so much better. And honestly, I've been talking about and looking at Influence Rage in that 4th place up against the Death Wolves. But with the performance tonight from Influence, I'm starting to look at like a top 3 from this squad, honestly. If Inco continue to kind of slide down and lose their lead, of course, the lead, there's a nice, chunky gap between the two. But I'm bringing this up because Influence have had such a phenomenal day. Heading into their double points tomorrow, They got a lot of potential, in my opinion, to be top 3 right now if they continue what they're doing.
Without question, Influence Rage. I hope they're not burning through all of like their potential here, not on their double points, because that has happened in the past. Now, that's just, of course, superstition. Tomorrow, I really do hope Influence Rage keeps up the energy, because if they do, they're absolutely deserving of a spot on the international stage. We take a look at our overall standings. Where does Influence Rage currently sit? Well, in 4th place, there is going to be no moving about from 1 through 8. But the big thing to take note of, Influence Rage is closing up on that gap of Eco Gaming. It is now down to 51 points, which at the beginning of the day was much larger, right? So they've made an impressive run, and on the double points, they can easily pass Eco Gaming. So Dave, I'm with you. 3rd place for sure. But the Death Wolves race between the two, it's still so close, Tiff, that I'm like, Death Wolves is still very much in it, despite being hit or miss today.
And Death Wolves also still has a bonus point day in pocket.
Yes.
Theirs will be that final day, right? So that's where things get tough, because you look at this entire first page, and a squad that would need that is going to be Influence Rage and Death Wolves. There are 2 teams here in the top 8 that have just on the lowest side of the bonus points day. That massive performance from Inco Gaming yesterday is really holding them into the top 3. Now, knowing that there's just only, I believe, 13 total drops left for them, can you hold it for 13 more drops?
That's the question right now. Dave, I do want to bring up a little bit of a micro storyline. Granted, Royals of War in 8th place, they do have a chance to maybe make it into the top 4. After all, their double points day is tomorrow. We've seen some big days so far, at least yesterday. Be Bold is at 498, and then we have Royals of War who's sitting at 505. So there's a chance Be Bold can pass Royals of War. We've been talking about that, but there was a critical fight on Miramar map number 5 we just witnessed between Royals of War and Be Bold. That fight quite literally determined whether or not Be Bold went up to the first page or stayed on the second, and ultimately it was decided that Be Bold loses, Royals of War would win that fight. So just that little bit of a micro battle right between the first page and second page, it just comes to show you one fight could be the difference maker between a placing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as long as they have these goals and they clock in tomorrow on their double points day and try to pull something out that. Did you say Royals of War have a chance at 4th place, by the way? Did I hear that right?
Look.
Did you say that?
Double points day. Double points, that's what I'm
Royals
saying.
of War? That's been your team since day 1. That's the team that you had on.
No, it has.
Royals of War. I remember now. I had Death Wolves and you had Royals of War. You're still on that bandwagon. Okay,
you know what?
Respect.
You're
man.
right.
Top 4, though? That's copium.
Hey,
At its finest. Top 4?
Hey, look, like I said, anybody has a chance, all right?
Okay.
And it is copium. I agree. I agree it's copium, man. It's very much copium, but it is what it is. Like, double points day, anything is possible.
And that's the beauty.
And when their double points is over with, and they haven't made it top 4, that's when I'll stop believing. But for now, I will continue to believe, because you're right. Since week 1, Royals of War has been my team because they had a standout week number 1, okay? So I'm going to continue to believe, just like you believe in Death Wolves, just like Enigma, Hot Chooks. At one point, they were singing the praises of Furia until it was over with, okay? That's all I got to say about that. Hey, 5 games done. We're about to head into Erigel to finish off day number 13 and the last bonus points, double points, I should say, for Group B. But as we do go to break, we have Sarpatch on site to talk to Team Liquid's Mythic after their incredible Game 4 win on Sandhawk.
Hey guys, here we are with Mythic from Team Liquid. Bro, congratulations, great match, especially the ending there. How are you guys feeling? Parabéns para o jogo, especialmente essa final, foi muito boa. Como você está se sentindo?
Estamos sentindo muito bem, o time está constante hoje, estamos pontuando muito bem, cada queda é uma queda e vamos para cima hoje.
We're feeling great, we're feeling really good today, one match at a time, so let's keep it going. That's what he said. You guys, double point days, someone already told me from your team that you were feeling like, like a normal day, but it doesn't feel like a normal day today. You guys are playing really well, so how are you guys feeling about that? Hoje, ponto duplo, vocês falaram que estão jogando como qualquer outro dia, mas esses dias estão jogando muito bem, então fala disso.
Estamos jogando muito bem hoje, era um dia importante pra gente, estamos jogando como qualquer outro dia mesmo, e ainda bem que estamos indo muito bem, é um grande dia hoje, vamos com tudo pra cima.
Yes, they are playing like if it was just another day, but it's been a really great day for us, so we're really happy about it, but let's just keep it going. Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Zealand.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America's Spring Season, day number 13. I'm Taylor Reflection Sobo, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff, and it is coming down to the end. We're running on fumes for Group B. Their chance to, hop up the leaderboard is, well, it's here. One more game to do so, and outside of Team Liquid, you can say that it hasn't been a good day for the other three rosters, right? AGG, SLR, B-Bold, they have not made the most of it, and that's just how it goes sometimes, Dave, right? It's just like, some groups, you have stellar performance from all four. Some groups, it's only one, right?
Yeah, Team Liquid definitely taking advantage of their double points. I believe now they're like 124 ahead of second place. And when we started the day, the gap was only 35. So Team Liquid doing such a phenomenal job here. Alpha 7 starting to crank up the heat just a little bit, but it is a little too late, right? With only one more game to go. And I love that Tiff uses this term, like burning your double points there. Like I love that actually. And Team Liquid burning it to perfection here today, right? Because moving forward, they're just going to have to be consistent while other teams like Alpha 7 have their double points there, right? So I think Team Liquid doing everything in their power to make sure that it's going to be a challenge for those other squads come double points.
Oh, it's a challenge for sure. The good news is, right, Tiff, like Team Liquid, they're happily going to the international stage, right? They're going to global finals, or at least group stage at global finals. So they can rest easy there. Now it's time to improve, and I do think they're improving each and every fight because again, those just mythic, right? Those individualistic fights that he gets into is just chef's kiss, absolutely beautiful. Alpha 7 though is a scary prospect with their double points. They get to burn through theirs, right, when it comes to Sunday, but Alpha 7. Remember the last Erangel we were on, Tiff? Alpha 7 was a team that got a winner chicken dinner, 16 eliminations, right? So they're looking to go back-to-back, maybe a little bit of a repeat in Game 6.
You want that for Alpha 7, right? Especially with Mafioso. It's like, hey, just watch, find out. we watched, we saw, they conquered, but they need to be able to prove that consistency, because at the end of the day, the only thing that's keeping Team Liquid at the top is their consistency, the ability to grab those winner chicken dinners and just take multiple placement points away from Alpha 7. Because every time you think about it, the winner chicken dinner, you're guaranteed 10 placement points. And if you're getting those wins on your double points day, it just manifests into a crazy amount of numbers, which we saw those 2 back-to-back wins in week number 1 for Team Liquid. And that's where they started to really kind of put those points on the board. And Alpha 7 did try to answer back throughout week number 2. But at the end of the day, it's just Team Liquid that's held out to be just a bit more consistent.
Let's go back to the start, though. Right, Team Liquid's consistent, but remember NRG? 20 eliminations to start the day, right? We're also could get a repeat of that. There's a lot going into the final game, and I'm so excited for it. And you, out in the chat, should be excited for the PMSL Pass. It's active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Guard Shadowman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, here it is, the end of the day. One more map to decide what the standings will look like going into day 14. Chat, get loud. Let us know who's going to take the final game. Will it be NRG, Alpha 7, Team Liquid, or somebody else? We're about to find out our answers to that question. Mustache Dave, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Hopefully we get someone else, because I would love to see some change of pace here on our final match on Aaron Gale. But when you've already got an interesting playing path over here on that western side, you know Alpha 7's going to get their boots on the ground relatively quickly there, Dave.
Yeah, Alpha 7 looking for that repeat, like you two said, with their last Aaron Gale performance, especially with trying to hopefully shut down the snowball tonight that we've seen from Team Liquid, who have just been dominating. But talk about shutting down, Influence, Rage, looking to shut down Hyper. Influence have been so consistent here tonight when it comes to points, and Hyper could be 4 additional points starting there on a game of the evening.
This is crazy, because I'm sitting here talking about the momentum that Influence Rage has found, and they're not even on a double points day. And when you drop Milovan and push Federal cannot fall here, and Baton hits the nade straight onto him. Law with the knife, and just like that, in complete shambles for Influence Rage, who are sitting in that survival stage slot, and we're working towards 3rd place, Inco Gaming. Now your attention has to turn to Deathwolves here in the final map, and even Furia, if you want to kind of go that route. They're just 13 points behind Deathwolves, but at the end of the day, anything's possible.
Crazy. I was literally looking at the numbers here. Influence had a 3rd place 7 eliminations, a 2nd place 10 eliminations, a 2nd place 10 eliminations, and of course the 1st place with 11 eliminations. So Influence Rage have had such a great night when it comes to just acquiring as many points as possible, maximizing it, and just setting them up for success come tomorrow when they do have the double points. So right there, though, classic and Hyper, classic North America right there, coming in clutch at the final hour to shut them down, baby, to shut down the momentum of Influence Rage. That's what I want to see from Alpha 7 and Team Liquid. I want to see them shut them down. Shut them down.
I'm on the bandwagon for Influence Rage right now. They were showing up all day. They were getting active like you were wanting, and now you're rooting against them, Dave.
I'm all over the place.
That's a hot take, I know.
The only team I'm never double-crossing is right here, the Deathwolves, right? I've been on this squad since my very first cast. This squad has been a very standout team, in my opinion, come their qualifiers to get here. And they've been consistently showing up in this lobby, in my opinion. So I call the Deathwolves top 4 day 1, and I stick to it.
Do you remember that time one of the NRG players said you had a nice mustache and then you bandwagoned for them, and you were like, oh, I'm raising the banners for NRG. My, how the tides have turned for you.
I said NRG page 1, right? Is that, what did I say? I don't remember where I called them at, though.
It's fine. It's fine. For Entity 7, Would love to see if they could jump up ahead of 9Z, but for now, we're just looking to learn, take those smart engagements, and kind of grab that area just south of Alpha 7.
I can't believe I just got called. I'm pretty easy. You send me a Christmas card, like that's all it takes. You know, you're on my list every single year. Like, pretty easy going guy. You say I got a nice mustache, boom, you got Dave's support. Number one in the lobby. I'm easy.
It's the way to go. But for now, 9Z on the screen. I'm granted their win.
Yeah.
That's true. Their win came in drop number 2 on Miramar, and honestly, would love to see them have another moment of success here in day 13.
I'm glad they got somebody in their corner. They're Death Wolves, though, in Cerverni, so this is, like you mentioned, I love that you pointed out, like, now that Influence are taken out early on, this is the Death Wolves. Hopefully game to maybe get a winner-winner chicken dinner and really try to close that gap here. I'm all about the leaderboards. I'm all about the hunt. You got the storyline for the first and second that we can see is starting to widen here after today, and then you got the storyline of like who's going to clutch that 4th place survival slot, of course, and I think that storyline will remain up until the very end, probably the last game, honestly. Hopefully that's the case. Hopefully Furia could pick up some slack though as well. I know they burnt their double points day, but that doesn't mean they're out the race yet, especially if teams like Influence continue to get a hot drop like in Hyper or whatnot, and they don't adjust.
Yeah, that's crazy. I still can't believe they did. I mean, and Hyper, 4 eliminations for their efforts, and you got to think they have a 43-point gap that they need to overcome if they want to best Be Bold in that situation. But Be Bold are just 7 points behind Royals of War, and then Team Queso just ahead of that. So those teams right there within the 7th through even 10th place, I'll include Hyper in that for now, but it's kind of hard to do that considering Hyper had their double points day yesterday, so they would have to be absolutely flawless for the final 2 days, including this game. So maybe more so just that 7th through 9th are just going to be interchangeable, so it's that battle for the first page.
Yeah, exactly, and we heard that from Stars, just reassessing their goals come this week, and obviously the original goal was top 4, but now it's top 8. So I believe with it now being shifted, that kind of relieves the pressure, and now they're able to play a stress-free game essentially, and just like we mentioned from Stars, playing with nothing to lose at this point, right? So top page is the goal, and Hyper again some early game eliminations, trying to secure that right now. 4th, two more days to go with 4 eliminations. So 10th place. I think Hyper can do it, though. All in all, Hyper, I think they can make top page. I believe.
Ooh, you got faith.
Yeah,
you got faith.
455 with top page is top 8. You got Royals of War. I know that's Reflection Squad and all, but I think Hyper coming on top.
Royals of War needs a really stage. One lucky team in 4th place will go to the survival stage to really battle it all out. And Team Queso in 7th place overall on the leaderboard, just holding on by 3 points. Have someone in their sights. It's going to be SLR, Woshans, and just a few peppers going down. Just got to show that presence. Say, yeah, you just can't roll up on me, buddy.
Yeah, and, the Pubg Mobile World Cup with $3 million. Like, that's just
crazy.
To me, that's just so many snake plants, right, that you can afford with that, right? Snake plant it out. And you already got teams like Boom Esports, you got Brute Force, the Money Makers, the Rejects showing up. So, survival stage, I believe Team Spirit and Vampire Esports already qualifying for that one. So, there's just so many notable teams already showing up to that world stage that I look forward to. It's gonna be great.
All right, Furia, setting the trap there for Entity 7 in hot pursuit, and Artruzing giving us all the camera angles. Becker, though, going to be one of the first ones to allow Gustazi to grab that knock. The drive-by consumes them. This is just some kind of movie.
Game 6 shenanigans. It's always what it is. You know, the land fatigue towards getting to some of these players, and they're just like, hey, there's a squad. Let's just go fight them. So, and this is what I want to see from like those lower teams, like just to kind of stop overthinking every single decision and just play some PUBG Mobile. And right there, in my opinion, that's Furia. Just not overthinking the play, and they're going to begin the elimination in the pocket early game. Or I take it back. They didn't get to confirm for some reason.
No, so Franco goes over to Blim, starts to hit the reset. Oh, just a couple more seconds to go here. Our Druzen kind of focused up there on probably healing in the distance, but for now, able to double back, hit the res, keep that line of sight. But just as that goes through, we see hate across the way falling.
E7 wipe out Furia. What a turn of events, honestly. Looks like Fate is going to be knocked, though.
Gonna be tough here. Blim and Franco here on your screen. Not sure if we're going to be able to get the res off on the homie, but we'll make a play for it.
Pick him up, throw him in the back seat. Oh, finally,
no.
Fury. Okay, now they're going to get the run over. Okay.
Not done yet, but there it goes. A couple more love taps to seal the deal. Back on over to N-Hyper, the ones who took down Influence Rage right off Rift. Here to play spoiler, here to control whatever they can. Looking for that information, because as that zone relatively centered up for our next rotation, you have to start thinking about what everything's going to look like for our teams that are in center here on Erangel.
Hey, Tiff, do you mind me asking you, I've been pretty vocal on my favorite squads. Do you mind me asking you, like, has there been a team over the last 3 weeks that has, like, really just stood out to you? Like, I like that. That's a cool-looking team. I look forward to seeing them perform in that next round.
I think that's going to be both, like, Team Liquid and Alpha 7. I've loved the shake-up at the top of the leaderboard and just kind of seeing them jockey back and forth in terms of eliminations. But at the end of the day, watching Team Liquid just start being incredibly consistent, especially on their double points day, it's been quite nice. Now, I don't know if that's like the cheap answer to say just the top two teams, because it's been quite interesting. However, just watching
I think
people,
that's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah, it's like I'm going to stick that. I'm going to take that.
I respect it. I think Reflections just sent me a text saying he's going for E-Bold, so that's a respectable one too. But getting back to this, Furia trying to take out E7. We see some Molotovs, we see some grenades. Looks like they off angle from E7 downrange was spotted. Franco though, the zone, the Bison, putting in some work, but Furia putting the nail in the coffin.
I'm gonna say, is putting in work. Not too much work there for sure. No, just kidding. They tried. There's only so much you can do in a 1v2 situation when you get absolutely swung on. But for now, Fate in the car, being free, like they said, straight on a 9Z just ahead of them. Here comes the rest of the crew. Chuko tries to hit an angle from behind. Here goes the isolated 1v1. Fate DBS in hand, and that's how you do it.
Fate has like 1 HP, so NRG taking the fight up against 9Z. It's gonna be Elite, the last one, jumping in the monster truck. That thing sticks out. But Worlds of War pulling up with a third-party spec, looking for the ultra-wide off-angle, the play of the century right here. Let's see if it pays off in their favor.
Ooh, we need to pick up these eliminations here. Now, mind you, think back to their 20 elimination win in map number 1. J7, though, grabs a knock on to Cold Goat, grabs the knock on to Victix. It's the full, and just putting on the moves over here.
Got the confirm. A lot of trades going back and forth. Yeah, 2 NRG members bleeding on out. Looks like Worlds of War. Tonka in the smoke, trying to get the pickup here. J7 prioritizing the push here. Looking for some connects with the grenades. Gotta take them out. Gotta take out Worlds of War. They're getting the reset and smoke here. And they're back up. They're back up. They got grenades and they're tossing their utility right now. The tables have turned.
B3.
One.
Behind do we go? Can we get a second? No, Tonka's going to be able to hit that trade. At the end of the day, where is Spec? Spec pops in the vehicle, and here comes the third party, Titan Gaming, looking for Royals of War, descending upon them with the quickness, 4 deep in vehicles, getting crazy.
The easiest 2 eliminations you'll ever see from Titan Gaming. And I love the call out, like, where was Spec? The off angle, not paying off, unfortunately. Spec is going to be the last one alive on top of Potato Hill, now relocating. But Titan Gaming taking full advantage of that right there.
Maybe Spec just got out within, like, just the right amount of time, because at the end of the day, once he saw wind of Titan Gaming just hitting that, you're just like, all right, cool, I'm just going to try to stay alive. I've got 4 eliminations. Maybe I can come away with just a couple of placement points at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing. But as that circle starts to shift, it's been Team Liquid that's undergone so much chaos here throughout drop number 6 and down to a duo. Oof.
Yeah, down to a duo right now. 0 eliminations so far. We'll have to keep tabs on how they end off their night. Pretty consistent night when it comes to just how many points they're able to acquire. Alpha 7, let's see if they take advantage of the fact that Team Liquid are going to be down a couple members here.
Odds on trio left of Alpha 7. One elimination in the pocket there for McGrelling. And
one was on to Team Liquid too, if I'm not mistaken, that 1 elimination. So
they just keep running into each other, that's for sure. But we start looking at kind of where they found themselves. They're in the next play zone, which is great. We do have that 1 remaining member of 9Z. You can see Elite there in the distance. Spec as well. A solo here between the vehicle and the rock, just trying to stay out of cover. But at the end of the day, it's Furia starting to set their sights onto Inco Gaming. And now that Inco Gaming is in the top 3, which they've been, but knowing that Influence Rage has fallen, this is their time to try and put even more of that point spread on the board.
See some shots over here from Inco onto Titan Gaming. Titan Gaming going to be in the south, and I saw Ayala, the last one alive for Team Liquid, kind of sneaking in the bush right now. Did get 1 point on the board, finally taken out, was spotted.
Wow.
From Redox. I mean, that was a huge one, because Ayala, we've seen tonight, only can clutch it out when it comes to being the last one alive for the squad. So, Team Liquid, done and dusted. 3 members up for Alpha 7. Pretty centralized position for the time being. Death Wolves in the north. They got Be Bold out there towards the east side, and then SLR down a range in the south. So, a couple moves they can have.
I would have loved to see Team Liquid break 900 today. I know Reflections was calling for 1,000 by the end of week 3, and I'm like, okay, breaking 900 today would have set you on that trajectory. But for now, the Death Wolves that you spoke of in the north are getting peppered from afar. They're kind of regroup over here nearby the compound and set their sights on where they want to head just next, because they're not in that next play zone. Now, granted, the rotation isn't going to be that tough for them. They should be able to waltz right in. Or Be Bold.
Oh no. Furia putting in some work right now up against the Death Wolves.
Ooh, maybe not waltzing right in.
Yeah, now it looks like they're going to be going towards Team Queso as well. Really trying to find a position. Next circle goes up. Alpha 7, Big chilling, and Hyper down there on the east side chilling as well. But Furia trying to backstab the Death Wolves, who look like they're going to be rotating towards Be Bold here. So the Death Wolves just out there in the open in their vehicles, going to be popping out, taking some shots now. Downrange. Everybody trying to get this solo member, flush him out for Furia. And we survive. Ain't able to make it in the play zone, but parked right on top of Alpha 7.
Yes, they're farming after all. Team Queso, though. See, Furia has finally fallen there with 4 eliminations. Milos from the distance, straight onto Inco Gaming. It's Gary, though, who finds a knock onto a member of Team Queso, and, well, the full comes through. Quite tough here, just staring at each other across the way. Now, neither of these teams are in the next play zone. Alpha 7, NRG Spec, Elite, still in there. Those two solos living their best life, playing small, playing conservative, just not really peeking considering the angles that are in the distance.
Living life. Living life. Trying to get as many placement points as possible. There goes AGG here on their double point stay. Eliminated in 11th place. Fortunate for them. Be Bold going for a wide wraparound. Going to be avoiding the sidelines of Hyper. Pulling up here in the south. Looks like Inactive doing some scouting. Alone here. Not with the teammates of Titan Gaming. Once again, pretty similar story from last game that we saw. Just Titan Gaming so spread apart. Looks like Doran finally going to be trying to close the gap group up with Inactive. Calling for the rotate here. Be Bold. Not taking shots.
Ooh, straight on to Be Bold. Now, Be Bold wants to hit that first page, right? Just 9 points outside of Royals of War, who has already fallen. This would be the game for them to be able to move up that leaderboard. Same goes to say for Death Wolves, right? They want to make a play onto that 4th place position now that Influence Rage has fallen to 16 points, making that difference up. And Titan Gaming, here we go. The push, the knock, straight onto David, and Redox pops in the vehicle. Maybe we'll hit that reposition, but Fran answered back with eliminations of their own.
Looks like 6 eliminations so far for Titan Gaming. Can they continue? Be Bold, like you mentioned, trying to put a stop to that one. Inactive behind the shack, using it for cover. Here comes the push. SK12, LaRosen, jump shot through the little window. Inactive preparing for what's about to happen here. The 1v1, Inactive a little lower when it comes to health, and LaRosen trying to push the envelope through the doorway, flushing out Inactive.
Okay, Be Bold, that's what you want to see. But it's not Baton hitting them with the vehicle. Some toughness is happening. Redox on your screen, grabs that re-knock onto Fran, looking for the full if they can get it. Just chaos has ensued as everyone is just looking to collapse on the southern side of the zone. Whoever will be the victor from the south side will have the majority of the space, and then we'll have to see where stage 6 decides to move towards. For a limb, still trying to hit that through, thread the needle around the tree. Can we get the remainder?
Up. Got him. Be Bold, 3 eliminations done here. Final map of the evening. Looks like Titan Gaming, 9 eliminations going their way. Love
Big
to see
game.
it. Yeah,
Big game for them as a duo.
And Hyper, 5 eliminations. I'm going to say big game for North America here.
You'd love to see that because look at where that zone's pulling towards, that south side. It's going to make that fight that much more viable. And consider what's going to occur on the northern side between Inco, between Team Queso, Death Wolves, and even Alpha 7. And Hyper is trying to pull control of what they can for the next play zone. So it's going to be really tough for them to see if they can hold across all of them. But for silence on your screens, got Death Wolves in the angle. Now, Death Wolves only has 3 players up. Rataboy, DBS in hand, pushes up towards Revo. Prone has angles, looking to make the play, grabs the knock onto Rataboy, but job's not done. We're still focusing the other members of Death Wolves. The smoke will provide cover. Caprice from N-Hyper takes the off angle, takes down. Oh gosh, the craziness that's going to ensue here in the final 7 teams towards this play zone.
Pull up, score. Trying to go for the run over here. Now we're in the smokes. DBS, P90, but they're getting third-partied from Team Queso and Alpha 7, popping out the smoke. Shotguns locked and loaded. Flushing them out. There goes the Death Wolves. 4 eliminations.
Crazy. Still 12 points
and Hyper
in that 4th place. I know. And Hyper Stars feeling confident still have 3 standing. They have the most players left in the lobby because Alpha 7 is just down to 1. Maybe they can hit a res and get their numbers back up. But Titan Gaming, at the end of the day, that duo has 9 eliminations so far in drop number 6.
Yeah, huge game for Titan Gaming, and so they got 2 members of Inco right in front of them, so we'll have to see if they can spot them out. Looks like in Hyper, they were looking for a play, looking to take the third party, but they saw the grenades from Team Queso and deciding not to take that. But Baton's still back here. Looking to take out Alpha 7. Looks like Alpha 7 going for the revive. Baton might be able Take out off of 7. Elite still alive from 9Z, by the way. There goes Baton. There we go. You'll love to see it. And Hyper 7 eliminations. Make that 9.
Alpha 7 eliminated with 8 elims, and Elite has been a solo since the dawn of time here in Erangel. Just looking for placement points, but still only has 0 elimination. And for Inco Gaming, it's Gary.
It's Gary,
man.
22 bullets and a dream. That's all Gary needs to get the winner chicken dinner here.
Heads up. Eats the nade. Yeets more. Can we keep this pressure onto a limb? But if I'm Titan Gaming and I've got a duo left standing and I'm pulling where that play zone is going to, we are repositioning these vehicles. We are playing for the long haul.
See ya! GG's Gary. GG's Gary. Elite is still alive. Top 3 situation. 9 eliminations onto N Hyper. Now 10. 10 eliminations on Titan Gaming too.
Is this an N Hyper winner chicken dinner?
It is. It has to be.
Unless for some reason Elim and 9Z join forces here to, keep your enemies close to take down someone else. But at the end of the day, the space, the vehicles, the control here for N Hyper, you could send Elim, then focus on Elite. You could do it either way. And it looks like we're going to split forces here.
We talked about the change of game plan for N Hyper. Top 8 is the goal. Playing like there's nothing to lose. Stress-free. The words of Star here. 11 eliminations and a chicken dinner right in front of him here. That could put him in that top 8.
Just think back to the beginning of drop number 6 here on Erangel. Think back to what occurred. The hot drop onto Influence Rage to stifle their journey into the top 3. Now, they've already mustered up 11 eliminations. It's just 2 solos hiding from them. They've got vehicles. They've got control of the play zone. Now, you just got to figure out where they are in stars on your screen. Running laps around Erangel, looking by all the trees. Can we suss them out? Well, I hope so. Baton, though, tries it out. Elite. Unsuspecting victim prone on your screen, hitting the crawl, trying to move in towards the next play zone.
Yeah, taking off their backpack too, and only 25 bullets in the M4. Gotta make every shot count.
Oh no, Baton. I feel like we're playing like Marco Polo at this point.
Yeah.
You're getting very warm over here, bro. Oh no. At this point, we're just delaying the inevitable. Those wheels are going to crunch over Elite at some point.
Does Elite opt to take the shots here? Hopping up, taking shots at Capri, who is going for some loot. That's a big knock.
I'm telling you, do the solos unite. Do the solos unite.
No way.
Baton down. Capri's full.
No way.
This is not good. This is pandemonium. Elim on 11. Stars finally gets the revenge. Says no way. But this brings it to Stars versus Elite.
Elite picked up a Groza.
Oh no. We've seen this before. We've seen 9Z do the inevitable. Patience and nades. We dodge. We move. We keep moving if we can. Back to the boulder. This is a nice boulder, focusing up on healing, but Stars is still looking for angles. Elite trying to read them. For the time being, we're going to hit that move. Baton has fallen. A major 1v1 behind the vehicle and another rock.
Absolutely insane. Elite able to make it to that crate, probably picking up some additional grenades here. Boulder versus Boulder. Rosa versus M4. Next play zone,
Matter of
centers
time.
up.
And stars. Oh my gosh, the health advantage. Everything. No more nades for either. One of these players is just going to have to stand up, see if you can hit an angle. But patience. Who's going to be the first one to move? And Hyper on 12 eliminations, 9Z on 0. At the end of the day, this will be an 11-point win for Elite. You can see Stars already trying to take some shots. Starting to take those peaks, put that pressure onto Elite. And there we go. The Groza comes through. 9Z with a crazy clutch for the winner chicken dinner. Only one elimination needs to be that final one. An 11-point game for them. 2 wins today.
Yeah, if you told me, hey Dave, happy Friday, 9Z, they're going to get 2 chickens today. The 15th place in the lobby. 2 chickens today. I would have said, you're lying all day long. That's their second win.
Lit the candle.
It's lit. Had to
What
light
is happening? You're right. We have been here. It's my final day. I'm excited to see things start to get wrapped up because Jukes, you already mentioned who's going to be going out or are we going home? Because at the end of the day, 4th place, just going to the survival stage, that's going to be one of the biggest slots up for grabs.
That's right. One of the biggest spots up for grabs today is going to be competitive. But before we start getting too deep into today's shenanigans, let's talk about yesterday, which was wild. Hot Jukes, we started with NRG Galaxy securing a massive win. I thought we were going to get another elimination leader, right? We saw 20 just the day before this with Death Wolves. And, well, now you see NRG finishing up the competition. They finish at 20 elim, but Hot Jukes, by like stage 4, stage 5, they were at 13. They tore it up.
Unreal. Where's this NRG been all tournament long? It breaks my heart to see it happen so late. But you know what they say, right? Better late than never. Obviously, this has been a huge rebuild year for North America in general. So, I mean, it's games like this that just get that hype going. They kind of light that fire once again, or add gas to it, because the fire's always been there for North America. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But now I'm just so excited for the fall, especially for this squad.
I am too, and Tiff, the guy front and center, that's Fate, okay? And Fate, we heard from him in the interview, he was brushing the shoulders off after that big performance.
Yeah, he really was. He was like, look, I get to take a step back, kind of roam free across the maps and really focus on what makes sense for us. And it's been really fun to see, especially with the 20 eliminations, because at the end of the day, their average after yesterday is now a 3.29 average elims for a game. So if we're putting down 20, I was sitting there for the rest of the day like, okay, when is this going to happen again? And now I'm going to sit back and wait. Now that we know what they're capable of, I just want to see a repeat.
Yeah, that was the crazy thing yesterday, Hot Jukes, and it took me by surprise, along with the desk, is Fate steps down as the IGL so he can kind of unshackle himself so he can slay out. It ended up working out in a couple of fights, and maybe for NRG Galaxy as a whole, but to not see him as IGL, that was a big shift.
That's good, though. I think honestly, Fate has needed to step down as IGL for a while. I mean, the split strategy they've been using this whole entire time, it just hasn't been working, right? And there are, definitely a lot of times where players just work better as gunners, and we just saw the proof in the pudding, right? And with the last day I casted, right, we saw Gary step in for Inco, and they had the Gary ever, right? Who could forget the legendary Gary? Right. So it's like, regardless of whether it had a huge impact or not, if you have games like that, that's the way to go. That's the way to go, right? So, I mean, NRG hadn't performed like that all day long. They go crazy, better than everybody else pretty much as a match tie. I mean, take it to the bank.
Take it to the bank. NRG Galaxy will have their opportunity at double points tomorrow, but for today, well, they're just going to have to play to try to close that gap between them and Hyper. Let's talk about a team, though, that's been dominating throughout the entirety of all 14 days, and that's Team Liquid, Spider Tiff. Team Liquid's been on fire yesterday, so consistent. They lead over Alpha 7, who's currently in second, by 150 points.
They are the most winning team here in PMSL, America's first spring, with 13 winner chicken dinners, and to see them have a very consistent double points day is something that we have been begging for. Now, granted, it's not very much similar to what we had witnessed in that week 1 where they hit that double back-to-back wins and drops 5 and 6, but I am more impressed with consistency as a whole as opposed to just grabbing those winner chicken dinners, because they had a 42-point game yesterday, a 32-point game in second, and it was just looking so flawless. At the end of the day, it's like, how do you counteract something like this, because it just seems to be working.
Absolutely. Dude, this roster, star-studded Mythic, Ayala, Chief, Cardozo, if you had to name the best player on that roster, Hot Jukes, who would it be? Because it's hard for me to choose, man, because all 4 players stand out in their own way.
Gotta be Mythic, right? I don't think you can really go against it, because, I mean, him just even competing with Revo for most eliminations, what else can you say? I mean, at the end of the day, the hard part from my perspective, especially as someone who, I played competitive before, is you just kind of go off the numbers as a spectator. If you're in the game, if I can hear their comms, I can definitely get a better grasp of be like, oh man, like this guy, regardless of whether he's not getting the numbers, his communication like literally is central to the whole team, right? But from just numbers, looking at that stats-wise, Mythic is just crushing it.
I like that. Mythic is a guy that can stand on his own, go against any number of players, and come out on the other end smiling. He's incredible. The double slit on the eyebrows, I'm telling you, I'm becoming a believer. Apparently, that is the way, all right? Mythic is that guy, and let's not forget that 2v1, right, or 1v2, excuse me, that he pulled off against SLR in the final zone. I mean, come on. He is incredible. But let's talk about moments that might not have been so incredible, right? Ooh. Let's talk about in Hyper to end the day, Tiff, because it was heartbreaking to see Stars is in this 1v2 moment, actually 1v1, I should say, moment. You're thinking he's got this. In Hyper at one point had all 4 members up going against 2 different solos, and they still couldn't get the win.
Yeah, that happened. I want to break it down, but that's just when I think about what we were witnessing. It was Hyper. They've got vehicles. They're roaming the final circle. You have 2 solos, one of them being 9Z, and they've just taken off their backpack, going prone, doing everything they can to basically play hide and seek from Hyper, and the hiders won. They definitely
It was one of the most ridiculous moments. I wasn't on camera at the time or on the mic, but trust me, I stood up and was screaming because I was like mind blown that a moment like that could happen. And so was Baton from In Hyper. In Hyper, Baton actually breaks it down and talks about it. Let's hear what he had to say.
Guys, match day is over. I'm here with Baton from In Hyper. Bro, bittersweet perhaps after that final part of the match. Feel that you could have won it?
Yes, because it was our game. We just, gave for 90. Just a gift.
It was just not just 9C, also Titan Gaming was there as well. What do you think happened?
Like, we cleaned all the map. We thought, it's two on top of us. But, I drive it maybe 10 times on that side where was 90, but I didn't see him. And he just killed us. And then Titan helped him.
Yeah, he came out of nowhere. It was a bit of a snake there crawling out of the zone. We were seeing him here. We saw the car go by.
Yes.
Time and time, and wow, he didn't see him. But it happens. Yep. How are you guys feeling, though, after this match today?
Bad. I don't know. I don't feel good.
Okay. Well, it was tough. It was tough, especially to not win that match. It was tough. But anyways, hey, 2 more days. Yes, 2 more days. Let's go. Let's get it.
Thank you.
In Hyper, let's go, Nate.
Well, Hot Jukes, Baton did not look happy.
Oh, dude, he looks so sad. And it makes sense why. He literally just said it straight up. It was just a gift.
It was just a gift. Well, let's talk about that gift tip. Break it down. What happened in this final zone?
So, N Hyper, they have all of the space, and you have one member, Elim from Titan Gaming here, just immediately opens fire, takes down 2, and this gives Elite that opportunity to waltz on out. And right here, he's in the open, and Star's on the opposing side. And at one point in time, they were both kind of using boulders, and then they just move out, and yeah, starts getting that damage. But at the end of the day, Elite with the Groza is just able to make it work. And yeah, it's just a gift, right? And Starpatch, even though he's just like, that was bittersweet, don't you say? And I'm just like, yeah.
No, so Hot Jukes, that's a moment that just can't. And I was trying to explain that yesterday because I was talking to David. Dave is very polite and very kind, right? He's like, I don't really want to put him in the grave, and it's like, but moments like that can't happen, Hot Jukes.
Stars is so pissed, dude. He is fuming. I know him very well. He's very, in interviews, he's very, yes, sir. In Discord, another animal, dude. He's not happy about that situation. And he left-sided peek. In Pubg Mobile, when you right-hand peek, you get a very big advantage that way. Right. So I'm surprised that he just kept going for it, especially against the Groza. He was almost out of shots, and he just got bodied. What else can I say?
He got bodied. Someone in chat was like, he thought he was him, and I was like, oh no. But yeah, it shouldn't have happened. When I'm seeing a player like that run out in the open, you've got cover, essentially a head glitch at that point in time. It's like you should win that or at least reposition. You have plenty of time, and again, before that moment, all 4 players of In Hyper were up, and they had to go against 2 solo players, one from 9Z, and then the other one from Titan Gaming, Elim. So that moment should not have happened, but yet it did, and hopefully today is going to be a bit of a recovery. Use that anger, right, to fuel you on the battlefield today. But that's all at least what happened yesterday. Let's talk about the standings going into today, because it's getting pretty tight up there, especially at the top. I'm specifically looking at number 3 and number 4's positions. Inco Gaming, they stay in the lead at the moment, Tim. But, and the lead is pretty decent. But Influence Rage yesterday shot up the leaderboard, and they're looking to do the same today on their double points.
Yeah, they had a really strong performance yesterday, being pretty consistent across the board. They even won that drop 5 on Miramar with 11 eliminations, so 21-point game, and that was leading into today's Group C double points day, which, granted, if you look at it, they only have 60 bonus points from the prior 2 weeks, so they're averaging about 30 equally, right? I need to see them get more than 30 points, especially if you want to jump over Inco Gaming, who's already expended their double points day earlier, and then down the line, you have Deathwolves, who's just 12 points away from Influence Rage, so it's not even just do we want to move up to go ahead and advance on to the group stages as opposed to the survival stage, but it's you have to defend that survival stage slot against Deathwolves, who still do have their double points day tomorrow. And even down there, Team Queso, Royals of War, Hot Jukes and I were talking about this. We were like, hey, you know, it would take a miracle for them to shoot up the leaderboard to be able to hit that 4th place spot, but like anything is possible at the end of the day, I guess.
It is. I mean, anything is possible, and that's the crazy part is, you know, we're not seeing these teams change up their strategies, right, Tiff? We're not seeing, like, the squads hunt them down or do anything like that. So since that has not really been a factor at all, yeah, anything is possible, right? If you're Influence Rage, you got to go nuts today because you know Deathwolves are going to be coming in hot tomorrow.
That's true.
Right, Taylor? So, I mean, you know, if you're Influence Rage, all eyes...
For Group C, this is their big day to make something happen, and something definitely will happen. But from the double points teams, I'm curious what they had to say. Let's listen in.
Hola, soy Milos de Team Queso y hoy tenemos puntos dobles. Y bueno, un saludo a todos los fans de Team Queso y vamos a tratar de jugar súper bien hoy.
Hello guys, my name is Inactive from Titan Gaming, and today we have double points, so we'll try to get the highest rank of the North American teams.
Hola, soy Miloan, jugador de Infrarage. Hoy tenemos doble puntos y vamos a tratar de dar lo mejor en estas 6 partidas.
Hola, soy colega de Royals y tenemos puntos dobles hoy, así que esperamos estar dentro del top 4 y pues a dar la vida.
Hey everybody, I'm Hot Jukes and I'm here to cast Pubg Mobile.
Okay, great. That's really what you wanted to do?
Yeah.
Welcome, Hot Jukes. It's so nice to have you here. I can't wait to see you cast some Pubg Mobile.
That's what I came here to do.
Is this your first time casting Pubg Mobile today, Hot Jukes?
No.
Oh, no? Well, you're going to kill it then. You're going to do a phenomenal job. I can't wait to hear how you... Is that really what you wanted to do to bring it back?
That's what I want to do today.
Okay.
That's what I want to do. Right? Yeah, I mean, come on. No joke, right? I mean, it's so funny just to see these guys just state the obvious. But, I mean, I want to see them do something different, dude. I will say it till the end of time. Like, you got to start mixing up the strategies at this point. The double points have changed this meta. You know, just doing the same thing as usual isn't going to work. And it's crazy because you... go to Riyadh, right? Yep. Compete for $3 million, or go home, right?
That's
so
true.
wouldn't you want to like do anything you possibly could to do that? I don't know.
You think so? Now I get it. Okay, they're not. And you've been on that bus for a while now about changing up, right? So especially in our interviews, it's like they always say the same thing. It seems. Granted, I think yesterday we did get Fate. I really like that. It was kind of insightful. We got to find out that obviously he wasn't going to be the IGL. But yeah, for the most part, like Tiff, again, like these teams don't change it up. For Influence Rage, though, real quick to you, should they change anything up? And the reason why is because yesterday was so stellar. I want to see them just replicate whatever they did.
Yeah, I think they were taking really smart engagements and kind of rotating quite nicely. So I would love to see like a copy paste in coming into today for that. But also you have to be weary because when some of those other squads are just basically like, yeah, I want to do really well today. It's like, okay, that's great. We get that. But what are you going to do, as in Hot Jukes is saying, to kind of change it up? Are you going to start hot dropping on some of these teams that are relatively safer inside that maybe 4th place slot that you want? Especially if you're Royals of War and you're like, I'm going to do anything that I can to get into the top 4. You are very far down in points in comparison to where maybe Deathwolves or Influence Rage are. So what are you going to do to get there?
What are you going to do to get there? So Influence Rage, they've got a moment now to take the bull by the horns and secure their spot on the international stage. Hot Jukes. For Team Queso and Royals of War, though, do they have a shot real quick because they've got a large gap to cover?
Well, I'll tell you what, doing the same for them ain't gonna happen.
I agree with that.
Happen. They need double-digit elimination chicken dinners every single game today to even be in the conversation.
Okay.
That's heavy. That is hey, look, that is heavy, but absolutely necessary. I agree with you. And also, will teams challenge Influence Rage or Inco today, right? Especially if you're trying to break into top 4. We consistently been talking about challenge those teams who are doing well. Not necessarily Team Liquid Alpha 7, but the others, right? Well, there's no point. But challenge 3rd and 4th place. Well, here it is. Game number 1, Aaron Gale. I'm ready to get it started, so let's get it started. Hot Chick Spider Tip, take it away.
Let's get it started. Woo, here we go. The second to last day, Tiff. It all comes down to this, especially, right, for that big Group C. I mean, this is do or die at this point. And I think pretty much at the end of the day today, we're going to find out who's going to make it 3rd and 4th. I mean, that's just the way it is with double points, right?
It really is, and we're already seeing differences as we drop into Erangel here. The plane path is so south. Alpha 7 typically goes towards that like kind of northwestern quadrant where they've been landing all throughout yesterday, and I already see them kind of diving up towards that northeastern side immediately. Team Liquid keeping it consistent over there at Military Base, and Deathwolves, given the plane path, will also return back to their home on the eastern side there. Now, Deathwolves is a squad that is in 5th place on the outside looking in, but only 12 points separating them from Influence Rage. And if I'm Deathwolves, I am single-handedly hunting out Influence Rage and denying them any double points.
I mean, you have to. You really, really have to. It's interesting because they're 70 points behind Inco Gaming. And that will allow them to, have the last day to catch up. So you want Inco to have a rough day today. You need Influence Rage to have a bad day today.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's going to be such an interesting strategy for them. Meanwhile, we're going to watch Alpha 7 go against Titan. Wow,
What?
Red Ox trying to do that jump shot did not work at all.
The Chow coming in and inactive, able to get a trade onto Mafioso. Doran here just navigating around the head peak if we can use this angle, but the car coming straight at him. Carrillo with the hit and run.
That was insane. I mean, just straight up M4 shot, hip fire, out the vehicle. You got inactive with the Bison. We like to call it the B-Zone. The B-Zone. The B-Zone. It is a little too far away. So yeah, Titan Gaming going to get roughed up here. And really unfortunate situation. But good for Alpha 7, right? I mean, Alpha 7, they got elimination, which they need. They're going to get 2 here. And they need to soak up as many points as they can get because tomorrow is going to be their double points day. And with how Team Liquid did yesterday, they have a pretty big road ahead of them if they want to become the champions at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, it's looking at a prize pool difference, right? To be able to say you got 1st place in PMSL America's Spring, you take home $44,000 alone out of that prize pool, and 2nd place is $30,800. So I mean, that's a big difference in terms of that prizing. So of course, Alpha 7 is going to be needing to do everything they can to unseat Team Liquid. Now, if you look at the scores just from week 3 alone, Alpha 7's pretty uncharacteristic because in weeks 1 and 2, it's been kind of tussling between Team Liquid and Alpha 7 in that 1 and 2 slot. But right now, they're 4th overall with Inco and Hyper ahead of them. And yeah, this is what we were worried about.
This is huge. This is Influence Rage, and that's a 2nd knock. 2 knocked. Be Bold are going to push this hard. And if you're Influence Rage, you need a knock right here to slow them down so you can get this reset. You can see Milo, he's hurrying up. Yeah, he's trying to push this with a DBS. But he's got to watch out because Lorenzen does have a shotgun himself. Milo, I think he heard the tick from that nade, so he's backing off. Looks like Influence Rage will get a reset on one of their players. Diego's a little bit too far out, though, so this is one of the big things, Tiff, right? When you're in a position like Influence Rage is, sometimes you err on the side of safety, and that could make you second-guess yourself. And with how they're playing right now, it doesn't look like they're even going to attempt going for Diego. Yeah, he's really far out in the open.
And this is tough, and a lot of this is driven by the zone pulling so far towards that center north, and Fran is going to go ahead and grab that full elim onto Diego, and they're kind of, I'm not going to say in shambles here, they just don't have a lot of resources available. We're just like looking for scraps at this point, even for heals, and it's interesting that this is Be Bold on the opposing side, because Dave and I yesterday were just waiting for Be Bold to get active, and the fact is they come in swinging today here on day 14, and the team that we're going up against is Influence Rage, who cannot afford to have any games like this.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a set play by Be Bold, because we know that them and Influence Rage normally share this spot right here. So they normally share Yasnaya, but with what is at stake, I think Be Bold said, hey, let's just try to pop them out early. and make them question themselves. And they did exactly that. So if you are Be Bold and you're trying to pull off that miracle run, this is exactly what you need to do. And Law goes down.
And Law was one of the players that was doing so impressive yesterday in general, but this is tough. Like, at the end of the day, does Federal and Milovan just kind of leave here and just focus, maybe grab a vehicle and just head up north and just say, I don't know if we can get you, Law, you're inside this building and we're going to have to lay siege to it? No, Federal is going straight in, looking for angles. Lorenzen on the other side here breaks the door to give him even more accessibility through it.
Yeah. I think they have to fight this at this point, right? Because this is their double points day. They can't afford just running as a duo and just getting anything simple. They need something big. And unfortunately, Law is completely trapped. So they don't have to kind of go extra aggressive. They err on the side of safety. Federal is up here, though. He's able to get this initial knock. He could get something done. Nah, he's trapped. He's got to get this one here. Through the window. Back and forth, back and forth. Oh, my gosh. Runs in, now spots him. He's in trouble.
This is chaos. I thought you were going to hit me with a through the window, through the wall kind of vibe, but Federal down back on the lower floor.
He's sweating.
We are just finally able to get around towards where Law is, but honestly, 10 seconds is going to be needed. You're going to bait that and immediately dive back inside, but just trying to isolate the Be Bold players is kind of crazy right now.
Oh, he catches David and gets the instant flush. So where's the teammate? Did he take off as well, or is he here? I'm trying to find him. Oh no, Milovan's completely far away from this, so it really is just all Federal.
Maybe it's just Milovan go play placement. At the end of the day, we have to stick this res. Time is of the essence, and I think Be Bold is going to start to sense that, but we're not going to be able to have that. It cost your life. The flank comes in. Now, Milovan, the solo. Only one elimination for Influence Rage after the chaos.
Terrible play. And in my opinion, I think Milovan should have just committed. I mean, just either make something happen, make a miracle play against Be Bold, or just go out, because placement points are just too rough at this point, Tiff, right? We've seen so many times these, especially in a zone like this, you're going to have to pull off a miracle to get placement. And we'll see. We'll see if it ends up paying off. I don't think it will, though, because, I mean, what is it? 8th place on down is 0 points. You have to get to 8th to even get 1 point at all.
Hear me out. I think they saw all the solo hero plays from yesterday.
Could be.
Maybe they're like, you know what? It's time to let Milovan cook. But for now, this is where it started. Yeah, just straight out the vehicle, and they just rolled up, picked off one, and then kept it moving. That's
my gosh. What's even crazier is this is the M16 on single tap. M16 single tapping away, gets the double knock. Unbelievable. And yeah, I mean, Be Bold, they did lose a player kind of needlessly there. But still, I mean, to get a one-up on Influence Rage, at the end of the day, that's their goal. It's worth more to shut down Influence Rage than get points yourself.
I mean, Death Wolves are sliding you a check right across the seat from land. Like, all right, I see you there. We appreciate what you're doing, because at the end of the day, Death Wolves are 12 points out of Influence Rage right there, and that's what we're talking about. They're like, if you're not going to be able to get double points, then Death Wolves still in it are going to be able to be like, thank you so much. Granted, no eliminations thus far, and Alpha 7 has 3, Be Bold has 3, and Royals of War, you heard some bits from them earlier today saying they want to do everything that they can to get into 4th place, but they're currently in 8th, so we've got a journey.
Yeah, Be Bold's double points day was yesterday, so at this point, they know that they're just trying to climb the leaderboards the best they possibly can. Royals of War, though, getting into it with 9Z. Over here on the north side, this is a very good spot to hold, especially that plateau right there where Elite is. That's a very, very strong position. But it doesn't look like 9Z are going to take it. Yeah, they're just going to kind of pop some shots off here and take off. Meanwhile, Kogo, yeah, he's looking to hold that position for now. I'm surprised more of the Royals of War player aren't trying to play this position right here where Kogo is. It is a very, very strong spot.
I do like it, just kind of working with the topography on Erangel. Maybe just keep scouting out on 9Z as well, and it looks like maybe they'll just kind of hit the road move, and the Royals of War goes, and elsewhere, Koi Dragon here on your screen. We're losing Koi down to 3 for SLR. Kind of unfortunate, but they have the potential to unseat 9Z for 14th place and work towards, maybe where Titan Gaming is, but Titan Gaming on their double points day can break 400 today, which would be nice.
That would be good. That would be really good. I mean, that's what you want to do, is just put up as much as you can, as we heard from their interview, right? Which is looking to do good on double points day. And Team Kessel with 513 would have to have a monster performance here if they wanted to make anything happen. Royals of War is in the same boat, but I want to see them just stay active, right? If you're Royals of War, I do like the fact that they were hunting down 9Z there, because they know that, hey, if we even wanted to stand a chance, we need to get crazy eliminations. Like yesterday, 9Z, a chicken dinner with 1 elimination ain't gonna cut it.
No, and they had another win, and it was with 2 eliminations, so a little bit better, but yeah, still same, but no.
Right.
But it shows they can win, and honestly, the wins that they had were wild, right? We had that 1v1 there with N-Hyper in map number 6, and then
crazy.
On drop number 2, it was against Team Liquid, and it was a 1v2.
Unreal.
At the end,
and that's what happens so many times, is we see teams that are like so down on the leaderboards toward the end of the tournament, they just start going crazy because all that pressure is off of them.
That's true. You must feel free.
It must be, because, I mean, if you're at 9Z, what do you have to lose at this point? You just took down Mafioso's knocked. That's tough, but they should be able to get the stick the res here. But here comes Be Bold. Yeah, Alpha 7 in trouble. Did they see that knock play? They had to have.
No, they just keep on going. They're like, we got places to be, things to do. No, they got to double back. And Lorenzen falls to Carrillo. Revo comes in, wanting to make sure that he can maintain that top E-limbs over Mythic. Doesn't want Mythic to get anywhere close. Fran with the nades trying to come through. Can we connect and make something of that? Just short.
You're just short indeed. I cannot believe Carrillo got that off. That's ridiculous. Be Bold, just kind of full sending it at this point here. Not able to get the thirst onto Alpha 7. And they should have. I mean, with how split up they were, if they just sent everybody to that rock, they would have been able to get a win. But, hey, it happens. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, right? The team on top right now. 1 elimination so far. They're looking to extend that lead so far that there's nothing that Alpha 7 can do tomorrow. But Alpha 7, they're roaring back. 5 eliminations already.
That's the way to do it. SLR over here on the other side. Titan Gaming, there goes inactive. Seen them get into the mix with quite a few teams. I know, so they lost some members of Team Liquid earlier, so they're kind of a duo at this point. Koi went out the first time we saw them on the broadcast. But for Dragon now, working with Woshan, we'll see what they're going to be able to scrape up together and make the best of what they can. Titan Gaming, down to a solo. Be Bold, down to a solo. Influence Rage, still maintaining with Milovan. Somewhere.
Milo needs to pull something out crazy. I think he's hanging out in the middle in that shack, which is, the strategy you're going to do. But at the end of the day, you need that zone to literally pop on top of you if you want to even stand a chance. We'll see what happens, though. Maybe he's able to sneak away at least 1 placement point, but more often than not, it just doesn't work at this kind of level. Meanwhile, Death Wolves, right? Death Wolves, I'll tell you what, out of all the tournaments that are looking for that group stage ticket, I think this team has really had that Cinderella story. They put in so much work here, and it's kind of crazy because it's going to come down to the last day. And I wonder on the last day if we're going to see teams like Inco and stuff look to try and shut them down. That'll be interesting to see.
It will, and honestly, Rado Boy is sitting at 94 eliminations, so looking for 100, as well as Quazo, who's sitting at 99. So 2 players that could break into the triple digits. Would be cool to see that, especially here, considering they're 13 points back from Influence Rage after map number 1's performance so far, and just waiting. At this point, you can just go hunt out, figure out, they're a solo, you eliminate them, they deny them any more placement points, and you just keep out-fragging them throughout these games. You're going to be just fine, and, well, Ayala is not fine, as SLR looks to enact some revenge here.
Oh, boy. Well, let's see how, and he sure does. Look at that Mythic putting in work. 2 eliminations so far. Super Lazy Reflex are now out of here. First team out on the second to last day of this tournament. Next zone goes on up, and we have a nice hard shift on over to Team Liquid side. So a very fortunate zone shift for them.
That is pretty big. We'll have to see how that works. I believe only 2 of them are going to be left standing here for the end of it. And AGG takes that top area. But for 9Z on your screen, still a duo. This time it's Elite last standing and Royals of War on the other side. It's their double points day. And, well, Elite wants to shut them down.
I mean, and this is what he does. This is what 9Z do. I mean, at this point, they are just playing spoilers for the rest of the lobby, and NRG are going to finally take them out. So that's 9Z eliminated. And it's so crazy to see these teams get aggressive when, at this point, it's inconsequential for them, right? I mean, Entity 7 are on the push as well. Oh, that's Fran eliminated. So that's Be Bold now, God. And a crucial point for Queso. But now NRG's on the push. Royals of War need to make something happen.
Hey, they need to. But for now, Entity 7 trying to rotate out. J7 grabs Hate, doubles back down, has to contend with Wako, and falls across the way. A little bit of a brawl here, and Royals of War could come out of their building after a nice reset from that engagement. What can Malaz do to try and clean things up and save it?
This whole team is getting shredded right here. It's just, and that's it. They all went out. Malaz just needs to go on the push at this point. He does get that confirmation, but Royals of War come and clean him out. So they're the one that get all the eliminations. Meanwhile, Malaz is going to have to defend himself against Royals of War. Oh, he's down to 1 HP.
We are trying to make it work, but when you just swing and go for the fences there, it's tough. And now Fate in the vehicle trying to get away, but not. Gonna have to see you in the next one because, man, 3 eliminations, though, after all that. But for Royals of War in the blue, get on out of there. Okay, we do.
Barely. I mean, that's 7 eliminations, too. That's a great start for Royals of War, but on this one, they're going to have to just full send it. Now we're going to see a pull up to the gas station. Eco with some nice little plays out of a vehicle. Who's this against? This is against Eco. This is a huge fight. Deathwolves need to shut them down, and it looks like they do.
Okay, 5th and 3rd place team overall going at it, and then Abete says, I'm going to try to make something of this. Elsewhere, Royals of War has found Alpha 7, not a team that you want to run into, and then Abete last alive is like, we need to maintain. We are in 3rd place. We cannot sacrifice any more points, and they're sitting on 0 eliminations.
Yeah, not just sacrificing points, right, but also giving some to Deathwolves. That's the team that's going to catch us on the last day. So I am not shocked at all to see Nenebete just really just full send it out of here. He's trying to find a spot. This dip right here is okay at best. Not the best. I told you, it is not the best position. Chief saw it, took him out. Inco Gaming are gone.
Wow, that's going to open the door for Deathwolves for not only Influence Rage, but like you said, they don't have their double points day until tomorrow. So if they can really claw back at that differential that's between them to really just have that Cinderella story tomorrow, it'd be crazy.
Yeah, not just claw back, right? But stop, right? Just hold Inco down, as well as Influence Rage. Honestly, Influence Rage is the bigger threat at this point.
Yeah.
But with how this has been going so far, this is a perfect situation for Deathwolves, because right now, Influence Rage, 1 elimination with only 1 player up. This is a perfect game for Deathwolves, and now it's just time to soak up some more points on the board.
It's true, and we got a good look at the map and kind of where it shifted. Yes, it goes back west, but Milovan is not in that play zone. We'll have to rotate north, and you've got Royals of War just ahead of you, Alpha 7 to your right, so it's not going to be the easiest journey. You're going to have to play very small, make that presence as stealth as you can, and AGG, nothing stealth about them, looking down the sights at Team Liquid. Just taking some shots, but for now, we're going to have to see how they approach this. They have the player advantage against Team Liquid.
Yes, they do. Team Liquid need to put up some more points on the board. I mean, they already have a massive gap. That Alpha 7 is going to be so difficult for them to pass up on, but you never want to count them out. And I think Team Liquid realizes that. So their whole goal is to just make a spread so big that Alpha 7 cannot catch them. But look how Alpha 7 is starting. 7 eliminations already. And they could have got that last one on a limb, but they did not want to risk popping out of the vehicle. So they know what's at stake here.
That's crazy. I mean, they did get a win yesterday on Erangel with 16 eliminations. Would love to see them double down and kind of beat that for them and maybe get at least 17. But at the end of the day, when you've got 28 players left in the lobby and 24 potential eliminations for Alpha 7, it can happen. it can happen, especially if you're maintaining your space on that south side of the zone with a couple teams nearby you.
Yeah, this is a tough circle because it's just literally all open field. You can see it. It's all about the holding down these little baby hills. Medelas, that's what they call them down here in down in South Texas. You got to be able to hold it down. And what we're going to see right now is Team Castle is going to start throwing out some smokes, holding that position. It's just all snake play.
I love the snake play. I love what you did there. I'm going to double down and go away from that subject, but Milovan just won an isolated 1v1 against Artruzen from Furia. I understand that he gets picked off from the other member of Furia, but falls, but at least he grabs another elim before he goes down.
Elim with trying to pre-fire it, and he got McGrellin pretty low here, but that S12K, that's where it's at. So Titan Gaming do go out. 8 teams remaining, and now is where we're going to start seeing some teams get some placement points as Deep Castle battling it out with Death Wolves. That's not the ride that you want to get here, especially at this stage.
No, not if you're Death Wolves and you want to break into 4th place. Now, mind you, Influence Rage and Inco Gaming are both out. This is Death Wolves' chance to grab those eliminations in this open field, and Team Queso is just like, no, this is mine. Silence, trying to literally silence Death Wolves. And now you can see the smokes and the tree using some vehicles for cover, and Ego was on fire, quite literally.
Oh, he was on fire, but he's back up, and Guizao has got 3 eliminations so far. They tried to go for that run over, but they realize he's an isolated player. Yes, full send him, get him taken out. You need every point you can get, and you want to put Team Queso at bay just in case here, as and Hyper are actually going to get this circle.
Ooh,
Alpha 7 are on the edge. They're going to probably end up pushing this very, very soon. It's anyone's game.
It's true.
Nice finish.
Oh, that's brilliant. Now they're going to really clean this area out. It's tough because with it being so open, it's going to be hard to really make those rotations unless you have vehicles. And with Death Wolves kind of up here on that northwestern side, they need to finish Team Queso, but they have Furia at the backs of Team Queso, so they're essentially being sandwiched, which puts a lot of pressure on them. And if Death Wolves decides to put too much focus on a Team Queso, I'm weary that All Glory Gaming will just be like, okay, this is our time to kind of full send.
Yeah, fight timing is so important right here. If you fight just a little too early, you're going to get third-partied, and All Glory Gaming are definitely in a position where they need to do that sooner than later because there's hardly any coverage here. You want to be able to secure an entire side of this map, but they're so far away. They have some vehicles, though. We'll see which side they decide to push to. They can push down to Team Liquid or right over here to Team Castle. Meanwhile, McGrellin and Alpha 7 are racking up the eliminations. 9 so far.
Wow, Royals of War out with 7 eliminations. That's pretty powerful considering you get to multiply that by 2 thanks to bonus points here. But still chilling the solo on our screen, just kind of overlooking the Death Wolves. But once we have to start seeing blue come in, Alpha 7 starting to rotate into that next play zone, keeping that pressure on to Team Liquid, which is tough.
That's the team that they need to pass up. So they realize that Team Liquid's on this side. I would not be shocked at all if we see Alpha 7 just really hard press this side of the map. You don't want Team Liquid to get any points at all. So I'm kind of shocked to see Alpha 7 just kind of play this a little passive. I understand that they need a lot of points. No. You see Carrillo, he's looking right in this direction.
He is trying to do anything that he can to find Chief behind that tree. Now, Chief is not in the next play zone. Will have to move. Alpha 7 has kind of spread out on that southeastern side, has taken space, and N Hyper is in the dead center of the zone. There goes Chief, down and out. 3 eliminations. But, N Hyper, after that game 6 that we got to witness at the top of the show, to bring you up to speed on that one, Hot Jukes, I want to see them take drop 1 win here on Erangel. I want to see it happen.
Let's go. I mean, no eliminations. They're playing it very passive, which I'm kind of shocked, but at the same time, not so much, because it's kind of difficult to hold that position where FS is. If he jumps up or even looks out one of those windows, he's getting a shot. But N Hyper need to get active. Chief, very, very smart to deny the point. He needs to deny points from only 1 team, and that's Alpha 7. He knew that that's the squad that was looking right at him. So he just said, I'd rather go out to Blue Zone. But can N Hyper pull off this win? If this zone centers up, it's definitely possible.
Anything can happen. It's kind of been our motto for the past couple of games that we've been witnessing, but everyone just playing very low sights. You're right, not wanting to peek out the windows, but still looking for information. And I love that we're going to see where that circle does pop here, Because if it does center up on N-Hyper, you know that next threat is going to be, it's going to be Furia having to rotate straight in, and that collapse between Alpha 7, N-Hyper, and Furia, because they're all going to want coverage from this building.
Yeah, they all want to push this building. The problem is that the first team that pushes it is going to go out, because if Alpha 7 push first, Furia are going to third party, and vice versa, right? So it's all about the timing here. I think Alpha 7 are going to play this very, very slow, just edge on in. There's still 2 more zone shifts, so anything can happen.
Dun, dun, dun. We'll have to wait and see. It's only a matter of time, but at the end of the day, Alpha 7 is sitting on 10. I was wanting them to best that 16 elimination win yesterday, and the rogue shot's coming in. We've got to be safe here, Team Queso. You're so far out from where you need to be for that next play zone, and that is a tough rotation here.
Oh, yeah. Team Queso just stuck in the zone. We're going to see a lot of people go out to blue here, and that's just the way it is at this point. He's going to run out into the open. Does anybody spot him? Nope. He does find a tree, but that is not the tree he needs to be at.
No, we got to keep on moving.
Further. Yep. Keep on moving.
Oh, but the Death Wolves swarming over there in the left with the vehicles and the boulder, and you've got Alpha 7 out towards the right, and Furia as well. AGG directly across the play zone from you. We'll just have to wait and see what they decide to do. But for Death Wolves, the duo on 6 eliminations. Now, mind you, if they win this and pick up more eliminations, they can leapfrog over Influence Rage, but Team Queso not going to make it out.
Yeah, not going to make it out. He was stuck wide in the open. Nothing he could do. And Hyper, though, they have the only coverage on this side of the map. They just got to focus on not getting pushed. And you can see them starting to apply that pressure. Rightfully so. Finally, we see Caprice get outside of the building. That's what N-Hyper's been needed to do. Step outside and start getting into it. But Alpha 7, an absolute war here with Furia.
Yeah, but Baton Stars, they're already shooting from their buildings. They're taking out members from multiple squads. And, okay, Furia, can we finish this out? But it's the last one standing here. Death Wolves eliminated at 6 eliminations. N-Hyper's really going to play spoiler from their buildings.
About time. N-Hyper step out, said we need some eliminations ourselves, and you're going to see Augustus go out here to the blue zone. It's all an N-Hyper chicken dinner. Right when Alpha 7 were taken out, N-Hyper said, all right, it's time to get busy.
Oh, no.
6 eliminations so far. That's how you do it.
This is the same thing we experienced yesterday, though. All members of N-Hyper are alive, and we're looking for Fran. But this time, Fran's in a building, probably going to deny that elimination from them, but it's not going to be enough. Caprice picks it on up, and, well, N-Hyper, how does that one feel after yesterday? Congrats on that winner chicken dinner.
You want to know why? Because the candle's lit, baby. That is what I'm talking about. N-Hyper said, no, okay, we're not going to let that happen. One more time. Smiles on their faces. Great for N-Hyper and great for NA, right? In a whole, to see them finally showing up here in this tournament, it makes me excited for the fall season, Taylor.
Heck yeah, man. They don't make the same mistake twice, which is great. Mind you, they left off with that mistake, so it's nice to see them actually, fixing that mistake at the very end. And I love how N-Hyper gets aggressive, Tiff. They needed that. Aggression is great at times, right? And sometimes it turns into recklessness, but they made the right play, pushing with Furia onto Alpha 7. I was looking at stage number 7. I'm like, all right, N-Hyper, Alpha 7, they're both in zone. Everybody else, they've got Papa Blue to their back. This is a great spot for N-Hyper and Alpha 7 to be in, but I know A7 was not expecting both teams, Furia and N-Hyper, to push them.
Yeah, I would have expected the Furia push right off the rip because they're rotating in from that same side. But for N-Hyper, who are sitting in that building with 0 eliminations, that's what we're talking about just moments prior, right? And Hotchix is like, okay, yeah, this is great. You've got positioning, but we need to find some sort of eliminations. They actually leave the compound and just start cleaning. Oh, yeah, this moment, right? This was tough to watch.
Well, this is a big moment, Hotchix, because Influence Rage, obviously, they're the closest to breaking into top 4, or at least maintaining a spot in top 4. And Be Bold and Influence Rage have been going at it the past 2 days.
And I think Be Bold had enough, right? I think they said, hey, you know what? You've annoyed us all tournament long by landing this close. It's time we shut down your hopes and dreams, So it's tough because Be Bold, there's no way they're catching them. This is a point. This is just all about ego.
I agree. Be bold. The team that yesterday had a chance to potentially catch up. Unfortunately, their double points did not go well. Because of that, they will fall down. But, Tiff, this was also, a decent game for Royals of War. 7 eliminations, 8th place. But I think the real winner here has to be Death Wolves, a team that is still waiting on their double points tomorrow. They finish in 4th place with 6 eliminations. And just, continuing to separate themselves from the pack. Death Wolves is, at least off of game 1, looking like one of the best teams to potentially break into, or maintain top 4.
Yeah, if you're looking for that ESWC survival stage slot, this is the way to do it. Especially with Be Bold kind of there, taking down Influence Rage, it kind of opens the door for you to start really working towards that points differential. And to start things off with those eliminations and breaking into the top 5, maintaining that throughout the day, going into double points tomorrow, that's what we want to see. And honestly, it's kind of crazy. I was looking at this. I know we'll get to run back that last fight there for N-Hyper to get out that solo of AGG. And this time, hyper aggressive. They spotted him immediately and sealed the deal with 7 eliminations. But this was their 3rd win of PMSL Spring, America Spring. So I'm happy that we're getting that there finally. You were talking about it, Hot Jukes, how we're learning, we're growing, and then we're going to come back swinging in the next season. But this has got to feel good, especially after yesterday.
No, it's about time. It's about time. I mean, the fact that N-Hyper left the building just made me just look to the sky and say, yes, it's about time. Because let's be real, week 2, Taylor, N-Hyper would have not done this, right? They would have just stayed in that building, curled up, and just been like, let's get some payment points. Now they're like, no, let's get out there. We have the position. They flipped the aggression switch. It's about time.
Well, guess who they have on their team now that they didn't have when they weren't being aggressive? They've got Capri, okay? Capri joins the roster. N-Hyper turns things around, and they start looking good. Capri seriously has been a big game changer for the roster. Maybe not necessarily in picking up the most eliminations he did in that honeymoon phase when he first joined, but N-Hyper is just a much more confident team, it seems, to push really anybody. And I love that for them. Their 3rd win, that's huge. And again, trying to make the front page, which Team Queso's got to watch out. They dropped down a peg, right? A team that's on their double points today. They did not have a good game number 1. I know they wanted a bit more. 6th place, 2 eliminations. That's not going to be enough. Royals of War, however, will jump up a bit. They were the standout team for double points, at least according to myself. And then Influence Rage, we really need more from them if they want to maintain top 4. If I'm getting Furia vibes here, right? Remember Furia? They needed to maintain top 4. They did it on their double points. Influence Rage could be the same exact story.
Okay, here's the deal, though. If they can just get over and you need like a 54-point jump, that is, 26 points on your double points day. So, I mean, you just have 2 decent games. There's the potential to do that. And then that opens the door for 4th place yet again, because honestly, if Death Wolves go crazy tomorrow, we can take out Inco Gaming, who had such a stellar performance on their double points day when it was Group A. So we've already seen that occur, and nothing magnificent can come out of that unless they can just go crazy in general between today and tomorrow. So I'm really worried for Inco Gaming here.
I am too, and I have a narrative about that just to cover the second stage, though. Nobody's going to be moving up or down. N-Hyper, though, does gain quite a few points. A couple more points like that, a couple more games, I should say. They break into the top page, which is what Energy Galaxy promised, but N-Hyper is looking to do.
Oh my God.
And the candle is lit today, everybody. So what does that mean if you're confused? It means that we're going to see some energy today. All right, maybe it's for NA, maybe it's for Influence Rage. It's going to flip-flop because I'm not consistent, okay? That candle represents a lot of different things, all right? I'm not consistent with who I support. But Hot Chooks, to bring up Tiff's point, I really am worried for Inco Gaming because that first game was not what they needed. 11th place, 0 eliminations. We talk about Influence Rage, Royals of War, teams that are looking, or Death Wolves. But Inco Gaming could lose their spot. It is not guaranteed to stay there.
That's right, just like that flame, baby. That flame's gonna go whichever way the wind blows at this point, And it could just take one game to just change everything up. And yeah, Inco Gaming is not safe. I'll say Influence Rage, they need a 100-point day today. They need it, and the reason why is because Alpha 7 is going to be on their double points day tomorrow. So they need to go crazy. And teams at the bottom, some of them are just going to be like, hey, it's over, right? Well, this is going to push everybody. You cannot depend on tomorrow to get points. I'm saying it right now. We're going to see stuff that is crazy tomorrow. So if you're Influence Rage, you got to show up.
Where you want to be today is third place, because the only team tomorrow that can move the needle is going to be Death Wolves, all right? Death Wolves can move the needle and knock you down a peg. So if you're in fourth place, Death Wolves can pass you, you could drop down to fifth, now all of a sudden you're missing out on the global stage, right? So third place is the magic place to be. That's game number 1 done. Airing out of the way and hyper-taking map number 1. Good ONA looking all right to start the day off. We'll see if they continue over the next 5. We've got Miramar coming up, map number 2, when we come back. PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 Pubg Mobile Super League America's Spring Season, day number 14. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Spider Tiff. Game number 1 is finished. Now we're about to head into Game 2 on Miramar. For Group C, our double points team didn't have the most stellar performance to start off, albeit Rosa War did jump up, knocking Team Queso down a little bit, but still light years away from catching up to the likes of Inco or Death Wolves or even Influence Rage, who the main storyline is on today. Hot Jukes, Influence Rage. Their boogeyman today seems to be Bold. They were going back and forth yesterday. Influence Rage was getting the best of Bold then, but now it seems like Bold is here to play.
And they have nothing to lose. Nothing to lose at this point. Bold are too far away to even have a chance at getting 4th or 3rd. So it's going to make me really keep an eye on the next Erangel match, because match number 3, if they go after Yasnaya again, oh man. So I think Influence Rage at this point need to question their strategies. Like, even if you go to Yasnaya, go to a different part of it at least, because if you do the same thing, you're going to put yourself at risk.
True. Do they switch it up? Death Wolves does that quite well. They like to either land in military or all the way up north, and specifically when it obviously comes to Erangel. Severny is their secondary landing spot. Occasionally, I think they go over towards Gatka, maybe Hospital, but I've only seen them do that a couple of times. But I totally agree, right? When it comes to Influence Rage, switch it up, right? Do not go against Bold again, because it's a 50-50 as far as I'm concerned. Well, here it is, map number 2. We're heading into Miramar. How's it going to turn out? Well, the players, they hold destiny within their fingertips. Hot Juke, Spider Tip, take it away.
Let's get it going. Match number 2, first Miramar of the day. And we're going to have a playing path a little far away from El Pozo. So Alpha 7 are going to either stretch it out here or go to a secondary location. And man, at the end of the day, things are heating up here, Tip. Influence Rage need a bounce back game right here, right now.
Yeah, if they don't bounce back right now, I'm genuinely going to be worried about them, because there's 6 drops a day, right? Which is great. And it just gives you enough time to have maybe a throwaway and then really start honing it in. But you have to know that the entirety of the lobby is going to be looking at causing chaos. And I think what you were saying about tomorrow in general is you just don't know what's going to happen with the entirety of the lobby, because if you don't have anything else to lose, you can just straight int and do whatever you want. And I think we're going to see a lot of that. It's good.
Yeah, we're going to see it. Yeah, we're going to see it. We're going to see teams just like push for fun. We're going to see single players look to kind of make a name for themselves and make some crazy plays. And that just destroys like every single strategy you have in the lobby. As you're going to hear an Hyper, shooting at none other than Alpha 7 to start things off. So Alpha 7 doing exactly what I was talking about. They're going to be stretching it all the way to El Pozo, and they're going to be a little bit late on this rotation. And that really crushes them on Miramar, because it takes them so long to loot there, and then they lose a couple players on that rotation.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for sure. We'll have to keep our eyes out on it. But Alpha 7, kicking things off pretty strong in drop number 1. They find 10 eliminations despite only getting to 5th place. Now, it's good considering they outperformed Team Liquid in drop number 1. And at the end of the day, that's just kind of the motto for today. Just outperform Team Liquid, because they came into that day with 115 points lead over Alpha 7. So trying to essentially tear back at that when both of those teams have used up their double points is going to be tough. Not out of the question, but still substantially challenging, unless Team Liquid just completely throws everything away.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
I don't see that happening.
They have such a huge lead. It shouldn't happen, but here's the problem, right? I was talking about, like, Death Wolves need crazy points tomorrow. Alpha 7 need crazy points tomorrow. And I can already see Alpha 7 turning up the heat here. I mean, they already did in match number 1. So I'm expecting them to fully let out every strategy under their belt to ensure, them getting first place and becoming the champions here of the EMSL Americas. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So the teams, like especially Influence Rage, Death Wolf, Inco, you gotta perform today, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. Those are the 3 teams that I'm most definitely keeping my eyes on. And honestly, we've got some interesting moments here. Titan Gaming going to lose out on Doran. Now, granted, this is also their double points day. It came in 13th place, and honestly, if you have a strong performance here, maybe you bounce over where NRG is. We'll just have to wait and see what you can make do. But now a trio left in the lobby, and here's SLR on the move. They're going to be on the outer skirts just on the inside of that play zone. A lot of those teams from the northwestern side of Miramar are going to rotate straight into this area. So I like that we're kind of taking some of these angles, but I don't feel comfortable in any way, shape, or form, and I don't really know what's going on here with White Elegy.
Oh, yeah, let's see. What are you doing, White Elegy? On the run, just trying to make something happen. That's what it looks like here. So, I mean, SLR, bottom of the leaderboards, this is what I'm talking about. Like, we're going to see some kind of inconsequential fights that are going to make things just that much more difficult. This is over here near San Martin, All Glory Gaming, looking to have fun at this point. And that's the hard part about this, is that, you know, we already had 2 groups go past their double points days. So those teams that have already passed and know that, hey, there's no chance of us making it up, we can just do whatever we want.
That is just the unpredictability of lobbies that you really can't count on, and I think that's why it's tough. I think you have to come into tomorrow in 3rd place. You really do. You're not going to be safe 100%, considering just how variable all of our performances have been from that 3rd to I'll even say it, 6th place. Furia. They're 20 points back from 4th place. So that was at the start of the day and kind of roaming around that. So even they could make a play for it. So not out of it just yet.
Yeah, not out of it just yet. Oh boy, let's see what happens here as Team Liquid are on the move. And they are moving quickly. 897 points. First team to break 900. It has to happen today, right, Tiff?
Oh, easy. It just happens this game. Actually, I don't want to say that because things could go very sour quickly. At the point in time, Team Liquid is dead center of that play zone, but a lot of teams still going to be trying to vie and get in there. But honestly, I'd be really curious to hear from teams like N-Hyper, especially after that map win. I think we got an interview with Baton, which is good because we need to hear an update considering how they did in Game 6 yesterday, and then they jump in to win, drop 1 on Erangel.
Absolutely. Let's hear it.
Here with us, congratulations, bro. Great match. 17 points, I believe it was. So very nice. A nice contrast from last night. Last night, we were obviously bummed out after that match, but we're starting good today, huh?
Yeah, we're starting with our win, so I feel good.
It was a tough match right there. You had a Alpha 7 at the end, but you were able to flank them. Tell me a bit about that last part of the match.
Last part of the match, we saw our south side started a fight. We just dropped the smoke and go and kill all of them, and then just killed last guy.
I like you better like this when you're happy, not when you're sad like last night, alright, bro? Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's go right now.
Happy Baton is definitely our favorite one. So, oh man, what a crazy, I think, turn of events overall here. You know, what are you going to say? What are you going to say? I mean, hey, chicken dinner, you know he's going to be stoked.
I like you better like this. Perfect. You know what? Just do it again. But at the end of the day, he just comes in. He's like, we saw that our south side was fighting. We popped a smoke. We killed everyone. Perfect. Easier said than done, right? Like, I mean, that just breaks it all down in the most simplistic way, but sometimes you just have to not overthink things.
Absolutely. You can't ever overthink things. I mean, and I think that is the thing that has been just cursing N-Hyper in general, is overthinking. You know, playing things too safe, too separate, crazy splits. And I've been saying this since so early on. If they just went back to the basics, they would be so much more effective. And I think we're finally starting to see them do that. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too late, you know, for them to make it to Riyadh, but it makes me excited for the fall.
Ooh, I mean, look, I also love the fall. It's a perfect time of the year. It's not too hot over here in Georgia, bro. It is like almost 100 degrees right now, so I'll take the fall.
All day long. And they're going to see right now if, you know, NRG is going to have a similar end here. I mean, they did yesterday, so I want to see, you know, the rest of the NA teams start playing the way they're supposed to towards the end of this tournament. And that's going to make things even more difficult, right, for those teams that desperately need points. And so far, nothing on the side of Influence, Rage, Death Wolves, so definitely the calm before the storm.
Yeah, the only team right now with any sort of eliminations is going to be NHyper with 1, and I love that NRG is actually going to be rotating in from the north side, right? This is a secondary drop for them. Typically, they'll go towards that island on the most southern point of Miramar, but granted, because of the plane path, they've elected to drop up to the north and now will be rotating in, which works perfect for this play zone because you're going to waltz right in to some pretty open space with 9Z going to be the only team below you. And then when you look towards the west, which is typically the most chaotic side on the rotations in general that I've witnessed from Miramar, you see, it's already happening. And Death Wolves on the opposing side, Rataboy, we cannot let this occur.
No, we cannot. Yeah, especially against a team like Entity 7. That would be brutal. You know, a team that has a chance to make it to Riyadh, getting eliminated by the last place team here. Oof. That's going to hurt. 9Z is in that same boat. 9Z, you can just see these teams at the bottom are finally looking to make some noise because we've not seen this type of aggression from them all tournament long.
Yeah, we were talking about it before the show today. We were like, we want some aggression. We want the chaos. Let it just get mixy. And if this is how it's going to be, then so be it. 9Z, throw down, ruin. I want to say like ruin people's days, but I mean, I'm down to see it.
Me too. Let's just see how many days are going to get ruined here because Influence Rage, that's the team they need to take out. So, unfortunately, not able to get any shots on them at all. But Death Wolves, right? Safe. Going to move on into this next door. And they're going to find a really good spot here by Junkyard because this entire area is completely open.
It's a pretty solid rotation in. Their biggest threat's going to be Furia looking for a massive rat before they decide to rotate in. So that is probably the most potential threat to occur for now, but trying to lay siege to this area will be quite tough. So good on them to grab that position. We'll just have to see when our later stages where the play zone starts to pull. And if this stays in play, it'll be a really solid gift from the PUBG Mobile gods for them.
Oh, it will be indeed. Let's just see who else going to get that gift here soon. Alpha 7 are all the way on the south side of La Bendita. They're ready, good to go. I'm looking at where Team Liquid is. Team Liquid is right in between Influence Range, so that's going to make things very, very interesting here soon. Looking at the rest of the zone, and Hyper pushing in from the blue. Oh, but look at this. This is Inco Gaming. This is the team that needs to hold on to it. And let me ask you this, right? In the past, you know, since you were here yesterday and you're here now, what do you think about Inco, right? Do you think Inco has a chance to put points on the board and be safe here in third? Like, do you see them playing aggressive or passive?
Look, they've had a really solid performance in general for this week, right? Coming into week 3, 201 points. It's their top performance that we witnessed throughout all of our weeks. Other than that, they've been sitting around that top 5, 6 threshold. That double points day that we witnessed from them was absolutely crazy, as we just witnessed SLR fall there. Salute in chat for them because NHyper is just on another level at some point in time here. Thanks God for the week 3. But now I'm yapping. Going back to my original point, great week for them. Yes, I think they have what it takes because we haven't seen this and it just took them a few weeks to really step up. But Influence Rage, it's Be Bold again.
No way, not again. So Be Bold, hunting them down against the 1v2. This is the worst case scenario. And now they know who it is. They realize it's Be Bold. So I think Be Bold are going to just do extra work to finish this team off. Is it going to be Lawrence in it to get the 1v4 though?
You cannot let this occur. Like, you cannot let this happen. Change the story, but Milovan goes for the chow, and finally Diego enacts some revenge here. We gotta find Fran though, and we do it. Come on, Diego, make it work, because look who's in the neighboring compound. It's Team Liquid who's going to straight on send over here. They're both gonna pay for this.
Influence Rage is the team that pays for this, and that is brutal. And I'll tell you what, Team Liquid and Influence Rage have a storied history. You know, these squads have a lot of beef between each other, and it's some Brazilian on Brazilian action. Team Liquid knew who this was, and they wanted to just stick it to Influence Rage. That's gonna hurt.
You know, once again, Death Wolves out here just like, thank you, I appreciate you. You're doing great. They're just like, at the end of these games, they have got to walk over to Be Bold and just thank them when they wrap it up and hit 4th place today.
Oh, you might as well, because this is getting intense here, especially since this has happened twice in a row.
Yeah, it's
twice in a row, and I'm sure we're going to see it happen in the second game. So what I said earlier, right, when it comes to Influence Rage adjusting their strategies, they're going to have to. They want to have any chance of going to Riyadh.
Yeah, and to be so close but miss out, because as of right now, you've got Influence Rage that's locked into that ESWC survival stage slot, and that even already makes your journey that much more difficult. When they had a chance to play for third in NRG Galaxy, yes, they showed up yesterday on drop number 1 for Erangel, and we're waiting for them to have some brilliant moments here today, and just starting to kind of get things moving, picking up one elimination on their way in, but it's tough, right? Once this zone starts to center up and everyone kind of making their way in, NRG trying to come in from the northern side, Fury will be that next threat to them.
But they make it. They find a very clear path into this next zone, and they're going to push up further and further and further in. Let's see where the next zone pops, though. Are we going to get a center up? Maybe another hard shift? Let's see. Next few seconds on the clock. Alpha 7 down south, and yeah, big center zone here. What I'm looking at is Death Wolves. Death Wolves have a big couple of fights ahead of them here, and with Influence Rage out, this is their time to shine.
Do we hang out and really try to isolate against Furia before rotating in? Because I think that might be smart. Granted, it's going to be open. We do have some vehicles to work with, but I would rather start picking up eliminations, but where they lie at this point being 8 points away from Influence Rage. It's going to be interesting, but do you play conservative? Do you worry about your position and let those eliminations come to you?
At this point, it's going to be tough. I think if you're Death Wolves, you cannot alter your strategy. I think you have to get active at this point because you need big points. You cannot depend on tomorrow. Even though tomorrow is your double points day, there are so many teams that need those points. So if you're Death Wolves, get hungry, get active right here, right now.
You heard it. Jukes wants you to get active, and right now, if you're looking at 9Z, it wouldn't be a bad team to get active against. You can see Ego out here just scouting, looking for information, maybe to see what that threat is going to look like. But Furia is not going to be in that next play zone. They still have to look for space. And a lot of people are just keeping their eyes on 9Z because they are inside that play zone. And if two teams decide to rotate straight into them, but the way they've separated themselves out, it's going to be a tough push.
It's going to be a tough push indeed. And I'm looking over here at Alpha 7. They have this spot pretty locked down, but you know what? They got Rolls of War on their back. And Rolls of War, at the end of the day, are just trying to make something happen. Here comes Fate, though. NRG Galaxy against All Glory Gaming. And it looks like they're definitely going to get the better of them here.
Look, we already heard about the changes yesterday from Fate himself. Wants to roam free. And just kind of piecing apart AGG here, quite nice. Already on 3 eliminations. But N-Hyper, who has been one of the most unpredictable squads of week number 3, decides to get straight into the mix here. Baton in the smoke, taking it straight to J7.
NA Violence, J7 finally catching up to the smoke. Gets that headshot against Baton. So these are two teams that have played against each other so long now. The rest of N-Hyper looking to be a little bit farther away from this. But NRG doing solid. 4 eliminations so far on the push. But they have 55 seconds on the clock. They need to get this side cleared out sooner than later.
Yeah, this is tough, right? It's that northwestern side of the play zone. And whoever can leave here unscathed, Stars had already left to scout out a play area for them after this rotation, but when you lose out on one, it's going to be tough. Here we go, straight to AGG. Fate from the off angle, holding the cross, doesn't want to let Guapo get over there, and Petrino down and out, and just like that, All Glory Gaming eliminated. Royals of War has fallen elsewhere also.
That's a big loss right there. The Royals of War getting taken out here is going to hurt. Influence Rage gone. That is brutal. What is going to happen here with Death Wolves? Death Wolves 1 elimination, and with this game here, the door's open for them to get past. They can pass up Influence Rage.
It is very likely considering where they have fallen here. wherever that next zone, oh my god, they can just waltz right into it. And honestly, one member of Deathwolves has already secured an elimination against 9Z. They were not able to grab that res, so they're still a trio, and that is the biggest threat to Deathwolves, but they're going to have the player advantage.
They're going to have that advantage. Indeed, NRG on the rotation, barely able to make it in, but they're going to make it safely here. No sacrifices needed to be had. They are getting shot from the back. Never mind. FS catches Malaz, and that is brutal. But he does get the better end onto Stars. But J7 gets shut down by Creed. So yeah, NRG going to get taken out here little by little. Tough rotation. I'd rather see them just push up little by little than try to make these crazy bold rotates.
It's tough because Stars had already rotated in ahead of everyone and left and Hyper very separated and was just able to pick apart NRG Galaxy. Now, granted, we do have Spec still alive, 6 eliminations for the squad, and it's just tough. You're just going to play your life, see what you can do, no, you're not going to play your life because there's a rogue Rataboy from a distance just doing what he needs to do to get into 4th place.
That is tough. You know who's still alive? Alpha 7 on the south side, and they're looking really, really good. Team Liquid are going to have to make a push, though, against Team Kessel, most likely very, very soon. But I think they're happy to just share this spot. But meanwhile, it's just absolute chaos on this side of the map. This corner is stacked with squads.
Yeah, I don't really want to be on that side of zone. And to see who's looking to maybe kind of push over there, you can see Deathwolves, right? They've separated out completely on that northern side instead of descending upon the remnants of 9Z. We're like, no, we want to get involved. We want to get active, like you said, Hot Jukes.
Now let's see what happens as FS and Stars looking to put some pressure. 9Z catching off Obscure is going to make things pretty difficult. Yeah, especially if Ed Hyper are going to push this. That's that rear sight line completely taken away. So their eye in the sky is gone.
We kind of thought about that, right? It's like maybe you should have just taken the isolated engagement against 9Z as opposed to maybe looking for a third party, because that's exactly what 9Z wants you to do, and they're going to gatekeep. This is very open on this side, like you were mentioning. Not sure if Rataboy was able to get, yes, he does get the res off, and we're going to start that healing process, but you don't want to let that happen. You want to maintain your resources for the end game and just lie and wait. Still 2 eliminations, though. Granted,
not bad.
Not double points until tomorrow, though.
They need to group up, though. I think Deathwolves need to play it old school here. Just get together and just soak up some eliminations. Now is the time. And it looks like they're going to go for it. Rataboy on the rotate. He should make it free and clear. Oh, a couple shots down his way. Not a big worry, though. He's actually going to take the initiative and push on the FS. FS is down to 1 HP. Jump out. Got him. Beautifully done there from Deathwolves.
That's how you get active. Stars, though, able to knock Obscure. Trying to get wild here, but it doesn't matter. And Hyper does fall. 7 eliminations. A pretty stellar performance here in drop number 2, considering they won drop 1. But Deathwolves up to 4, losing out on Obscure. Will play it out as a trio. And I'm just looking kind of what is left for our teams. Down to the final 10. Team Liquid still up all 4, along with Team Queso, Entity 7, and Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 been, these guys are getting a lot more eliminations into the early game tip. 5 already. This is very similar to their last game here. So Team Liquid need to stay alive. They need to cross that 900 mark. This game indeed. There's still 10 teams remaining, and with a zone like this, we can take it all the way here. This is going to probably go to Circle 9.
I want to see it. I love that they're actually getting eliminations and being pretty consistent, because before this I was like, what is Alpha 7 doing this week? It's not bad by any means. It's just uncharacteristic. Okay, yeah, get crazy. I'm going to say that's not the way you wanted to land, but it was cool to see.
It was cool to see indeed, and that's what we're seeing. Deathwolves! Very cool! But not cool enough, unfortunately, as they get deleted.
Would have been cooler if you survived that rotation, but fair.
If you did. Yeah, that is for sure. Meanwhile, you got Fudia staying cool right there, and Titan Gaming very close to them. But at the end of the day, the big storyline, Inco, right? Inco are still up with 2 players, and they need to get some points here. And it looks like they're going to be able to fighting Carrillo here very soon.
Oh, that's not who you want to fight very soon. Nope. Come on. Come on now. We don't want to run straight into them, but we'll have to see how that goes. Alpha 7 is going to be separated out on that southern side. Fight. And you're right. All right. Team Liquid Mythic is going to be the first one to fall down. And Ayala trying to hold the angle around the vehicle. Good effort from Revo. Trying to maintain that standout potential MVP.
This is huge. This is so huge. Alpha 7 looking to just shut down Team Liquid in match number 2. Trying to catch them so they can win this championship, and they do. Oh, but here come the grenades ringing out from Team Kessel. Those look really good. Mafioso gets knocked. Oh, brutal. Alpha 7 did their job, though, right? They were able to shut down Team Kessel, and they put some more points on the board. But unfortunately, that chicken dinner now is looking pretty out of sight.
We're still up with 2 of them. Well, actually, 1 now. 1 just got knocked, Revo. Yeah, that's tough. Team Queso just capitalizing on that full overextension from Alpha 7. And to be fair, I understand that you want to take out Team Liquid, but of course you are going to get punished from this, and it just makes sense for Team Queso to do so. And Alpha 7 will fall with 9 eliminations. Now, granted, 10 eliminations in the first drop, 9 to back it up. It's still pretty stellar.
Yeah, pretty stellar indeed. And we're going to see right now as Choco is going to get a nice shot onto Entity 7. The next zone, let's see if it goes to Inko. Inko definitely need it here because they need to put some more points on the board to extend their lead. And that's really it. These are the main team. Inko's the main squad right now that we're looking at to hold down that 3rd place position. Everybody else pretty inconsequential, unless Team Kessel has, again, a monster day here.
Now, we say that, but then Furia could move up into that 4th place slot, right? Now, they're farther back, so it's not going to be as easy for them, and there's still a duo. Okay, now a solo as Adrian falls there. So if 9Z just really wants to get crazy and take out different players, that's fine, and even Titan Gaming's going to hit the full. So, Inko here, 7 on your screen, 2 eliminations straight onto this, outnumbered by Team Queso. A 2v4, you're gonna have to let the frags do some work here.
Yeah, Team Queso need to get busy here, because if they want to even stand a chance of being in this conversation for 4th or 3rd place, they need to go crazy. 3 eliminations, not enough. You need double-digit eliminations every single game today, and it's definitely going to help for you to take out Inko right here, right now. And it should be pretty easy. Silence, 1 well-placed nade should shut these guys down, and it does. 7. Oh, but a nice return nade, but it doesn't matter, as Inko Gaming get eliminated with only 2 points on the board. So Team Kessel with 5, not a bad start, but it's still not enough. They got to be pushing everybody.
They really do. And I mean, they're sitting at 531 points. The next gap for them would be Furia, and they have to be, it's 66 points ahead of them. They're going to be able to get that reset onto Silence there, thanks to some smokes to cover that line of sight. And honestly, the angle here of this hill, and you can just drop on down. But for Furia, 1 player left standing, setting their sights straight on to Titan Gaming's Inactive, who meets it with the frag. And they'll fall with just 1 elimination.
1 elimination, that's going to be rough there. So Titan Gaming, now going to be pushing into zone, but at this point, it really is Team Kessel's time to shine. They need every single elimination left in the lobby. That's one of them.
Titan Gaming has fallen down to the final 3. Team Queso, 9Z, and Be Bold, the duo. Team Queso could have a fire potential here. You were making sure every elimination left in the lobby. That would be the total of 5 if they can get it.
They need it. They really do need it. I cannot stress enough. They are so far behind that just regular chicken dinners are not enough at this point. They need some big making up to do. You don't even want the blue zone to take any of these. So Team Kessel, I understand that they're trying to optimize position because they do need to win the game, but there needs to be a little blend of urgency, right? You're going to have to take some risks because that's what you have to do at this point. You have no choice.
It's true, and it's double points. So like you said, if you can throw down a 20-point normal game, that turns into 40. That's how you start covering the distance and make a huge change. And it starts with fully sending the trio if possible, or even the duo of Be Bold, who's in the dead center, and Connor. If they're going to start opening that fight against Be Bold, Team Queso, this is your chance.
Yes, you need to get active, Team Kessel. You cannot just sit and wait for this game to come to you. You need every elimination in the lobby at this point. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to put up a good day, but it ain't going to be enough to go to Riyadh.
Do you want to go to Riyadh? Do you want to go compete for $3 million? This is how you get there.
Oh, and this is how you don't get there.
True.
When Connor and Simple go out to the blue zone, these points are critical, and they are losing them. And that's what I'm talking about. I said, yeah, Team Queso most likely going to win this game. But, I mean, if I'm going to try to say silver lining, yeah, it's good to see that progress, right? Like, it's good to see a start, but they have to let this be the only time they win this game without any urgency.
I mean, they've had 6 winner chicken dinners so far. Would love to bring it to 7 here. But for now, they do move up, and they're already kind of separating out. You can see Patroke on the other side there towards that western is looking for angles. He's cooking the grenades, looking for Chuko or some players from Be Bold. But, I mean, there's 3 players left in the lobby. You have 4. We could just death ball each squad, but you got Fran with the DBS, and if you're gonna start to take the angles, oh no, here we go.
Here we go. Let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, the nades are starting to ring out. This is stage 9, though. This zone's going to go down to nothing. Team Queso are playing a little bit too separate for my liking. I think at this point, you got to just push together. Push together as a unit and just take out each player one at a time here. The chicken dinner should be automatic at this point. Let's see how they decide to play this.
Cannot throw anything. I think the grouping up is going to be quite nice. We typically, when we see teams play like this, it's very akin to what Team Liquid does. They'll separate and send a duo onto each team, right? Now, granted, this is a different story. You have this building, you have the space, you know where some of these players are. You're already sending those nades over towards Fran. You can't let Brunson there get an angle from the high ground. And Chuko, it might go down to blue zone here. Falls incredibly low, and you don't want to see them throw it. And it's Fran. Fran picks it up, and that's another elimination that's going to be denied to you. And so now a 4v2. Come on, take it, Team Queso.
Let's see if they can. And they're going to lose another elimination. So Team Queso going to get the chicken dinner here with only one of those. And you can just see, look at their faces, right? They're happy, right? They're happy they won the game. They knew they were going to win it. But at the same time, they know there is a lot of work ahead of them.
That's tough, right? Because you see one of the players go down to the blue zone from Be Bold, so you're getting denied elimination. So yes, you get the winner chicken dinner. You get it with 8 eliminations, but it could have been more.
Could have been more. Taylor, what do you think about that one?
I'm kind of conflicted. Team Queso, I think they do quite well. 8 eliminations, winner, chicken dinner. That kind of consistency, let's say the next 4 maps, which would be very difficult to do, mind you, right? We haven't seen a team very rarely win back-to-back, let alone win 3-4 in a row, right? That just simply hasn't happened. But I do think that's a great start for Team Queso. We're only on game number 2. Game number 1, you chalk it up, you just let it go, short-term memory loss, right? And then you kind of come in fresh, which I think Team Queso did. Now, where my concern does turn to, though, Hot Jukes, is directly to this Be Bold Influence Rage saga that's developing. It started yesterday. Influence Rage was getting the best of Be Bold. But today, on the most important day for Influence Rage, that could literally make or break them, it's all Be Bold.
Well, this is what happens, right? This is what happens. Yeah, Influence Rage was getting the better of Be Bold on their double points day, right? So maybe Be Bold said, hey, since you did that, it's time we get some revenge, and it's working. 2 games in a row, Influence Rage, and pretty much put up donuts. Yeah, they got a couple points here and there, but they know that's not enough, right, to make it to the Esports World Cup coming around the corner.
It's not enough. And if I'm Influence Rage, I am starting to get worried. But I do question Tiff, or is Be Bold in their head, right? Because it's like it's hard to dig yourself up out of that rut, and also not to get paranoid.
Yeah, it does start to mentally affect you, and knowing that you're on land, you're nearby them as well, things are probably going to get really heated. And I love that Hotchix goes, it's not paranoid, it's rage, right? I'm living up to Influence Rage at this point, because to keep throwing down 0-point games on the most important day of the week, in the final week, look, it is just not the time to let that happen. So what do you do? How do you counteract that? How do you change the narrative from what's been occurring? I mean, you just stick it to Be Bold, because especially going down to Be Bold and then watching them go to second place here on Miramar, I've got to feel some type of way.
You have to, and it hurts. That's going to be, I think, a narrative that's going to continue throughout the entire. I mean, we're going back to Arigo where they first challenged him, right? Team Queso, though, 36 points. You know, Hot Jukes, again, like you could be critical. Should they have been more aggressive to clean up the rest of the eliminations in the final three? I think so, right? But also, 36 points, you've got to be happy with that when everybody else is only getting 10 or 11. And also, it's not just everybody else, is it, right? The biggest ones you've got to watch out for is Inco Gaming and Death Wolves. Inco only gets 4. So for Team Queso to get 36, that's a big leap ahead of Inco and potentially Death Wolves, right? At least consistency-wise.
Yeah, I mean, big game for them. Well, no doubt, right? You got to give them their flowers for sure. At the end of the day, though, we need to be realistic, right? They want 3rd place. They don't want 4th. They want 3rd. They want that guaranteed spot to the group stage. So I've been in this game a long time. I've seen too many tournaments where teams get cut down by just 1 point. They don't make their dreams come true by just 1 point. So when I see Team Queso, yeah, that was an automatic win. When they could have got more, that's when I start getting critical here. Because, yeah, look, they make that jump, but that's still a big gap they need to cross.
That is a big. Well, so what is it? 557 now to 618. That's at least the absolute bare minimum to catch up to Influence Rage. And then obviously Inco Gaming up to 674. A tremendous jump. I mean, so we're talking about 120, right? So it's like now you do start to get worried when you put it into perspective, right? And you do look at the standings. So I do understand your criticisms, Hot Jukes. Rose of War, though, again, double points as well for them. It's looking a bit out of reach, Tiff. Like, I don't know if they're going to be able to have or make that happen. Furia continues to drop. They've got to feel deflated. But for Death Wolves, honestly, keeping it pretty consistent. I mean, again, for Death Wolves, I think this is a pretty big day. Even though they're not getting the most elims or placing points, I think Death Wolves is still going to be all right going into their double points tomorrow.
Yes and no, because they're having a perfect case scenario happen for them. Inco Gaming has a 4-point game. Influence Rage, a 2-point game. Death Wolves have a 4-point game. This was the chance, right? They are having these situations that are being given to them because Be Bold is essentially having this war with Influence Rage, which is opening the door for you to make a massive play for 3rd place, especially with Inco Gaming having that. So now at the end of the day, we're looking at Team Queso, who just comes off the back of a 36-point game that is the farthest away from 4th and 3rd place, that has the biggest potential because they're actually putting points on the board.
That's a fact, right? Another big game from them. They catch up to Furia, to Death Wolves. You don't know how that can snowball, especially on your double point state. Titan Gaming, though, not too bad, right? 4th place, 5 eliminations. It doesn't move the needle, but gets them a little bit closer to NRG Galaxy in terms of the race for North America. Still want to see N-Hybrid, though, continue to move up. Are you happy, Hot Jukes, with N-Hybrid's at least early game, right? I mean, 7 eliminations. They finished in 11th place, but they're still showing that prowess of, want to get in your face and improve and be aggressive.
Let's go, baby. I mean, I love to see them not giving it up. I love to see the teams at the bottom, just putting in work, being more aggressive in general. Because, unfortunately, it is, too late for them to, qualify. But this is that time that you just say, hey, I'm here for a reason. Come fall, I'm going to come bring it. And Hyper and NA in general, right? We're seeing them do it.
By the way, update, Titan Gaming, unofficially, Redox should have just hit his 100th elimination for the America Spring season. He was sitting at 99. I don't think he got any, he didn't get any elims in game 1. He gets 1 in game number 2. So shout out to Redox, right? Hitting that big 100, knocking Death Wolves Guizao all the way down, at least 1 peg, right down to I believe 6th place. So he joins in the top 5 for Redox. Well done from Titan Gaming. Well, chat, that's 2 games down. Erangel and Miramar. We hop back into Erangel for map number 3, the halfway point, and a lot of work still needing to be done for the race up to top 4. I don't know at this point if Influence Rage has it today. Be Bold seems to have their number, and they are in their head. Let us know, chat, what are you thinking about in terms of the top 4 and who needs to step it up? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 3, Erangel coming your way.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 Pubg Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from Points Voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL Pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate rewards first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 Pubg Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL Pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Pubg Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 14. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Hot Chooks and Spider Tiff, and game number 3 about to be underway. We're heading back into Erringale. Hot Chooks, your worries, right, about Be Bold versus Influence Rage, right? That kind of story's been going down, and it's been pretty epic to see. And I'm so surprised that it carried over to Miramar, which is now a worry for game number 5. But game 3, Influence Rage already has their own worry point.
They do. They have a big worry now. I mean, that's the worst thing that could happen is a team that's got nothing to lose hunting you down. And it hurts so even if they win the fight. What are the chances they're going to leave with all 4 players up?
Yes.
Be Bold are going to be looking to thirst the second they get a knock. And that's just going to crush their overall chances of getting a crazy game to rocket launch them into third place. So yeah, Influence Rage, it's change up time, baby, right? If you've been throwing fastballs all day, it's time to throw some sliders, something else.
Some curveballs even, man. I don't know. If you've been throwing at 100 miles per hour, start throwing at 50. Trust me, that does work, actually. There's some good compilations on the tube. But no, hey, Tiff, this is big. And I continue to harp on Influence Rage because they're the team that's the closest to breaking into top 4. But now Team Queso shows life. And then that brings up the question, can they be consistent enough to break in to the top 4? Because Team Queso is an exciting roster. They've shown wonderful consistency throughout, or at least, some decent consistency throughout the 14 days. But at this point, with 2 days left, Tiff, it's not really about consistency, is it? It's more so about, you just need a huge flash-in-the-pan day, kind of like what Inco did, or like Team Liquid did yesterday, right? All the other days, they don't matter. Chalk that up. Now it's time to go big or go home.
Yeah, it's very much like when we were talking in week 1, it was a marathon, right? We have 15 total days of gameplay, and now you're into the final 2 days, and we've already expended 2 drops on match day number 14. So we are now into that sprint. The finish line is in the distance, and Team Queso is 61 points away from Influence Rage, who is dealing with their arch nemesis, Be Bold, at the point in time.
Well, chat, now it's time to sprint into the PMSL Pass. It's active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code, provide a link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass events, and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set from Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, Chad, I asked you to get the conversation going. Who do you expect to go big today? And you've got that conversation going. Now continue it as we head into game number 3. Hot Juke Spider Tiff, take it away.
Continue it, because there's a lot to talk about. You said, what was it, 61 points?
Yeah.
All right.
61.
Wow, so 61 against Influence Rage, which they're in 4th place. Let's be real. The survival stage sucks. It's going to be hard. You're going to get to go Riyadh, which is going to be amazing, but to go and get through past the survival stage is going to be difficult. So your goal here should be 3rd, right? And Team Kessel against Inco have 117-point difference, right? So that's still makeable, but double points at play, Team Kessel can do that, right? So that is why I would like to see them play it a little bit more hardcore. They need to take more risks here because they need big points. Because 61-point difference from Influence Rage is great and all, but it's their double points day too.
You're not wrong, and that's going to make things so tough. And I don't think they have the capability to jump into 3rd. And please prove me wrong if that's the case. It would take a stellar miracle to make that occur there for Team Queso. But the survival stage, that slot is very much open. And honestly, do what it has to take. If the way the cards have been falling for Inco Gaming, Influence Rage, and even Death Wolves, then that makes sense. And Furia is just 18 points back from 4th place, so they still have a fighting chance to make that happen. It's not over with. Still, I just want to see something good come from it, but it just hasn't really occurred in the first 2 drops of the day. Still 4 more to go, including this map on Erangel. But man, I'm just honestly grateful to be here casting over this because it's chaotic.
Oh, it is so chaotic. There's just so much action here. It's jam-packed. This is the day we've been waiting for. These are the championship rounds, Tiff, right? And we're right here getting to witness it. Couldn't be more excited. But man, so much is at stake, and so many different teams can get that last slot. So I want to see more action. I want to see more teams pull a Be Bold at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That would make things interesting.
It really would. It's so wild because Dave and I were like, I know I said this earlier, I was like, we were waiting for Be Bold to get aggressive, get into the fray, and just do what they can. So for them to come out swinging here in day number 14 has me all kinds of confused. Now, granted, we did get to look at that zone. It is going hard over towards the west. And with Alpha 7 holding the north, a lot of teams have already started rotating in. So I'd imagine that we're going to see the chaos start to break in shortly, especially people looking for control on that southern bridge like we saw Team Queso kind of already take. Knowing that Team Liquid lands military base and so have Death Wolves been out on that eastern side, Team Liquid's going to have to hit that rotation straight into Team Queso, and if we get an early fight between those 2 teams, it's going to be tough considering we need a miracle performance of Team Queso today.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is that the miracle could happen because they already had a great game. So I'm going to say the same thing I said last time. You know, the door isn't open for Team Queso, and they don't even have their hands on the knob, right? But the door's there. The door's there now. You know, it is totally possible for them to make that big run. And at the end of the day, they need that last game to be their low for the rest of the day here if they want to make that run. So let's see. Let's see if they're able to even surpass up Inco in double points after today.
I would love to see that. That's kind of a good way, a good threshold to break. And if you come into today and you do achieve something like that, think of what your last day is going to look like because you're already riding off that momentum. You're like, Riyadh is in our cusp. We know it's capable. We saw what we did yesterday, and we just really have to focus on that. But for now, SLR, AGG just across from them, taking some pop shots here. Now, you got to be careful, and SLR doesn't need to overextend or be too aggressive in this scenario because they still do have teams in the nearby vicinity. Not 9Z, though. 9Z's vibing, dead center of zone, looking for some action.
Oh, yes, they are. And 9Z getting aggressive with it, I will say. I mean, we've seen them in a lot of really big fights early on. They're very, very close to Rolls of War here. So that's going to make things a little bit interesting. And Rolls of War, yeah, they would need to go nuts. They're 93 points behind fourth place. So at this point, with how they played the first couple of matches, it's not looking too healthy. Especially considering that, I mean, Influence Rage, Team Queso, a couple games, we're going to see them even press that lead even further. So we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're Rolls of War, I want to just see aggressiveness. Like, just start pushing teams like crazy. You're going to have to start rolling the dice at this point.
Yeah, you really have to, and hopefully you get some good numbers or however that works. I don't know what kind of rolling the dice of what I want to see on there. Maybe some Snake Eyes. That'd be kind of crazy. But for them being 93 points back from fourth place, we wanted to see something that we saw from Team Queso, but Team Queso instead finds Royals of War and doesn't deny them unless Royals of War can answer back. But we're just chucking frags straight on to Tonka, sends them down. What's Aragon going to be able to do? Because he rolls up in the vehicle trying to answer back.
Let's see what happens here because, yeah, Big Tex is looking to try to get in the mix, but he gets taken down as well. So Team Queso are doing exactly what they need to. They are getting so hungry. Unfortunately, maybe a little too hungry. They lose a player on this backside to Colgoat. They need to wrap things up here quickly because third parties could be coming any second now.
Any second.
There it is.
It's in Hyper. They have been on one here today. Aragon done and dusted. And Team Queso, if I have not been able to get my reset, and we needed perfection, we know how I said it earlier, in Hyper, unpredictable.
Ooh, and Team Queso are out of there. I was saying run. They need to run and run away quickly. And unfortunately, two players. So I like the aggressiveness. I will give it up to them. But oh boy, this is going to hurt bad. Because again, they need double-digit elimination chicken dinners every game. And right now, it's already looking abysmal. Can they bounce back with some more limbs, though, against 9Z? We're about to find out.
Well, 9Z kind of grouping up. Team Queso rolled up in their turf. Simple. Looking for some angles here, but you can already see we've got a DBS out for our player, but Simple goes in, takes him out, hits the full, and now down to a solo for Team Queso.
Oh boy, down to a solo, and that is rough. So, I mean, I always got to give props when they're due, and I'd rather see that. Yeah, a lot of people would be like, hey, Team Queso, you should play it passive, this and other stuff.
No, don't.
They need third. They need third, and that's the way they need to do it. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them this game, but they tried it, and that I will respect all day long. Team Liquid looking to get in the mix, though, here. Chief pops some shots on 9Z, and they are out of here.
See, what's really nice is they left their island. They were already able to rotate up into the center of the play zone and kind of mirrored Team Queso in that rotation. So it makes very sense that they are here and now in getting into the mix with these squads, considering this is the way Team Queso rotated throughout. But Team Liquid still very healthy, trying to break that 900 point. I know I said it was going to happen last game. Well, it didn't. They're at 898, just 2 points away. So does it happen this game, Hot Jukes?
Let's see. It should be pretty easy to do. They're looking to get a little extra spice here at the start, but so is Alpha 7. They know what is at risk here, and they are going against the right team, the team on the bottom, and they got some good, solid points there. So let's see just how many more they're going to get.
Ooh, okay. Carilo. And that picture-in-picture, so we get to keep an eye on that zone there towards the right. Inco Gaming, your third-place team, rotating in towards the northeastern. Be Bold just ahead of them, which immediately when I think of Be Bold, I'm like, okay, well, where's Influence Rage in that picture? Are they just going to start hunting straight for them? Because look at that. They're rotating in. They could mirror them. They could.
They absolutely could. Let's see. Yeah, they're going to hunt it down. They need every elimination they can get. So they are hunting down to Blib. And, they're like, we got a runner, boys. We got a runner. And they are chasing him down. But he may have gotten away for now. Oh, yeah, this is trouble. This is trouble. They are setting up a trap here.
Job's not done. And back to this building we go. But, okay, look, I love chasing. I love just going across. We're outside the play zone. It's totally fine. We've got time in the world. And then you'll have to rotate in eventually. But how far is too far to hit that chase?
Well, that's always the question. How far is too far indeed? So let's just see how far it is as Doran is now healing up. Anything is possible here. All Glory Gaming, Titan Gaming going at it. Pretty inconsequential fights here between these two teams, but still, right? Titan Gaming looking to show everybody that they are ready for the fall split coming up around the corner.
Especially when you've got double points today, try to make the most of it, coming in 13th place. They are 19 points behind NRG. Could look to unseat them, but Doran, not when you've got multiple players kind of waltzing, ready at the stairs. A limb, though, in inactive, still up here for Titan Gaming.
They are still up there. Keep an eye. Lamb goes down. That's going to be tough there. So inactive, just push, dude. Just push. Turn around. Why not at this point? But hey, just looking to survive. Maybe get some practice. Oh, Influence Rage in trouble against Furia. This is a big fight.
This started going down when we were on that engagement with Titan Gaming, and Furia had opened it up, grabbed some fools on Diego, and now Milovan is just going to be caught out. Influence Rage falls again. 0 eliminations, but this time it wasn't Be Bold, it was Furia, so it doesn't matter who it is at this point. Influence Rage is just not having a good day.
That is no good. Influence Rage just getting beat up time and time again. They go out here. That's 3 games in a row on their double points day where they pull up basically goose eggs. So it opens the door for a lot of squads. The Death Wolves are looking to put up some big points. This could have been a big opportunity for Team Castle, but they're down to 1 player. So that's going to be more difficult. And it's up to Inco as well to just keep on pushing that lead that they have in 3rd place.
For Alpha 7, just looking for any kind of frags that they can grab. AGG still very much outside in the blue. We'll see once Alpha 7 decides to call off the chase with Entity 7, and they're literally split on the map, chasing each member left of Entity 7, which is kind of wild to me, but you know what? We're here for the chaos.
Hey, we like it. We like the chaos here. Next zone, look at this. All right. We got a chopstick circle, and Team Liquid are going to be the team to take up chopsticks. Alpha 7 pushing in from the outside. You can see them right here, full squad, but they live to play on the edge, and they're going to have to. They're going to have to play on the edge and do it well. They are closing that gap with Team Liquid, but Team Liquid in their position right here are looking very, very good. So let's see who's going to end up on top.
95 points separate them currently, and when the day started, it was 115. So we are shaving points off, and neither of these teams are going to have double points available to them. Just mere drops, carnage, and doing what you can. And if it's chasing members from Entity 7, sure, do what you got to do. Already on 2 eliminations, want to bring it to double digits if they can. And like you said, the chopstick zone, knowing that Team Liquid's already positioning themselves to get into it for the long game. What is Alpha 7 going to do? Well, they're going to fight, and they are going to move the way in they can. And same with Hyper, being hyper aggressive today.
Yes, they are, and we love to see that. Starting off the day so strong, and Hyper got their revenge from yesterday, and we love to see that, right? They're going to hopefully try to get the last laugh here. In a good position in this next zone. They are very split, though, and I don't mind splits, but if you're going to do a split, you want to make sure you're in a position where you can cover each teammate. But, in Hyper, they tend to kind of err on the side of just too separated, where if one gets knocked, there's just no hope for them, and I think that's something I want to see them tighten up with here soon. But Baton gets the explosion onto Hate, so it does work out for now.
do love that. And Deathwolf still being up, Furia still being up, and honestly, Inko as well. Inko is going to have to use this at a time, this drop here, to just really bolster their points. And for Deathwolves, you only need one full team wipe to tie Influence Rage. You get two, you unseat them, you put yourself in solidified into that fourth until we go again.
Yeah, Baton gets the flush there onto Hate. Franco's nearby, and Caprice is going to be taking up that solid position there. So they're rocking a 3-1 split. Caprice being scout and solidifying their spot. But we're seeing where this next zone's going to go to. We're going to get a center zone here?
Honestly, for Team Liquid's sake, yes. Because I want them to hit 900 for now. Titan Gaming have fallen. No eliminations, despite it being their double points day, so that'll stay at 0. For Deathwolves moving in from that south side, we've got a couple threats here in the nearby distance. It's going to be NRG Galaxy towards their west and SLR towards the north. And it doesn't quite center up. It moves more towards the west. Still pretty good for Team Liquid, but better for Furia.
It's actually going to might be a tough one for Team Liquid, considering that if that zone continues to shift away, they're going to have to run out in the open. So they're hoping to get a lot of eliminations here. That's what they need to do. Hurry up and get some shots, because everybody wants their spot. Everybody's going to be looking right at them. So they're going to probably have to defend a lot of pushes here.
Deathwolves already hitting the rotation. We knew they were going to have to contend with NRG. When would that happen? It's got to be soon. Here's Fate on the screen. Looking at all the rotations coming in from Deathwolves. You have to be very cautious here, because all it takes is one of those members to double back and just run you over. So keeping the vehicles for cover. Fate does grab a knock. That'll open the fight here. Gets the full, even better.
There we go, and that's even better for them, but rough for Deathwolves. Losing a player like that is going to be difficult, and not to mention, they're just blind sending it. They're rotating, just trying to cover the circle. They might get shot out again here. Let's see. Stars waiting for him. Yeah, Stars is waiting for him. The trap is set, and it is gonna work. So Deathwolves on the blind rotate, getting punished. This is them adapting strategies. It has to be. Deathwolves desperation pushing like this is just out of character, and it's not working out for them.
Yeah, it's been really tough, considering everything is occurring for them to hit the fourth place spot, right? You cannot give anything more to them. And you heard people, even Baton yesterday, when they lost and got second place in that final zone, we just gave them a gift. Well, Influence Rage is giving you a gift to try and unseat them, and you still are not able to maintain that. You just have to focus in your lane, play that game, hit the rotations, and just be smart about it. And you're down to Obscure. For NRG Galaxy, though, picking up one elimination thus far, needs to hit that rotate and own that southeastern side of the play zone.
Yeah, Deathwolves, your double points days tomorrow, but you cannot depend on that, especially when you have a team like Alpha 7 who are going to be thirsting and hungry for points. Teams at the bottom are going to be just pushing silly, and Obscure goes down. That is going to be absolutely rough, as Deathwolves are eliminated with 0 points. So not able to take that gift, like you said earlier, Tiff. It's going to be difficult, but still 3 matches left to go. Anything can happen.
Well, maybe the gift was meant for Furia. They're sitting on 4 eliminations, 10 points out from Deathwolves, 14 points out from Influence Rage. So keep your eyes on them. They're kind of in that northwestern side of the zone. Teams that are nearby them, All Glory Gaming, Alpha 7, and then they have N-Hyper out to the west, which is... I quite frankly, I don't want N-Hyper anywhere near me at this point.
Don't want them anywhere near you, and I cannot blame at all. So let's see how this is going to go as Baton. Baton is out in the open here. Furia, but is Furia really utilizing this to their best ability? That's my question, because they need crazy points, but they also need to stop Deathwolves hard today and tomorrow, and continue to hope that Be Bold hunts down Influence Rage for the rest of the day.
I mean, that's true, but at the end of the day, Deathwolves and Influence Rage are both out of this game, and just the way that this day has gone, it's very much in Furia's favor now. We just need to see something massive come through for this game, because if all the teams on the north collapse on each other, Furia can just sit back from their positions and clean it up. For NRG, it's tough for them. They're kind of on the outside looking in on the southern side.
Definitely on the outside looking in. You can see J7 trying to look where to go for this next circle. It is going to be a tough one. They're going to have to push right into the open here to that tree line. Oh, Inco Gaming still up here with 4, but they are beat up bad. Nanabet is going to have to find a way into this next circle as well.
Oh, and it's Be Bold out here. Just really taking shots, doing work on them, allowing other teams to apply the pressure. 1 HP for Nanabete. David trying to hit an angle.
Oh boy. Let's see, David, yes, trying to hit those shots. Inco Gaming 7 is on the run right now, and I cannot say that I blame him at all. So let's see. Oh, what is he going to do in this position as 7 is trying to push up here? They do make it to this chopstick side, but they're going to have to push through Be Bold.
Oh, this is just... I don't want to say today is chalked for a lot of teams, but it's feeling like it.
Not looking good. That is for sure. NRG Galaxy get eliminated here. Alpha 7 still up, but Nanabete putting in some work. That's what we want to see.
We do want to see that. And also, Hyper has decided to full send a team elsewhere. All Glory Gaming going to fall. Team Liquid getting into this as well. Takes down 2 members of Be Bold, allowing Inco Gaming to waltz right in and try to clean that up. Now, granted, if Team Liquid is already getting here, then you have to worry about them really extending out into this fight.
You definitely do. And you can see Vitali getting those 3 eliminations so far for Inco's looking pretty good. But let's see what else. Team Liquid is right next to them. That would be a big battle for them, and it looks like it's coming as Nunez with a mistake does Molly Nanabete, but they should be safe because Fran is not looking in this direction. Oh, that nade! Oh, I thought it was bouncing off the top of the roof. That would have been bad.
Oh, no.
Oh, they're able to make it for now. Now they realize Fran is overextended. Oh, he gets 1. They cannot afford to lose 1 player here. They lose them anyway. Little of a mistake here for Inco. Losing a player like that's going to be rough.
And Be Bold falls with 1 elimination. Let's see if we can get that pickup onto Nanabete. But did this open the door for Team Liquid to full send? Because you see the frags, they're incoming. Team Liquid just looking for some angles here on the outside, looking in. The Molly connects, re-knocks Nanabete, and 7 goes for the push, but falls to Ayala.
Oh, here comes Team Liquid now, looking to soak up those points, and that should be enough to finally cross that 900-point threshold. First team to do that in this tournament. Alpha 7 are still alive, though. Let's see if they're going to be able to close that gap by a little bit. But, man, Team Liquid are starting to soak up some points. Let's see where this next zone goes. It does go a little bit towards the side of Team Liquid, so not a tough rotation for them, but they're going to have to push out wide in the open.
This is crazy. And Hyper's on 10 eliminations on that western side. They have just really been fragging out. And Furia starts to investigate what's occurring down there. They decide to rotate back on up through the north and kind of play the long game because they're sitting on 4 eliminations. And at the end of the day, they just need to bolster that, just knowing Deathwolves are 10 points ahead of them. But for Hyper, a team that's in 10th place on the leaderboard, still able to move up because they have 24 points separating them between them and the first place. Or not first place, first page.
Yeah, they're almost there. Looking to break through that first page and represent North America. Love to see Hyper showing up big here towards the end. Let's see just how much further they're going to go up here. A Simple does get a knock on the baton, so they're going to have to try. Actually, that res is too far out, so they're going to lose baton. FS trying to get this lucky nade on the Fury. Let's see if he can get it.
All right, Caprice. I don't know. We want a happy baton, right? Sour Patch said it the best. Like, Sour Patch is like, yes, we love you when you're like this. I mean, you just got fully eliminated when I talked about you being happy, but it's fine. We go again and drop number 4 on Sandhawk. Happy baton, happy me.
Happy baton, happy Sour Patch, happy everybody. And let's see, Cardosen's going to get pretty happy here with that knock onto Connor. Oh, Ski's going to take down FS, though. That's going to be a big loss there for Ed Hypers. They're down to 1, and that edge play working so well early game. Towards the end, it's tough, and rightfully so. This zone right here is very difficult. It is all wide in the open, and that is the position that they were forced to take. So it's an all-out war here on this side, but it might be a war between Alpha 7 and Team Liquid at the end of this.
That is the battle that we need to see. Team Liquid already getting 6 eliminations, Alpha 7 on 5. Now, they did start clawing back on that points differential, but it is a mountain because Team Liquid had a really good double points day yesterday. The frags, they are going through the open field. They're connecting. We're seeing Nox and, well, Ed Hyper, they have fallen with 10 eliminations, but this is the battle that I want to see. The 2 titans of our lobby.
Let's go. Let's see how it's going to work out. Cardosan getting some shots down on Magrella. He pops out the vehicle, but gets shot in the back by Potro. That is a big, huge win there for Alpha 7. Let's see if they're going to be able to steal that elimination. Oh, Potro does get the confirm. But that hurts Team Liquid big time, as it is just Ayala left for the team.
Oh, this is, okay, look, hear me out. You could argue all day that you said earlier Mythic was the best player from this squad on paper, right? Ayala might be one of my favorites, and that's just because of the angles and the openings that he creates for a lot of the Team Liquid members. So to have Ayala last standing, I bet we're going to get some mixy moments. Maybe.
Let's see him mix it up here in a second, as he might have a shot onto Revo, but man, Mafioso is getting it done. This is the problem with Alpha 7. When they have their backs to a wall and wide out in the open, this is where they're best.
That's true. They got all 4 members up, 7 eliminations on the board. The only team that's got all 4 members up is also Furia with 6. So very much a like story here on this drop number 3 for them. And, well, you know what happens when you leave a 9Z solo left in the lobby. You've got to deal with it while you can. And, well, A7 going to pick up that elimination.
Let's see. Are they going to be able to get that elimination here onto Furia with that nade? No, not going to be able to do it. So just a little bit too short. But again, this is where they work best. All they got to do is just focus on the people in front of them. And let's see who's going to get that critical first knock between Alpha 7 and Furia.
It's a matter of time. Honestly, can we just talk about the fact that Team Queso is currently in 4th place right now? They made it to the top 4 and still alive. They get top 3. Team Liquid, Ayala, going to get caught out. Good for them. Great for Alpha 7. But I love that we're making the most of our placement points on our double points day.
Yes. You got to be able to make the most of it, especially on your double points day. So Team Queso, I mean, this was huge because they lost everybody so early on. And this is the best case scenario for Team Queso to do that. So they got 5 eliminations. Hopefully we can see them snake another. But at least 3rd place placement points are going to be solid. So unfortunately, their last game, it was great, but it isn't going to be their low game. This is definitely going to be one of them here. So let's see what he decides to do.
This is what I would do. Because you're going to have this big battle, this big 4v4 isolated fight over there between Alpha 7 and Furia. If I'm Team Queso, I've done enough, right? Maybe I go over there, look for some off angles, and just try to rip eliminations away from either of the squads.
That could definitely happen here, especially like right now. Sit back, relax, let this fight happen. If Furia and Alpha 7 get into it, just let them take out each other, maybe secure 2nd place, and hopefully, yeah, like you mentioned, clean up some eliminations on the way. But he cannot shoot too early. He does not want to give them any reason to shoot his direction. Look at that. Alpha 7, they don't need sight lines. They don't need to see you. They see those smokes, they're going to pre-fire it all day long trying to hit a hit marker.
You might as well. If you've got the ammo, you've got all the utility to make that work, send it. Grelline here on the screen, and we're going to start getting shot at there, and you just got to go prone, try to reset, figure things out, because, I mean, it's 6 eliminations. You're knocking on Deathwolf's door, and we just have to get across.
Oh, I cannot believe Potro took this. He took the roof. He took the roof, and he's looking to still get active here. Very, very risky. Because a lot of people are going to be looking in this direction. Yeah, you saw him just peek his head out there for half a second, immediately peek back down. Well, that smoke's going to go towards that hay bale there. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I think Potro realizes that, yeah, just 2nd place isn't enough. I need to steal some elims here. Let's see See if he's going to be able to secure at least one. Jumps down. Vehicle's away.
Oh.
Yep, never mind. Oh, they were staring at that vehicle.
Revo.
He said, "No, sir." And that is Team Queso eliminated. Hey, look at that. Revo just shooting some victory shots after that one. And they're looking for this chicken dinner. 10 eliminations so far from Alpha 7.
They just had to do that, didn't they? They really did. You're not even gonna let him have a chance at picking up some more points on double points day. Come on.
Oh boy, Alpha 7, they are ruthless. I'll say that right here, right now. They do not care. They do not care. Let's see if they're able to secure a chicken dinner here at the end, though, because this is getting really close. Beauty gets the knock, though. The first one on McGrellin, it's a 4v3.
Okay, look, but we got 7 nades in the hand of one member of Furia, so it is a matter of time. You get the thirst, you hit the drive-by. Can you take advantage of this situation?
If you got the nades, you should be chunking them right now at that vehicle. You get one hit, or at least worst case, you force them to pop up. Let your teammates get those shots off. That could be interesting. So Furia in the vehicles. Are they going to make mistakes here? They don't. As Carrillo gets a knock, Revo gets thirsted. It's really up to Mafioso and Carrillo. Oh, Furia gets a chicken dinner, and you can see these guys pumped up. So beautiful game for this squad. Alpha 7, they put up some good points on the board as well, though.
They really did, but Furia is 18 points back from 4th place, and with Influence, Rage just dropping the ball here today. Furia needed this winner chicken dinner with 10 eliminations.
No way.
Yeah, that's
no way.
That's big. That is big. Furia, was in the conversation on the double points day. They were non-existent. Yeah. Now we're 2 days away. Actually, just a day and a half away, right? To be more specific, even 9 games away from crowning our champion and, more importantly, our top 4. And Furia makes now an appearance out of nowhere with 10 eliminations and a winner-winner chicken dinner, which I think is at the perfect time, Hot Juice, given the fact that the only team that's performing well, who has a real shot at making it in, or at least holding on to top 4 or making it into top 4, is Team Queso off of the back of 2 games, right? They get 3rd place with 5 eliminations in this game, and then 2nd place, or should be 1st place with 8 eliminations last game. So Furia is making this potential like, hey, they could do this moment.
There's no way, Taylor. There's no way this team should still be in the conversation. Let's be real, right? With Influence Rage on their double points day, they should have way more points than this. They should have a lead that there's no way Furia could even get close to passing, but they've dropped the ball. They've dropped the ball so hard that Influence Rage, that Furia is now like, hey, Influence Rage, right? We might just kick you out of top 4.
Dude, they are, it's like they're chalked. I mean, some teams just get it in their head. It's like, man, nothing we're doing is working. Be Bold, I think, hurt the mental of Influence Rage, and now Fury is just cleaning them up. I mean, that's just the way it is. And I think that could be any team, honestly, at this point. Influence Rage have to pick themselves up from the gutter, because at this moment in time, it's just not working. But again, the big caveat is, Tiff, none of the teams really in the race for top 4 is doing that well, outside, of course, of Alpha 7 and Team Liquid, and continue to be consistent.
Yeah, and while this is happening, Team Queso is just finding different ways. They had a 36-point game in drop number 2. They made the most of a lackluster performance here in drop number 3. You have a solo that goes all the way to top 3 teams left standing. So you're doing the best that you can, and you just have to know that Alpha 7 is going to reap the lobby in terms of eliminations, because they're already gunning for what they can do to get ahead of Team Liquid. So they're doing the best, and that just shakes everything up, along with teams like N-Hyper, which have just also been full sending anything and everything.
Ooh, that's 20 points coming out from Team Queso. That's great, because 36, I believe, from last game. So 56 over the past 2 games is massive. We know they needed to close a 60-point or 50-something point difference between them and 4th place, which was Influence Rage. So the potential to catch up is absolutely there, especially with 3 more games to go. They know they're going to see a Miramar again, so the potential of another winner chicken dinner is there. They know they're going to see another Erigel again, so if they can just clean up that early game where they lost 2 members early on, going against Royals of War, there could be a potential that Team Queso, a team that excites beats me can very well dethrone so many hopes and dreams from the top 4 race. But Furia too, again, like 20 points, Hot Juice, they're back in the conversation. So things are developing in a pretty chaotic way over even the first 3 games.
Oh man, it's so chaotic because now this is just an all-out war between so many squads. As we take a look here at the second page and the big name tag, we can see it right there at the bottom.
I mean, yeah, the Influence Rage over there? Yeah. I'm nervous, honestly, because I had so much faith in this squad. They were looking stellar yesterday, just being consistent. They had that win on drop number 5 for Miramar with 11 eliminations, but it just wasn't their double points day. And now, looking at the overalls, Furia did what they needed to do. 18 points back from 4th place coming into Erangel drop number 3. They grabbed 20 and see that 4th place. That survival stage is in their grasp.
You know, the thing was, I knew we built this narrative about Furia being chalked, and like, I hopped on board with it, and I believed it at the time, but I also, like, there was just a...
They should be!
But there was a feeling in the back of my head, Hot Juice, that was just like, but I don't really think they're out of it. Like, compared to, like, the other rosters, if their double point state, like, to date doesn't work out for Influence Rage, or Team Queso's doing their best, but, like, Rose of War, for example, like, Furia's in there.
They should be out of this thing. There's no way they're still in this conversation. I'm so shocked because, I mean, it's double points day for Influence Rage, right. Team Queso, and Worlds of War, right? All these teams need points. Alpha 7 desperately need the points because they need to catch Team Liquid. And it makes me scared because you got, Influence Rage just going absolutely bonkersly bad at this point. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's just so crazy. And you got Death Wolves playing scared, right? They're not just doing hardcore pushes like we've seen before. We see them playing it very soft, which opens the door for Fury as well. So, man, I mean, I don't know. I don't know who's going to get 3rd or 4th place at this point.
So we don't know. And that's the exciting thing about the standings currently, right? I mean, it's like, who is going to get the top 4? Because it should be apparent who's going to be there. But it's not, because the teams just don't perform well on their double points day from time to time. No changes on the second page, but first page is definitely heating up quite a bit. Things are for sure getting exciting. Sandhawk, though, is a map that is coming up next, obviously. But for Team Queso, this is one that they need to perform well on. We know their Miramar is solid. We know their Erangel is solid, but is their Team Queso, or excuse me, is their Sandhawk going to be solid? For Team Queso, they need 3 maps that are solid. If they don't have that, well, their top 4 run, it might be over with, or at least it's going to come down to Sunday. But hey, map number 4 is going to be Sandhawk. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue the tournament.
Hi everyone, Pubg Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
MSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Shadowman Legend U45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season Day number 14. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Hot Chooks and Spider Tiff, and we are going into Map 4, which is Sandhawk. Storyline-wise, though, Furia, they jump back up into the driver's seat in 4th place. Influence Rage aren't performing well because B-Bolt shut them down early on, and I do believe their mental at this point is in the gutter. They need to uplift themselves and change something. But the good news is, Hot Chooks, Sandhawk is a fresh slate, right? It's time to come in fresh, at least if you are Influence Rage, because something has to change.
Yeah, I mean, something has to change indeed, but this also can be a big opportunity for Furia. And the reason why it could be a big opportunity for them is because they like to go to that little island right there left of the map. And if the zone goes there,
and it does,
this could be another big game for Furia. So, yeah, Influence Rage need to change their strategies. They need at least one big game today at a minimum. But, I mean, with 3 more left to go, they could still have a monster day. But it needs to start now.
They could. And Deathwolves, too, another conversation. A team that is looking to gain as much as they can today before they head into double points tomorrow. Today has not worked out for them, Tiff. Deathwolves, where are they struggling? What's going on with them?
It's very much the same story that we see from Influence Rage and also Inco Gaming. They're just not being able to get that momentum that they need. And honestly, don't leave things till tomorrow. We're already seeing so many different teams from all over the leaderboard that are just looking to frag out and do everything that they can, which is why some of our teams that are needing to perform well, just not being able to get that moving for them. So hopefully we can shake things off. I don't care if you stood up, did some jumping jacks, grabbed a bunch of water coming into Sandhawk, because this is the perfect map to get everything back on track.
I think so. Like I said, it's a fresh start in my opinion, right? It's a map that's only played once. This is where you gain your momentum once again. It's also an aggressive map. Team Liquid though tends to do very well here, but the good news is for Influence Rage and Furia, both of those teams, Hot Juice, yesterday, Influence Rage did lock in a second place on Sandhawk with 10 eliminations. That would be insane for them, given how their first 3 games ended up turning out. But for Influence Rage, seriously, what has to change? Because we talked about their mental maybe being shocked. We talked about potentially, just getting challenged by people early on. Were they being targeted? At this point, I don't think so, because they weren't targeted in Game 3. I think it just happened to be happenstance that they were running into each other, especially over the past couple of days. But Influence Rage, as a competitor, which you have been, what do you do on this roster to pick themselves up?
You gotta have that one player just scream, "Let's go!" You know what I'm saying?
Which is your thing?
It's my thing, but it's gotta be their thing, right? They need something to just kind of relax a little bit and play their same game. You remember when I talked about it pretty much all tournament long? I wanted to see teams do something to disrupt squads on their double points day, and all it took was one hot drop, right? That's all it took. One hot drop, one little, rotational thing, and it just so happens B-Bold took them out twice. It got in their heads, and we can just see how effective it's been here. So they got to just kind of wash their shoulders with that and say, hey, yesterday we crushed it in Sandhawk. Let's do it again here today. And if we're able to do that, we can still have a great day and still make sure that we secure a third-place position here. It's still possible for Influence Rage. It's not over yet.
I think so. It is definitely possible. After yesterday, I'm just shocked at the performance today. But again, I believe it's just it strictly is it is a mental thing as far as I'm concerned. I know they have the gun skill. We know they can be successful, but I think those early games just knocked the wind out of them without question. Now, as far as Team Queso goes, again, still a big leap that they have to take in order to catch up, right, and get up to the top 4 position. But it's very possible if they continue to get these 20, 30-point games. 30-point games is really what's needed. I know Miramar Erangel can go well for them. I'm curious if Sandhawk can go well for them. That's really the big question mark. If they can get through that, I think anything is possible. And speaking of Team Queso, by the way, we do have an interview. Star Patch was on site with Team Queso's Portro after their Game 2 win. Let's hear what Portro had to say.
Guys, here we are with Potro from Team Queso. Bro, congratulations, a great match. How are you guys feeling? Felicitaciones por la buena partida, ¿cómo se están sintiendo?
Bien, tranquilo y contento a seguir sumando.
Yeah, we're feeling fine, relaxed, just have to continue getting some points. Today the teams you guys got double points, and the teams that are up top are playing so-so, especially those that are 4th and 3rd and 5th place. Do we still have hope to get to qualify to the World Cup? Los equipos de arriba están ahí medio más o menos, no están sumando tanto, tenemos doble punto, tenemos esperanza todavía para clasificar.
Sí, la esperanza siempre está a seguir sumando, a aprovechar los puntos dobles y ojalá que los rivales no sumen tanto.
Yes, hope is the last thing you lose. We have double points, so we have to continue getting some points, and hopefully the teams up there don't do many points. Mr. Potro, thank you very much. Best of luck. Let's go back.
Ajux, I love that answer. Hope is the last thing we lose, right? Their goal in mind is to go to the qualification stage, maybe even make it into group stage. Team Queso are locked in.
They're locked in, and there's still 3 games left to go. It's possible. It's possible. They've done great so far. I just hope that they don't have a bad game and just lose that momentum. Utilize it. The problem is, though, Tiff, it's going to be hard at Sandhawk, because Sandhawk is anyone's game, right?
It really is, but maybe it's Team Queso's. I just did some math. I used a calculator because caster math gets wild. If they average 14 points per game and Furia does absolutely nothing for the rest of the 3, well, Team Queso has done enough to take that 4th place slot. And based off their 36-point win in drop number 2 and a 20 points that they salvaged from Erangel, they're exceeding the expectations of that number.
Well, let's see what their start looks like. A strong initial is needed. Team Queso come out the gate swinging, and that kind of statement can be applied to multiple teams now trying to break into the top 4. I'm excited for this one. The odd map out. See how it works out. Hot Juke, Spider Tip, take it away.
Let's go. Let's get it going. Let's continue this tournament right here because you know what? It's almost over here, Tip. It's almost over. Only 2 days left. Actually, I'm sorry. 2 games after this and 1 day left. Are you kidding me? This is where it's all about. So Fudia going to their same spot. Team Queso going towards Hot 10. Both these teams are just praying and hoping that the zone goes their way.
Like, what do? Do you drop on Furia? Do you chow them? Do you get Nixie? Because I want to see that level of assertion come from some of our squads. Now, granted, if I'm Influence Rage and everything's been a little done and dusted, but no, it's the time of the essence. Hey! Picks up a weapon, he takes down Stars, immediately fools them, and this battle has been occurring since the dawn of time. It's been written about in the history books of ages. Caprice answers back with maybe one of their own, but when N-Hyper's down to 2 and gets down to 1, FS, what are we gonna do about it?
Oh, what are you going to do about it? Because you're right. This battle has been etched in the stone of Pubg Mobile, and you do not want, at the bottom line, Tip, right? E7 beat N-Hyper here. This is the second to last one. We're only going to see this battle happen one more time, and that's going to have to be tomorrow. So let's see if FS can do some work here in a 1v2 situation. Oh, he had the opportunity. The nade was pulled back, but didn't capitalize on it. And that he might not get that chance again.
Oh no, because all they have to do is just hit him with a massive push. Yesterday, we had some people that decided to roll up on this fight pretty quickly. For now, it's still that 1v2. FS is trying to force them into the angles to really work upon that, but not a lot of ammo left. Kind of unfortunate. And that seals the deal. And
look at Stars, he was laughing. Stars was laughing at that one. He's smiling because he's like, oh, they got us, dude. They got us. Oh, so far, Entity 7 get the last laugh on N-Hyper. But we will see this battle one more time. Honestly, that's the finale I want to see, Tim. Right?
You know
who's gonna win that one?
You get one more chance to see that tomorrow. You realize that, right? Like, you gotta just be like, all right, crack the knuckles, going into Sandhawk. Who's taking it? N-Hyper or Entity 7? But at the end of the day, N-Hyper did walk away with 2 eliminations and force Entity 7 to be a duo.
I guarantee you, Stars, you don't even care about this leaderboard anymore. Like, tomorrow, that's the battle, right? They're going to be just warming up for match number 4. And, we better see that hop drop again. Otherwise, I'm going to be so disappointed.
I would too. And we get a look at where that zone is going to be shifting towards. We're going to the south side of Sandhawk.
Oh boy. All right. Well, we got a southern Sandhawk zone. That's going to make things very, very interesting here. So looking at this position, and this would have been a great zone for N-Hyper, but unfortunately they are out of here. Now we're going to have to see Fudia push on down through. This could be a good chance for them to pick up some nice points against E7 because, let's be real, Fudia, their gap is getting close. We watch this battle one more time.
We have to.
Always hilarious. Yeah, we got to watch it one more time. Oh, FS. Goodbye. Yeah, Fudia, the shots of the box. That's what we missed. That's what we needed to see because there's definitely some toxicity right there. All Glory Gaming going out. Nice from 9Z. But yeah, Fudia, they don't need to just catch, hold on to 4th place because Death Wolf's double points day is tomorrow too. Mm-hmm. So they need to just continue on that rampage and just get points like crazy here.
Yeah, they really do. Death Wolves so far in the prior 2 weeks have only accrued 57 bonus points. So haven't necessarily made the most of them. Royals of War currently on theirs, makes the play into there and gets kind of taken out. Can Tonka hit this res before anyone decides to push on it? Because, at the end of the day, NC7, duo.
Duo. Yeah, that's the position they're in, and that's some easy points right there if you're Royals of War, but still, you don't want to make many mistakes, because NE7, they got nothing to lose here. Oh, Aragon should have an angle, though. Oh, yeah, he knows exactly where they're at. They're in big trouble.
All right, looking for those angles. Hate though. Throws out that nade, doesn't connect.
No
Guapo
way.
is able to grab the knock on to Victix. There goes the full. And the fact that we're making this work. Okay, there we go with Aragod. There goes the full, and now Hate last standing.
How did this happen? Oh, even losing a player, if your Rolls of War right here, is just brutal. And, oh my gosh, yeah, okay, you get the thirst on your double points day. 2 eliminations. But losing Victix here is going to be really... Oh, NRG, though, getting up against Alpha 7. This is a nice fight here. Let's see who's going to win this one. And it looks like Team Liquid's in the mix as well. Beck trying to shut down the most vicious squad in this lobby. And he is pre-firing like crazy. Revo catches Malas. Fate pushes in the open, gets taken down. Alpha 7 just absolutely deleting NRG.
That's crazy to be seen. Elsewhere, Be Bold started picking apart Team Liquid, finding one. I believe it was Mythic going down, so Team Liquid will be left to a trio for the remainder of this Sandhawk, and a full reset coming in from Alpha 7. Despite some trades coming through, we did not give up any eliminations to NRG.
Oh, no eliminations at all. We like to see that. So, I mean, Alpha 7, they need to make this catch, and that's how you do it, right there, right? Just continue to just put in that work, put up some points, not losing a single player. Best case scenario for sure.
Very much so, but for now, all Glory Gaming. We've lost out on Padrino, down to 3, and you can just see the angles that we are. We're very separated. Guapo is out here spectating on 9Z, and Fran and Melgar just towards the south. Now, knowing that Alpha 7 had just cleaned up that fight, will be looking to rotate in, and it seems to be that they have set their eyes on to 9Z's position.
Oh boy, so they're setting their eyes on 9Z's position. Anything is possible, so Alpha 7 are just continuing to look and dominate here as Mafioso playing it very, very quiet. That's what I think, that's why Alpha 7's so good, Tiff, right? Is their ability to have that aggressiveness and passiveness like a light switch, right? Ooh. They flip it off and they can go full on turtle mode and then just straight on lion, right? And just a flick of a switch here. And now it's time to turn on the lion because this zone has shifted even further south. They're on the edge here. They're going to have to find a way to cross this water.
This is very similar to the Sandhawk we witnessed yesterday, except it pulled way further out towards that coastline, and Furia was just on the edge. Now that they're already reading this, they're hitting that rotation towards the center of the play zone. Now, if I say it's similar to yesterday, do you want to know what happened? Furia grabbed a top 3 finish. Influence Rage grabbed a second with 10 eliminations, and it was Team Liquid who was able to win it with 11. But Team Liquid already suffered some casualties, losing out on 1. So now, what is Influence Rage going to be able to do? Furia, though, already picking up some more elims, has won once Aragod.
Let's see, Furia, if you're going to take out an A-team, might as well be Rolls of War, right? Shut down their double points day. Don't even give them a shot to even get close to catching you. And with 3 matches left, they could have. They definitely could have. But Rolls of War just have not had a good double points day today at all. So, possibly falling down to the pressure. So many different things could have happened. But Tonka runs on the open. Oh, barely makes it to that rock.
This is a nice rock. This rock just saved
me. I love this rock. He's like, I love this. Is my favorite rock.
Aragon's just stuck behind the tree.
Don't leave the rock.
No,
don't leave the rock.
Someone finds an angle onto Aragon. They'll fall. That tree is not big enough to hold you from all angles.
Second rock. Man, not looking good. Yeah, Rolls of War. Just inconsequential at this point. I mean, losing everybody with just one player. Furia, yeah, might as well. Go for the full push. Get this confirmation and shut them down. And they're looking to get a little bit active here. But at the same time, not trying to take risks. So let's see what Furia opts to do. They have one player behind them in a vehicle, but they're second-guessing themselves. And honestly, I can't blame them. They have such a strong position in the zone.
They really do. And honestly, I look at that and I'm like, Be Bold does as well. You're surrounded by Team Liquid and Alpha 7 and Furia, which doesn't make me feel comfortable, but it just depends on what that positioning looks like so you can really anchor down throughout it. 9Z, though, suffering still some more losses here. I'm not sure if we're going to ever be able to recover Connor, so it's just going to be Choco and Elite left standing to run it out.
Run it out, indeed. And that's what's going to happen here. As you can see, Choco ready to get on the move. But yeah, 9Z just so far down the leaderboards. Not really much they can do. But hey, trying to make a name for themselves here. I'll tell you what, out of all the players for 9Z, I got to give it up to Elite, though. Elite, just always you see him make those clutch plays for that team.
Ooh, this is that positioning that I was talking about from Be Bold. They've got one elimination so far. Still looking to get on that front page, and with Royals of War being on their double points day, it's a good opportunity for them to break through those 9 points that are needed to jump onto that first page. But when you look at the setup here, 9Z the duo just to their south, Team Liquid 2 ahead of them. It's interesting when you've got a crate that's like, yeah, I kind of want that, but no one's going to extend out to take that right now.
Oh, yeah, they're not. But you know who needs to extend out right now? Look at the top of the map, Tiff. It's Inco and Team Queso. So close together. That is a massive battle that's about to happen, especially with this next zone. Where's it going to pop to? It pops down south, so they're going to have to fight each other. And Influence Rage is right there, too.
That's scary, but I love that Furia had used the last stage to move further east, and Titan Gaming grabs a full-on Dwight Elegy, knowing that they were kind of so far away from the rest of the team. And taking one, forcing them to be left to 3. Redox, has been just substantially improving, fragging out, getting crazy, and it's been so nice to see. And speaking of nice to see, Silence comes on up. Nunez shuts him down. That's unfortunate.
Ding, ding, ding. The battle has begun between these two teams, and it's so unfortunate indeed for Team Queso as they are getting shredded. And this is that dream, right? That hope we were talking about earlier. Oh, it's going to crumble away here as they lose so many players. But more hope for Inco, right, to continue to hang on for 3rd place. Potro. And, of course, it's Potro, the last player up for the team. And so far away from the zone, it's not looking good.
It's very much what we just witnessed from the drop 3 on Erangel for them, except they don't have the eliminations to be worth kind of going the distance for, right? Because it's double points. So if you're just doubling a 3rd place position that only gets you 10, it's still better than nothing on your double points day. And Redox here, peppered from afar, still repositioning. We're on that eastern side. We're not in the next play zone, and you've got a couple people that are looking for you, and it's going to be SLR trying to answer back for what they took.
Yeah, they're trying to answer back indeed, and it's just looking a little crazy here as Titan Gaming are on the full push, trying to find a way into this next zone, and let's just see where they end up. So Titan Gaming, double points day, not having the day that they've been looking for. Yeah, inactive in the blue here. They're just going to go off the blue. It's going to be hard. They make it into the water, but still, that's going to be a hard cross. Redox with a full send, and Fran is just waiting for him.
Like, oh, hey, so nice to see you. Maybe we'll see what the rest of your team gets to. They're just looking to find any kind of elimination, hoping that they're already weak from blue and that they just have to pepper them a few times, and the next thing you know, they've got a knock. That's great. They've already got 2 eliminations for AGG, and well, N-Hyper is above them, and if they wanted to break into the top 10, it's tough because of the way N-Hyper has played throughout the first 3 drops. That one they're going to be a little more silent on because at the end of the day, if someone's driving by, they can just hop out the vehicle and chow this if they really wanted to.
Yeah, they sure can. So Titan Gaming, they need to push. They have 2 players. You have one friend. Push out, take them out, and then let Doran make it into this next zone here. But Titan Gaming looking to play a passive. And that, I think they're worried about Grupo up north. So kind of stuck. Looks like they're going to just make that sacrifice of Doran.
Yeah, you can see SLR starting to move into that play zone, but it bounces back towards the west. Furia, where did you commit to the south side? So now when you think about where you need to go, you have Deathwolves to your west, Alpha 7 to the north.
Oh boy, and you can just see Doran on the move, and he's actually being able to get close here. Oh, that's a big one though. Deathwolves versus Furia. That's a big battle, and it looks like Deathwolves got a little bit of the better of them here. And this is going to be all the way on the south side. So Death Wolves have a big opportunity to gatekeep them. That's Worlds of War eliminated. That's a tough loss there.
That is tough. They did get some eliminations, but I think these are good shouts here between Furia and Death Wolves, right? Death Wolves opened it up, and now Alpha 7, they hear the shots. They full send from the north and will be a third party to this situation. And as soon as I'm Furia hearing that, I want to be like, okay, maybe we just see what Alpha 7 can do while Team Queso falls with 0. That is so unfortunate.
Yeah, so unfortunate indeed. Rattleboy is going to go and start off the nades here. This is a big battle between two teams. Death Wolves below them. They're going to have their double points day tomorrow. So if you're Furia, you need to do extra work to take this team out here now.
Rattleboy pretty low on health. We see that nade cooking to answer back to Furia. And Alpha 7 hasn't overextended by any means, because if you think about it, they've got a nice compound inside that next play zone. Death Wolves, they're trying to hold out on the west, returning some cover for themselves. Influence, Rage, I see a player that gets knocked because they decide to rotate in, and they've got to deal with Be Bold and Inco Gaming nearby them.
Yeah, they do. Let's see right now is we're going to watch Influence Rage. This is the team all eyes are on right now. The Influence Rage is their double points day with one game. They can rocket launch past Furia. So they're in a good position here. They're right here near Sami and going to hold this spot down, but they cannot overextend. Oh, and look who they're going up against.
Yep.
Out of all the teams, they got their eyes on Be Bold.
You know what? We've already got Law down and out. Not sure if we're going to be able to get that res back onto them. We'll see. It looks like a player is looking to hit that recovery, but Inco Gaming starting to set their sights on the SLR, and Diego not straight towards Rattleboy. Catches him out in the open. The tree, though, might stop that full from occurring.
Oh, what a shot from Guizao as he gets the knock. And let's see what happens here, because I guarantee you if Death Wolves realize this is Influence Rage, they should, now they know. After that thirst, they know, and you can see them pop out the vehicles immediately. They need to take this team out.
We wait, we see, use vehicles for cover, but we've moved into the center of the play zone, and it's starting to look real bleak there for Diego.
Boy. Influence Rage is splitting their forces. They're looking at two different teams here, and they are getting punished for it. Yeah, now you got Inco looking at Milo, Death Wolves looking at them as well, and both of these teams are looking to hunt down Influence Rage. So this is what I was talking about. Sometimes you don't want to take that fight earlier on because you're going to get targeted.
You know what's going to be really interesting? I was curious if Furia was going to hard wrap on Death Wolves while this was going down, but it doesn't seem to be that. They cut north just ahead of them into the line of sight, and Death Wolves shuts that down. It must be the 4th place survival stage curse. The moment you hit 4th, you just cannot do anything.
Oh, you really, really can. And it is so crazy to see that. As Furia getting eliminated here has got to hurt. Team Liquid, though, pressing on the Be Bold. Surprise, surprise. There is somebody there. Let's see what Ayala can do in the front lines. Able to get some nice shots there. Trying to go for the confirm. Not able to do so as Be Bold is ready to hold up. Be Bold is looking to just destroy everyone's dreams here.
Dreams being crushed all around as Team Liquid has fallen. Now, granted, we're chilling. We broke 900 points already. We're sitting at 909, but Alpha 7 on 6 eliminations could really thank Be Bold for this moment.
Oh, yes, they can. And they should. That's for sure. Because Alpha 7 are getting some eliminations onto Titan Gaming. That's 9 already. So Alpha 7 are turning things up here from the south side. And they got their eyes set towards the center of the map. But right now, my eyes are really on... Look at this. Look at this. Almost every single person here needs these points so desperately. Except for 9Z, you know? But you got Inco. They get the zone. That's huge. Influence Rage need to now gatekeep Alpha 7 as a duo. That's going to be hard.
Yeah, you're just going to have to find some crazy angles knowing that 9Z and Be Bold are going to be moving in from the eastern side also. So it's not just Alpha 7 you have to contend with, it's everyone else on the side of that lobby. Death Wolves really needs to make a play for Inco Gaming, but you have to choose your timing on that because Alpha 7 could go on that major south side sweep. because with Inco Gaming getting this zone pretty much gifted to them for their positioning and having coverage, it's just makes such a difference.
It does. That makes a big difference here. You can see Vitali waiting for that bell to go off as the zone is now beginning to close. This is a stage 6 shift. Alpha 7 are going to start pushing into Influence Rage, and that battle will happen. But meanwhile, Death Wolves, they might spot him. Nope, Carrillo does first. He gets the thirst on the law really quickly. He knows it's Influence Rage. At the end of the day, the only threat Alpha 7 has is Team Liquid, and they are already out. So they're just looking to put some points on the board.
Perfect opportunity. They could get crafty. And Mafioso, through the blades of the grass, sensing that there's players all around them. And I thought they were going to hit that long wrap. They don't. They're going to work the eastern side of the play zone instead. Death Wolves full sends over to Inco, and Inco are going to be the ones to kick things off.
And here they go. Obscure getting eliminated. So that's Death Wolves out of there with 5 eliminations. And meanwhile, Alpha 7 have just their eyes on the prize here. Looking really good. This is a big game, though, for Inco. This is a huge opportunity for them to continue and extend that lead. They get the circle here. They need to win this game.
They do, honestly. Coming into this match with 679 points, 59 over Furia. And if you take a massive win, I honestly think you've secured third for you. Better out. Grab a knock. We get another one. We just need some eliminations here. It's double points, but with Federal last standing, and we can just see them threading between the tree and the boulder. We reposition and try to let the fools come to you. Fran from behind gets fooled. You'll love to see it.
Federal is just going crazy. White out in the open gets another knock. This man is trying to keep his tournament alive. That could be it. I mean, that's a good amount of points there for Influence Rage. But Alpha 7 is so hurt. Automatic Inco Gaming win. And you can see the pop-off. These guys are pumped.
Oh, yeah. It's like, hey, we're in third. We want to go to the ESWC group stage. And that could just really seal the deal, knowing that there's only 2 more drops for today and 6 more tomorrow.
Unbelievable. So many teams that needed those points so desperately got them on Sandhawk. That leaves 2 more matches left to go today. We got a Miramar and we got Erangel. This is going to be interesting, Tiff. It's going to be a close battle. As a matter of fact, Taylor, what do you think about that? Inco Gaming get the chicken dinner.
It's big, man. Inco Gaming is a team that needed some life, right? They were slowly just maintaining what they had, but you got to get a little bit worried. Despite the other rosters, struggling a little bit, Inco still needed to do some more work in order to solidify the position that they have. So good on them. 12 eliminations, too, is one of the top scores of the day. In fact, it is the top score of the day, so you can't argue with that. But I want to go back to the beginning. This fight's been taking place. It's literally day 1, Tiff, and finally E7 gets a win in Ruins over in Hyper.
I just have a feeling Stars is going to wake up 20 years from now, and he's got a family, and we're just out here telling the stories. Back in my day, let me tell you about this Entity 7 in Hyper Battle of Ruins.
And dude, that battle was legendary, though, because that's what started the trash talk in the venue. And I know me and you, Hot Juice, were very excited about that. You remember Stars popping up at E7, and then E7, kind of backed away from that. But over the past couple of days, when they know where their standings are on the leaderboard, they kind of just said, all right, let's just make this battle legendary. Inco in the replays waking up a bit, starting to slay out and looking decently well. A great game, though, for Death Wolves. I'm glad to see them get a couple of points, right? 5. They know their big day is tomorrow. Today is about maintaining what they got. Alpha 7 with 12 themselves. Be Bold, though, a team that seems to be the boogeyman of so many other rosters out there today, Hot Juice.
There's always one. There's always one. Every tournament, there's somebody on the lobby who doesn't have anything to lose, that just starts just crushing hopes and dreams. And it just so happens it's Be Bold. I mean, they've done it all day today. You can only imagine what they're going to do tomorrow.
But here, this is what I really want to talk about. That play was great from Federal. So he's the last one alive. He has to try and secure a third place tip, and he does so, right? So that's big. You're getting more placement points. You only get 5 eliminations, but I feel that pop-off play, that pop-off moment from Federal gives faith that Influence Rage could potentially have a strong 2 games going back into Miramar and then Erangel. So I'm glad Federal finally showed and put in some work.
It wouldn't be the first time we've seen someone on their double points day have massive games in drops 5 and 6. I mean, Team Liquid Wink 1, you're welcome. But Influence Rage grabbing 20 points right there is just salvaging, because there's a name that's missing from this top 8, and it's going to be Furia.
Yeah, Furia, right? Furia just... Where are they at? In terms of the standings go, well, they had a great game number 3, and 9th place, 3 eliminations, just not enough. 3 points, right, Hot Jukes? So they had that flash in the pan play. We're getting excited for them, and then they're right back where they started the day off, right? Just kind of lackluster performances.
Good. I'm going to say good.
Wow,
I'm going to be toxic.
the hater.
That's right. I am a Furia hater, because honestly, they have not played well enough in this tournament, I think, to deserve that spot to the East Worlds World Cup. You know, there's so many teams. You know, one of them in particular, I think Death Wolves should definitely be hunting down that spot tomorrow. The fact that they're even in this conversation here after the double points day they had with Group A, it makes me shocked. And just like that, it is passed up by Influence Rage. So if they want to prove me, neither team knows who this is yet. So Federal's going to pop them up into the vehicle, and he is out of here.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Save him.
You can pick up your teammates in terms of vibes. You can physically grab them in game, hit the reset, because they know that they needed this. We cannot